I think, like, commending the preparation is what we should be focusing on here, because Team Liquid, they did their research, they did their homework, and they came up with a great way to tackle this T1 squad. I think the early lane swap, even though they didn't get a massive lead, they put enough weirdness into this game to allow Yon to have a 20 CS advantage up against Gumayushi. APA gonna get thrown underneath the turret here, but Umpty is there to protect him. Doesn't land the ulti though, and down goes the Ziggs. I don't think Umpty's going to die here, but CoreJJ finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Battle Dance gets himself out as Umpty comes on over and gives him a target to head towards. So it is just APA falling down, but it's T1 finding a bit more tempo here on this map.
Yeah, I think APA getting a little bit of greed there because he knew Umpty was nearby, but Faker flashing the Arctic Assault there. They have enough damage, and that's going to be the Dragon here going over to T1. It wasn't in the mid lane where he got punished on the Ziggs to this Emperor's Divide, but in fact in the sides. We're 1-1 apiece. Hextech Soul is the Dragon. An amazing Dragon for both teams.
Yeah.
You consider the Ziggs poke, but also the Ezreal and the Jace here for T1. I think we're going to see a lot of action on the bottom side of the map for these next few Dragons.
Not to mention Zeri. That's a lot of electricity, Wolf. It's going to be going everywhere as Umpty going to get slammed by the Bramble Smash, formerly known as the Arcane Smash. He's now going to use it on the Raptors. Looks like Owner is not going to be pursuing Umpty here towards the Herald. Faker does look to potentially start this one up.
He doesn't have TP, but he has the Hex Gate, so he can get over to this objective very quickly. As we are going to start the Herald up as this replay happens. Notice this, Emperor's Divide comes through, APA, no flash, and then Faker as well, Satchel Charge doesn't save him, flashes the ult here, the Glacial Prison, and is able to take him out. He doesn't feel too bad about it. He just knows he got outplayed.
Yeah. Don't lip read that. It was a naughty word, but still, it was a decent attempt, right? Because APA gets caught at just the wrong time with the Satchel Charge. Could have almost been him just getting out scot-free, and that would have been a huge advantage for TL. Not exactly the end of the world, though, for the North American squad right now, as they do collect themselves. The Rift Herald do T1. Zeus going to dodge the Glacial Prism, but that is another flash. Umpty is just flash police today. He's going around collecting all of them, and even though he lost his mid laner, he did collect the flashes of both of the solo lanes on T1. So maybe set up for some sort of fight here as we look towards the next Hextech Drake, or the first Hextech Drake of the game.
Right, and the scary thing about this game state here for T1 is that, yes, they've got great wave clear, they've got a Ziggs on the side, which is always terrifying. T1 will need to respect it, but T1 have the Herald, and the Herald can allow them, if timed correctly, to get a lot of control over that bottom side of the map. They were able to pick up the Herald top side, so they could just put their focus bottom, as long as this Ziggs isn't given too much free time with the turret. So Faker is going to be in this position where he's going to have to sit bottom kind of alone. They're going to hover top side here with Owner on this Maokai to keep the Ziggs at bay. The Ziggs gets locked down. Zeus has enough burst damage to take him out easy peasy. So this is where T1 really need to solidify their control over the bottom side, keep that Ziggs away from the turret. They can stave this off for the next few minutes, use that Herald correctly. They should have the Dragon start in their control. As CoreJJ, bit of a Hexgate journey.
Yeah, this is somewhat aggressive, as he's going to get stunned, but not before he gets over the wall, and that is going to mean that he survives and doesn't actually have to use too much of anything at all.
He's just teasing him this whole game.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit nervous as more Hexgate shenanigans come through here. No outer turret on this bottom side as Faker trying to take the long walk to get out of the way of Umpty, who does have that ulti back up and available once again. Control ward in this brush. Umpty just going to settle for the Gromp for now as Yon hops into the gate and gets himself out.
Faker having the Sun Disc, he feels pretty safe here, Atlas.
Yeah,
you know, it looks
it's such a weird position though, Wolf, right? Like, it's just a lot of jostling. We're jostling right now.
Yeah, jostling, trades. I mean, Team Liquid showcasing great macro. Yun, see if he can avoid this.
Ooh, able to skate his way out. Yeah, really nice slide, actually. Takes Carrier for a ride with him.
Doesn't need to cleanse, but will take some damage here from that Mystic shot of Guma. Minute 40 until this Dragon spawns. Herald at the ready. And this is where T1 will have a little bit of control for the first time of an objective fight. They had to wrestle it away in that first fight where they were able to pick Umpty there, force the flash out of APA. This time they get to start the fight on their terms. And for the first time in this game, it really feels like T1 can do what they want, right? Team Liquid have kind of pulled them into their world, what they prepared in the early game for a majority of this game. Faker also has TP, has gone to the top side here. Very dark up here, so Faker going to respect it. Umpty threatening.
Yeah.
Man, Team Liquid is so scary on the map right now.
Umpty is like He is really pushing. He's trying to find any opportunity. As soon as anyone oversteps, he is there to try and counteract. And I love the proactivity coming out of the man. This is something that we have seen from him in the past, but it seems to be ramping up here in this game.
There's that Herald drop I was talking about here.
Yeah.
Flank from Impact, but he's spotted.
Perry going to be piloting this one as there's the grand entrance. They get the knock up onto the Leona, but not exactly a key target as the bouncing bomb doing a lot of damage here to Ona, who is pretty squishy on this Maokai for now. Not going to be the end of the turret, but it is very close to going down.
Faker going to go topside to try to catch that wave. A lot of minions lost actually for T1 coming down for that Herald play. Remember, he does have the teleport to go straight to Dragon, but T1, because they didn't get the turret, not confident to actually group for it faster. And Team Liquid actually gaining a lot of prio as a result. Looks like they may opt to try to, just give this up. And this is quite wild to see. I mean, T1 had the Herald. They had an Ezreal pushing the lane. Impact has free control over the side right now as a Jax. And they're just making faster rotations right now. T1 need to make something happen here in mid lane, or this Dragon may be lost.
Well, Solarflare is going to come on through, but it's Umpty. He's able to tank that one up very comfortably. Mega Inferno Bomb is massive, and Ona just gets taken down. The Nature's Grasp finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just used defensively there, but gets nothing back. Owner is dead, and that should be Team Liquid pushing ahead in terms of Dragon control here. They had the control, they had prio, but they weren't happy with that. They wanted to pick, and they get it.
Gumayushi looking for an opportunity here. It's CoreJJ. He finds it. The quickness was on, and Yon's going to take him down. Inner turret is going to be a prize as well, as Faker was on the inner turret, but Impact is there to get rid of him. Outer turret and Dragon, and 2 kills here for Team Liquid. They are on a tear.
They are on a tear indeed. Massive lead in this game now. Second Dragon goes to them. They get 2 kills mid. They get the turret with the satchel charge. And, you know, we talk about Sejuani Ash. We talk about some of the follow-ups with the Sejuani Rumble that Gen.G fell, victim to yesterday. But Sejuani plus Ziggs Bomb is also a pretty big combo when the Ziggs is this far ahead. And it's just the recon setups here that we're constantly seeing found by CoreJJ as well, the threat we had onto Guma. Look at this bomb damage.
Oh,
You're
man.
dead. No way out.
Just ridiculous, and then able to get himself out very, very comfortably, and this is the next one.
He says, okay, you eat forward, I'm gonna jump to Yun, go in here with the flash, and look for the knock-up onto the Ezreal that has no recourse. And down Guma goes, down goes the turret. Team Liquid eyes on Baron control right now. And it just seems like T1 have no entry.
Yeah, and I think that they just need to tidy things up, right? Like T1, it was Faker on the top side of the map. The Azir is so incredibly powerful in these 5v5s. If they have the setup themselves to utilize Jace Poke, the range advantage that Gumayushi's going to have. But it's just the chaos that Team Liquid have been reveling in that's been working out. That one didn't quite so much, but it doesn't matter. Guma is just dead, and Zeus has to flash to get out of the way of the Mega Inferno Bomb. I don't know what that ultimate was trying to do, but I'm so scared of Umpty right now that I trust that it was something that was very important to getting that kill.
I mean, on his time on Brionne, Umpty was famous for great Sejuani games where he didn't hit any ultimates. He's in a few of them this game. He's in a few of them this game, but you know what? It's enough with the bomb, the Glacial Prison. They end up getting another pick here. It's not yet enough to commit to Baron. They don't quite have the damage just yet. Faker gonna come up here with Owner, see if Impact can get out, but he has Flash, he's Jax, he doesn't care. And he is just going to walk away. Meanwhile, over here, you can see this lane is getting pushed in. And the longer they spend time on the top side, they know Owner's here. He was spotted. APA is going to get some alone time with this turret. He's sitting on 2 items and a needlessly large rod. CoreJJ is threatening a dive.
Well, the teleport's going to come out, so CoreJJ not going to be able to utilize the quickness there, and he's just dead. Emperor's Divide going to pick him up. And the unkillable Demon King himself is going to come over and say, stop with the funny business, guys. It's time for us to find some advantages, and they're going to need to find a whole bunch of them as Faker going to have that back stopped. A little bit of a delay picked up for TL. We'll see what they can utilize with this added tempo that they do have now on the map.
And every time you do that with Ziggs, when you have first strike, you pick up a lot of gold.
It's so much money.
It's actually just gold generation. He's already gotten the turret mid right and done a ton of damage to top side turret, and he's just farming up to the death cap. I mean, this is the kind of build you want to see on the Ziggs. I feel like Ox might have a bit of a golf clap on this one. No Archangels, just going full damage.
Where's the Leandres, guys?
I don't know if he needs it in this game. There's not really that many tanky members here on the side of T1, but Yun?
Oh, yeah, there's the flash forward. Cleanse does come out. He skates over the small wall, and there's the flash as well. So T1 getting a lot of economy when it comes to the summoner spells, but unable to quite get the kill here.
Yeah.
See whether they can utilize that in the next fight.
Area also committing his ult, committing his flash to the play. Not going to come up with anything here. Feels like a pretty big win for TL. Assuming that there's no way to lock this Zeri down. It's been so difficult to catch Yun this game. 0 deaths so far. He's sitting on 2.5 items right now. The Runins, so valuable to clean up the kills after the Ziggs bomb comes through. They've got so much burst. They have so much control over this Baron pit right now. And T1, it's got to be a scary moment here. At least they have control of the Rift Scuttle here. There's no way they could do this Baron without T1 knowing. But this lead hasn't grown that much for TL, but yet their map control really has. And that's the scary part, is CoreJJ has been always threatening, always threatening. Never a comfortable moment in this game for the squad that won the World Championship last year.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle between Carrier and Umpty right now in the river. But I want to go back to the draft, because I want to look in at what our initial take was. Is I'm going to be interrupted. That's going to be Zenith Blade connecting onto Umpty. Frost Armor and the Aftershock means that he takes less than a damage, and he's able to walk his way out. So maybe I'll have a little bit of a moment to have a talk about that draft take, because the one thing that I think, okay, never mind. Umpty just wants to continue making fights happen. So perhaps we'll just wait until after the game is over before we talk about things that aren't the game in this particular moment, because this is a 5-stack of T1 players trying to find a team fight in their favor. Impact, a potential flank angle if he looks for it, but right now walking back towards the top side, possibly an opportunity for T1 to strike as the Sun Disc is put up in mid. T1 just going to be protecting, but the amount of ranged wave clear and the safety that APA can do it from, it's kind of insane.
Okay, Faker's used his dash here. This is a scary moment for T1 to try to close the gap here, get through this choke point against Rakan.
Ooh, this is dangerous. They're a little bit split. Still the 4-stack of T1. 4 versus 3 if T1 do decide to pull the trigger. As he towards the top side, Mega Inferno Bomb going to help out, and Impact just puts down Zeus here. He says, I'm the better member of that team. As, of course, it's been a very long time since he was one, but still, with the help of APA, they're able to create a big advantage in their favor. T1 not wanting to allow that to happen, and Solar Flare isn't able to interrupt the Hex Gate escape, and it'll be another Drake.
They just don't see it coming. So, thanks for the ultimate, thanks for the dragon, thanks for the kill on the top side. I'm winning in 3 places on the map as Team Liquid, and you look at the way this plays out for T1 normally. They're so good at collapsing on sides. They're so good at reacting to these types of plays. So I think they really got caught with their pants down. But the long-range bomb from APA means there's enough damage to kill that Jace. They've got their eyes now on the Baron. Zeus does have teleport available. Faker's level 16. Ult at the ready. I don't think you should start this one up quite yet, Team Liquid, but threatening it is a good idea when you've got a Jax in the side. You've got a Ziggs up here in the top lane. But watch this play one more time. So Team Liquid down the bottom lane, jockeying for position on Dragon. They don't know where APA is. He gets to just set up a bomb here, and that alone is enough damage to give Impact the kill here topside. This long-range Impact here, semi-global on the Ziggs. APA, a master of the champion.
Yeah, really beautifully played. Zeus almost dodging it to the skies there, but unfortunately not quite able to get far enough out of the circle. And so APA just taking names. And on top of that, Wolf, now he's got a death cap. And like you say, with this first strike, it feels like even if he just contributes a bit of damage to these things, he gets so much extra money. It's like losing to a Twisted Fate. You know, it's like he's just getting even more than me. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, every Q's a cannon minion.
Yeah, right? It's nutty. Okay, Ona taking a little bit of damage here as Umpty just going to push his way forward. And this is the best version of Umpty. The one that can just move into the enemy jungle and clear things out, because he will not change this playstyle. If they're losing, he's still doing this, but unfortunately, he's getting punished for it. This time around, though,
look how dark
absolutely the right play. And precisely, Wolf, this is so dangerous. Another classic Umpty ulti is going to come out. Doesn't find anyone on T1. Not going to find too many repercussions either, so going to have to wait for that one to come back up again, unless Carrier says that he's not allowed to. Still taking a lot of damage back, and look at that extendo beam.
Oh yeah.
APA throws down another one, and now Carrier and Ona, they're not going to be able to start any fights here for T1. They're going to have to look for a bit of a reset, and once again, it is tempo moving in Team Liquid's favor.
Absolutely. You know, Umpty's ult misses, but you can get enough damage, and with that Ziggs bomb, CoreJJ just constantly threatening here. The vision is so limited for T1. T1. They have to leapfrog their way from brush to brush here to control this Baron. Jack's still pushing in the side lane here. They're going to try to come over and punish, but guess who's there? It's APA, who has, by the way, TP. So the macro game here for Team Liquid is absolutely immaculate. You love to see this level of control. Very different, honestly, similar in its oppression, but different to the way that Weibo got their advantages with the macro and vision control. Different from how Top Esports did it. The threatening picks non-stop. They have so many different ways to blow up single targets. Speaking of, Keria a little bit out there.
Yeah, moving up just a little bit. There's an Infinity Edge on Jan as well. That's why he's doing so much damage right now. Ona moving on over. They do get information about that one. And Team Liquid strength to strength right now, not letting go of this amount of pressure. And I want to give you guys at home and those in the Cube, the Kadia Arena right now, a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Because in games like this, I like to commentate from the perspective of not T1, because I expect T1 are probably going to win this series. Now I'm feel like I'm running the risk of just seeming extraordinarily Team Liquid biased, because T1 haven't found that inroad back into the game just yet.
And when you look at some of the game states here, the map control that Team Liquid have had, Gumayusi just now getting his 3rd item as Yun is approaching his 4th here on the Zeri, already has the IE. He's 2 levels behind, or was, he's now just 1, but will be 2 levels behind again here shortly as Yun clears up a few more minions. This is an immaculate lead from TL. This is really oppressive, and it's hard for T1 to get back into this game without a super play, and their play options are pretty predictable, right? You've got Eliona, you have the Maokai to set up Shock Blast if you're ahead, if you have vision control. Otherwise, you're just throwing roots in blind as owner here, so your opportunities are just so limited. It's so difficult to fight into this dark, barren region. And if you don't constantly check, if you don't constantly push in and clear those wards, Team Liquid could be doing the Baron. If you lose that against the Ziggs, it's basically lights out. They're so far behind in gold. A straight-up 5v5 team fight isn't going to be easy. It's going to take a heroic Emperor's Divide, an overextension. That's why Team Liquid are not pushing their advantages too far, playing it safe, playing around wave clear. They are grinding T1 out of this game.
Yeah, and T1 are just catching the waves where they can. You can see Faker down here towards this bottom lane, staying out of vision as he spots Core JJ on his way over. So mid lane of T1 not going to be dying just yet. They're still not finding any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti as Core JJ gets into the backline. Guma in so much trouble, but he's able to Arcane Shift to get himself out of dodge. He'll stay alive, but he's out of the fight for the moment. As now Keria trying to deal with Bristle, ridden by Umpty here. As Faker gets into that mid lane, but they're unable to really find too much. So keeping everyone alive, and that is the main thing, is T1. They're looking to get control of the Baron area.
Yeah, they call the bluff. They're like, oh, you guys think you can trade for Baron? I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to allow it. And they're going to rush over here. Keria, now down in ultimate, doesn't have flash here, but they are going to just try to rush it. Faker does so much damage to this Baron, but can they turn?
Yeah, full information now goes over to TL, and T1 are getting low. Mega Inferno Bomb connects onto 3! And that's with no setup as well, as the extended beam comes on down. Faker looks for Yanni, finds the flash, and gets the Zeri in the end, but Impact will be able to take down his ex-teammate. Gumayusi still trying to fire forward, and APA, he's basically an 80 carry himself, and he'll be able to take down the Ezreal. 3 members of T1 left standing. Zeus, the last big damage threat, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He's just going to be backing in this brush. APA is going to face check. Oh, the satchel charge is going to save the Ziggs with basically nothing. Yeah, there's those 2 thumbs up that we were expecting. And Zeus comes in, and he is going to be falling down. Leap strike from Impact going to get that one done. And TL, I think they're going to win this game, Wolf.
I think they are. I mean, Zeus is bought enough time for some of these respawns to potentially come through with Hex Gates, but Faker, 20 seconds left, no teleport. APA gonna head straight back into the fray. Now has his Crypt Bloom online. He is just so huge again. And this is not just a Baron. open. This is a Baron to Hex Tech Soul play here for Team Liquid. T1 had to do their trademark Hail Mary Baron, but against that Mega Inferno Bomb, they were all stacked up, and just look at it fly. They try to split like the red team they are in this game, but they're not going to be able to get out of the region. Meanwhile, over here,
yeah, a little bit more of a fight as the Nature's Grasp comes on down, but look at the AoE damage coming out of this Ziggs with 4 items. Extendo beam to finish off Owner, and even our observers were surprised by the damage that one did. Used to Maokai being a little bit more tanky than the damaged version that Owner is piloting this time around. And the Dragon's going to go down. That's Hex Tech Soul. Triple stack Hex Tech Dragons. Yon's going to have a lot of extra electricity as we're going to check this one out one more time. For reals this time.
Yeah, triple bomb here. Owner avoids it, but it means he's isolated here. Umpty says, okay, we've got our first target. Force him to flash. Look at the follow-up here from Core Data. Now, this is great from Zeus. Perfectly placed Shock Blast after Faker's ult comes out, so at least they take out the Zeri, so no real further damage can be done. Otherwise, Zeri maybe just runs away with this fight and they get even more. But still, it's a small prize here for T1 as end up knocking Impact out of this fight. Or Impact, sorry, knocking Zeus and Keria out of this fight. Zeus buying so much time here, but it's still not enough to stop the Baron. It's still not enough to stop the Hex Tech Soul, and now the base is open. Looks like game one upset complete. Team Liquid completely unlocked here at EWC.
And it's the drafting, it's the gameplay, it's just TL are just looking extraordinarily good. Here at EWC, they're going to be breaking down this top lane inhibitor turret right now. Counter-Strike comes through and they just have all of the answers. These Ziggs compositions, just an absolute, like it's a symphony to watch them play these ones out. It's a well-oiled machine that we're witnessing as they make the push towards these inhibitors now. There's another Glacial Prison. This one going to connect as Mega Inferno Bomb onto 3 once again. The quickness locks them down, and APA takes them out. It's a double kill, as immediately it's the tanks, it's the front line, and they are removed from this battle completely. The bouncing bombs impossible to avoid as they just keep raining down on top of T1. I say impossible to avoid. I mean, they can avoid them, but they're just not that well. And he has about a half-a second cooldown on that ability at the same time. So the Sun Disc, it's going to be removed. 2 inhibitors down, waiting for some super minions to make their way in.
The poke
Team Liquid,
so
I think they might just win it here.
I think they will. They've got this cannon minion here. Baron empowered. Still 25 seconds left here. Looking to back away. Yun very low on HP. Just let the Ziggs do his work. And they're going to bail out, back out of this one. So still hanging by a thread right now. T1, 12 kills down, 9,300 gold behind in this game. But if it's T1 that's alive, if the Nexus is still standing, there is still hope. But I just don't see an angle right now, Atlas. This lead is so huge. And the poke in this composition with Ziggs, with the Zeri Extendo Beam, it's just unreal. As Keria maybe trying to bait something? I don't know where he's going.
He's going on Walkabout Wolf, and he's going to get satcheled back into the entire enemy team, and he will buy some time before he inevitably falls. Yun's going to collect that kill as well. So another one for the Zeri. 5, 1, and 3. 4 items, and a casual little critical strike cloak. And this, I mean, TL, they have every single card. It's 9,000 gold the lead, but it's the Hex Tech Soul that really is the icing on the cake.
I mean, I guess Keria bought some time on the wave. Usually when you see a jump out of replay like that, there's a reason, but doesn't end up accomplishing anything here. Now Faker getting chunked out.
Yeah, that's going to be Owner locked down. Does avoid the Mega Inferno Bomb nicely with a twisted advance. I like that, as the Nature's Grasp doesn't do a whole lot, but Umpty has his health bar shredded down. So TL going to have to just wait for that Warmogs to chug it back up again, unless he does decide to go for a full reset there as well. I think realizing that that health bar is going to be back up very, very quickly. And now back onto the push once again. Super Minions making their way in alongside this last remaining inhibitor turret. Last bastion of hope here for T1, because you lose 3 inhibitors against a Ziggs. I mean, you're just a sitting duck.
Especially when the APA has teleport available, he'll basically just 2-shot the Nexus. If he gets a chance, he will just TP in and end it. It's all the AP he's got stacked up. Now even has that extra luxury arm guard, so picking him so difficult. Faker trying to find him with an Emperor's Divide means he could just Seeker's arm guard that. They have a Zeri who has GA. We love those purchases. And so picking her is actually quite difficult. She has flash, she has cleanse, and even if you kill her, you got to deal with the Ziggs. You got to kill her twice, by the way. Those are Jack's that can TP in to end the game once he gets to teleport back up. T1 just have no way in.
There's just so much firepower. Like you were saying, I'm having a look at this Death's Dance Jax with 4 items completed as well, and some shoes on top of it. Okay, TL going to face check T1 right now as the Glacial Prison comes down once again. Umpty, it's been absolutely fantastic this game. APA layering the ultimate on top as well.
21 games, 1,500 players, $60 million in prize money across 8 weeks here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. Playing for a trophy that looks like this, it's going to be amazing. But how do we keep you updated with everything that happens in these 3 amazing arenas? So many games, so many moments, so many highlights, so many big interviews. Well, we have come up with a HQ show. It's not just me. I brought friends.
I'm here live at the STC Arena where major club names like Team Falcons are battling it out right behind me in the Warzone final. But that's not the only action taking place. We have the Kidia Arena with League of Legends, the Amazon Arena, and even more with Dota 2 action taking place as well.
Outside, the fun continues here. Boulevard City, full of lights, full of carnival games everywhere you can see. I have even spotted a haunted house right over there, which I know you absolutely love, mate.
I don't love Haunted House because I'm scared as heck, but you know what I love, ladies and gents? It is the amount of items, the amount of things you get to see all across Boulevard City. In fact, right behind me is the local favorites, Falcons HQ. But you know what, Initialize? I'm ready to get this show on the road, and EWC HQ starts right now.
When the sun goes down, the game has come out to play. Shots of Riyadh here in Saudi Arabia. You're looking down specifically on Boulevard City. That is the home of the Esports World Cup. For this, the Esports World Cup, welcome along. And may I just say, first off, you guys were quick there. I mean, you were all the way over there. You were inside.
Well, look, all I'm saying is I'm the league expert. I brought the TP Summoner spell. Very easy to get in here on short order. You know how it is.
And you, I think, have broken a record for changing as well. Or is that just the magic of television?
Look, I just waved my wand, and I didn't have a good Warzone like you did. Sorry. We make it happen.
You parachuted in.
I did.
Parachuted in. So this is our location, our fabulous location, our studio here for the HQ show. We can see just down what is our main street. We've got the 3 arenas through the background, which is where all the games are taking part. But let me tell you what this is, what this HQ show is. To dig back into those numbers again, the Esports World Cup is 21 games. It's 1,500 of the best players on the planet. $60 million in prize money, a club competition, and potential champions all over the place. And what we thought was, how do we tie that together? We wanted a show that could bring all of it together in just one place. A permanent flyover mode, if you will. GG moments as they happen. The biggest interviews, if someone lifts a trophy, we want to share in that excitement. If somebody cries in frustration, we will lubricate the show with their tears.
Wow.
But when it comes to a multi-format competition like this is, the true joy for me is learning about the esports you didn't know. The rivalries which you're new to. We wanted you to come for the league but stay for the Warzone. Like a main course of MLBB, why not try dessert of Rocket League? And that is why we always have these people in the studio, experts who can not only give original analysis of what happened, they can tell you why it happened. So if you don't know your bot lane from your bottom or the gas from your respawn point, then have we got you covered. So let's do some formal introductions. Initialize, we've got the big dogs here of League.
We do indeed, and it has been some very white-hot action. I think this is arguably the greatest concentration of talent we've seen in a tournament for League of Legends ever. It's certainly a very condensed tournament. The upsets are already happening. I've been watching the semi-finals right now, and they are spicy already.
They are spicy. You know what? It takes a lot for me to be the calming influence. It really does. But I was sat here just generally thinking, we're about to do a show, and everyone's bouncing around the studio because Katie, we don't get a lot of lands when it comes to Warzone, and it's been hot as well.
I was in front of the monitor screaming and yelling. Initialize was right next to me screaming about League. It has been chaotic through all of the arenas behind us. But you're right, OJ. Warzone is not treated to LANs of this caliber, and to be alongside the greats, the biggest esports in history, is a privilege.
I was trying, I actually tried to do an Instagram just at that moment. I was like, right, I'm going to do it. I'm calm. And I turned around, everyone just stopped. I was like, great timing. Thanks, everyone. Ruined that reel for me. Jays, mobile gaming, it's one of those esports that's open to the most people. Everyone's got a smartphone. It is great to have a tournament with MLBB in it right here.
Yeah, that's right. I think I'm just generally happy the fact that we are able to share a panel with some of the MOBAs out there, especially League of Legends and even Dota 2. But generally, this is a very big stage for MLBB. Not only just in terms of the world stage, but also the prize pool as well.
And it's been exciting. Let's keep using the word exciting because it has been exciting. Let's take a look at what is happening today time-wise. This is what's happening right now, which you can watch in all of our streams if you want to get into them specifically. League of Legends are into the semi-finals. I mean, don't give away. Let's tease it because there's big stuff happening.
All I'm saying is it's very exciting, guys. And if you wanted to go check out the action, I wouldn't blame you.
But if you want to stay here, we'll tell you about the action.
That's it.
We will tell you about it. Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone. Today is the pointy end. This is where it all ends. And we're in the midst. What game are we in?
We are currently in the middle of map 3 of 8. It will go the distance. It is not a best of. All 8 maps will be played out. And so far, based on what I've seen, especially the endings of map 1 and 2, every team has showed up to play.
We all learned a new phrase, didn't we? A heel off.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard that before?
Never.
I've never heard that before, but I think we're going to see the heel off, aren't we?
We're going to see it. Hopefully, I let production know, but to explain very briefly, it's essentially when you have no resources left, the game is telling you it's over. There's no safe place to be in the gas, and you're just hoping you have just a little bit more help.
It's the most awkward and horrifying waiting
It was horrifying to watch. My team was in the heel off.
I know it was. And then MLBB, obviously the time's earlier, isn't it? Your schedule is earlier.
Yeah, so for MLBB, because most of our audience around the Southeast Asia, so we usually just start earlier but end earlier. But it's great because I get to let you guys know all the action that's happening during the daytime, share with you guys.
Exactly that, and like I'm also looking over at the Dota 2 stuff, and that's a very tense tiebreaker game going on right now.
Is it as well on Dota?
Yeah, LGD won game 1, G2 ahead in game 2, I think, but still losing team fights despite being inordinately ahead, so it's all spicy there as well, because that's an elimination game too.
Is that elimination?
Oh yeah, team's going home if they don't win that.
These are the play-ins, so let's find out what the clubs are playing for. This is the prize pool. I mentioned it before, if we take a look at it. If you look at all of those numbers, and there's a lot of big old numbers there, initialize which one, I mean, I know which one you're going to look at immediately.
Yeah, I mean, look, the League of Legends total is very, very high, and basically every stage a team is winning. They're getting a little bit more of that prize pool, double your total every time you win a match, and $1 million overall for all of the teams competing, split between them, depending on finishes. It's nothing to sniff at.
I mean, it's worth pointing out again. So if you win, it gets doubled.
Yeah.
If you win, it gets doubled again until you're the champion. So I'm taking from that, don't lose.
Yeah, don't do that.
Katie, if there was a number there that you were going to pick out, what would you choose?
I mean, I'd be remiss not to mention Dota 2, which is also going on. $5 million on the line, the largest prize pool at EWC. And I think outside of the international, which historically has been kind of the event for Dota 2, especially if you're someone like me who isn't inherent to that game, we all paid attention to that. And now we have another massive tournament to pay attention to as well.
Jace, the prize pool for MLBB, how important is that prize pool?
Well, it's one of the biggest prize pool that Mobile Legends Bank has ever had. It's a whopping $3 million, and this is like even bigger than the prize pool from our previous Worlds M5, which is at around 900K. But 3 million is a massive improvement, especially for the teams.
Well, it's a massive amount, especially for the teams who've gone home already, who've been knocked out.
No,
so
Look, we're going to talk about it.
Liked this.
I do like it. I'm merely bringing the excitement. I'm really bringing.
Man.
Look, he's had time to get over it. Because
He's got over it.
Man.
Not over it.
Let's just take a check of the club championship. It's another part of the $60 million prize pool here at the Esports World Cup. I want to check it out because I love the fact that we're putting a big emphasis on the clubs here. These big clubs, the names you've heard of. So let's have the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. I'm so sorry.
He's genuinely
so sorry. There's a reason why he's upset. You'll find out in just a second. $20 million will be distributed to the best clubs here at the EWC via the Club Championship ranking. Here is how that works.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
We will indeed see you in Riyadh. Before we just talk about that for a second, what's happening in Map 2?
So we're about to get into draft, and slight spoilers here because we'll be talking about the club rankings. Team Liquid are leading T1, the reigning world champions of League of Legends, 1-0 in the semi-finals right now, and that is a very big deal.
It's worth pointing out that T1 is the team of... Possibly, possibly the most famous esports player in the world of Faker. Let's take a look at these rankings then, because it is a massive amount of money that these teams can win. Katie, look at the top there.
Team Liquid currently at the top. Keep in mind, though, first place is that 1,000 points. So I think we're going to see these rankings shift fairly significantly by the end of the night. But hey, at least at one point, they were there. We'll just see if they can stay on top.
And MLBB, Jays, the points, some of the points are in already?
Yep, that's right. In fact, for Team Liquid being up top right here, getting around 335 points, it's mainly because, you know, of the League of Legends team, which is happening right now, and also for MLBB team, Liquid Echo has already secured at least top 8.
Because when it comes to the teams, it's the clubs that have come with multiple games, multiple teams across all of the 8 weeks. They're the ones who are going to have the best chance of winning this club championship.
Yep, that's right. You can also say a little bit of discussion right here, right? Do you talk about quantity over quality or quality over quantity?
Well, you tell me.
I personally feel I'm always the kind of guy that likes efficiency, so I will say quality over quantity.
All right.
Team Liquid is having it.
My kind of guy. Just looking at those predictions.
Yeah.
End of week 1, which is it's Saturday today. Tomorrow's Sunday. We're going to call that the end of week 1. We'll have had Warzone finished. We'll be at the point where we know League has finished. Who do you see at the top of the table, the club championship, at the end of week 1?
I'll throw a dark horse out. I wonder whether G2 Esports might do a fun thing, because obviously they've got themselves this tiebreaker scenario right now that doesn't get them further forward in Dota 2, but if they win that tiebreaker, they stay in. Of course, they'll be playing in the LoL semi-finals later tonight as well. There's some serious opportunities for them to get some decent points here if they play well. Good dark horse in my eyes.
Decent points.
Decent points. Exactly.
Katie?
Well, when it comes to Warzone, I can't not talk about Team Falcons. We've just finished the 3rd map, and they've already won 1. I believe they are currently still in first place.
And they have looked very good, haven't they? In the Warzone,
Dominating.
they've looked so dominating. Who do you think is going to be the top?
Well, right now, at the rate they're going, I feel like Team Liquid is going it because Liquid Echo looks really strong for the side of MLBB. That's 1,000 points easily from the side of MLBB.
Thank you very much. And of course, we'll keep you updated with everything that happens with the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. As soon as the points go in, we'll tell you who's where. But wait, there is more clubs will be competing in a never-seen-before interconnected trophy system. When you heard about this trophy, was everyone's mind blown as much as mine?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because when they told me, I was like, that can't work, can it? That's ridiculous. But oh my God, does it work?
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship Trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the Key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
I mean, I love the fact that we're celebrating the winners, but we're also pointing out the losers because there's been some hot key news already yesterday.
I think encapsulate, by the way, is such a great word because forever their broken key. If someone has a grudge, it'll be taken home with them. But I have to talk about Team Falcons again because in the BR, especially Warzone realm specifically, they got to crush 7 keys yesterday.
Oh.
One team, 7 keys from eliminated teams, and who knows, potential, if they win again, could be another 13 for one team.
I don't think anyone's going to get close to crushing that amount of keys, are they?
No, they're spoiled
Very
rotten
likely.
at this point.
Yeah. Well, if you want to know what it looks like when we actually do crush the keys, we have some footage of a key being crushed.
Oh, yes, we do. And of course, outside is Boulevard City, but it's looking like the Boulevard of Broken Keys.
Yay!
I got the reference in. I'm very pleased. And that's been top laner of BLG, one of the very best who have ever touched the game, handing their key over to T1 and Zeus, who they have a bit of a fun history, a fun rivalry, both of them being considered the very best in the world at various points. And it was T1 that came up on top yesterday or the other day, and that makes a big difference. But of course, right now, they'll be playing for the lives of their own keys because they're down that first game. So
I don't know about you, but if there was a YouTube channel which was just people having their keys crushed, I think I'd watch that, you know, with the hydraulic press. And somebody did tell me it didn't happen in the end. There was talk of them melting, you know, the pressed out cream.
Seriously?
Melted them down. But they were like, I'm not totally sure we can get a furnace on stage.
That might be a bit more dangerous.
It was like, oh, okay, how far can we just see somebody with a flamethrower there? Sat
next
there.
year, let's go.
Now, it revolves around the totem as well. I actually did try to go close to the totem and I got told to go away. I leant on the barrier.
Oh, no.
The security guard moved me away. One man who was not moved off, I hold shift, is there right now.
Guys, I'm right here in front of the Esports World Cup totem, and I gotta tell you, this thing is as cool as it looks, and it does look very massive. Of course, we do have at least a little look at what the trophies will look like, but more importantly, that winning moment for all of our teams. I've got an outer copy of one of the keys. All of our champions will come up to this totem, and let's just say I just won Tekken 8, which, let's be honest, I probably would. You're gonna be able to see the teams come up, place these on into their slots, where they will then obviously represent themselves for the entire world to see, not just this year, but for years to come. Because once this thing gets completed for 2024, it's going to get shipped off to the museum, and we'll do it all over again for 2025. So all of these teams will be storied in the annals of Esports World Cup history. Super awesome, and I can't wait to see this thing get filled up this weekend.
Do you know, I would love to have a crack, you know, putting something into that totem.
I mean, we got to try it out opening show.
Oh, did you?
yeah.
Did you try it out?
Yeah, well, not into that beautiful totem per se, but
we had
the
trophies
disc.
here, so we got to play
Yes.
with it. We got to play.
I
we got to be very
to be
careful
fair,
and careful.
They're very nice.
I don't think that's something you will love to play with. But don't forget, I love how, you know, I used to work as an engineer. I love how tight it is. It snugly fits right.
Beautifully engineered, isn't it?
Yes,
you
it
know,
is.
it goes there, and the fact that when it's finished, it then goes into a museum and it lives forever, and they build another one for next year. I love that. Absolutely love that. Let's get you updated, though. We know there's games happening right now. We know there's action happening right now, but we want to get you up to date on everything that happened over the 3 stages in the past few days in our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Right then, news flash me. What's happened over the past couple of days in League of Legends?
So the big overview is there is one team from every major region, so LCS North America, LEC Europe, LCK Korea, and of course LPL from China. One of those teams has gone through from every region to the semi-finals, but more importantly, what was supposed to be the best team in the world in Gen G, a team who have not lost since February 14th, Valentine's Day.
When is that?
Got eliminated. Don't do that. Got eliminated yesterday versus Top Esports in a shock 2-0 upset.
They took it really well.
I don't think they did. I think they were very shocked to be losing because they have been so indomitable. It was, I think, a bit of out of blue for them.
I mean, was this a hubris issue initialized? Is this they just didn't fathom that they could lose?
Okay, I think it's a bit of both. Top Esports looked real hot in LPL, but I think Gen G as well got caught a little bit by surprise and maybe weren't as ready as they should have been.
But if they've not lost in so long, we will dig deeper into this. We will dig deeper into this. Let's take a look at MLBB then. We know the stages have been hot. People who shouldn't have gone home have gone home. There's been regional disputes. It's been big.
I love the way how you put it, regional disputes, because ladies and gents, we've already completed 3 group stages already. Tomorrow we'll be doing group stage D. However, biggest news is 2 Indonesian teams have been dropped. There is no more Indonesian teams in MSC 2024 at all, and now, apart from them, surprisingly, NIP Flash, a Singaporean homegrown team, is also topping Group A, taking down Fireflux. We're not expecting that. Even me from MPL Singapore, we're not expecting this.
With Indonesia, I mean, that is the traditional powerhouse of MLBB?
That's right, they are the traditional powerhouse, top 2 in my opinion, but of course, we're all fighting against this Philippines, which is one of the strongest region in MLBB.
And I think, from another side of MOBAs, generally speaking, the regions that are on top tend to stay on top. So having one of those powerhouses drop is a huge deal.
Is it the fact they've played on a big stage here?
No, I don't think so. This Indonesian team, especially for Fnatic Onyx, has been really consistent in terms of going into these international competitions. In fact, they've been winning MPL Indonesia for like back-to-back non-stop. They've been really dominating in their own region, but seeing them getting knocked out so early in the group stages by, well, a Cambodian team and a Malaysian team, which is like the rising dark horses, is really surprising.
We love those stories. We love those stories. And then when it comes to Warzone, Call of Duty is a game I play. I love playing Call of Duty. I'm not very good on Warzone, but we have had some epic play, Katie.
Yeah, I'm not either. That's why I sit here and talk about all of the players. But no, you say epic plays. Records have been broken. Records have been created by some of the best teams here. And I say that actually one single team, 3 separate records. I don't want to get into too much of it right now, but we also know map 4 of the Warzone finals are currently also ongoing. And that team looking red hot as ever.
They are looking red hot, aren't they? I'm just looking like that. Let's take a little listen, because Falcons have been so good, haven't they?
Yes.
They've been brilliant. They've been so, so good. So let's hear what Team Falcons Biffle had to say after their incredible day yesterday in the ALJ interview.
You got a lot of fans, of course, here, but Biffle, look, earlier today, you're having a chat with Barney on the interview, and the whole team was saying, we want to strike fear in the hearts of every other team. Do you feel that 4 wins in a row kind of does that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. 4 wins in a row, especially on LAN, is unheard of. Never been done on LAN. So, yeah, definitely struck fear in people's hearts today.
And do you feel that you've earned this MVP title today?
To be honest, I would have given it to Shifty because I think he got the most kills. But I'll take it. I'll take it.
You feel that there's a lot more to it to getting MVP than just getting kills? Is there more to it in the background?
Well, I mean, Soka's honestly done a lot for our team. Ever since we picked him up, he's gone above and beyond in the IGL role. He's gotten us into that late game. Ever since picking him up, honestly, we've won so many games. So, I think he does a lot for our team. So, if I were to give MVP, I'd give it to him.
Fair enough. Look at that love between our teammates here. But currently, Falcons are number 1 in the standings. Now, tomorrow, you're playing for this trophy, and a big part of the $1 million prize pool. You get to crush the other keys that you got. Is it going to be a Falcons win tomorrow? How you feel?
Of course. I mean, no doubt about it in my mind. We're the most dominant team here, and we're ready.
He seems so lovely, Biffle. I was talking to him yesterday, and he seems so wonderful.
He is really nice. He is a fairly soft-spoken person. Now, his teammates, they're going to be the ones who get up, they scream, they yell, they point at the people that they've beaten. Biffle, he's just quietly going to drop 80 and smile the whole time.
I saw his teammates, Hisoka. I mean, he was up, he was giving it the 4 games. We've won 4 games. They've enjoyed playing on the stage. They've enjoyed having a home crowd.
They feed off of that energy. Some people wilt under the pressure of LAN. They blossom.
Absolutely. Now, part of what we're doing here is checking in live League of Legends semi-final between T1 and Team Liquid. I mean, it's going off.
It very much is. Game 2 has just kicked off, but I think we're going to take a second to set the scene before we get there, so hold your horses, guys. We do have to get a little bit of context here because, of course, T1 are the reigning world champions. They are, 10-time LCK winners with, of course, Faker, 4-time world champions, 2-time MSI champions. They've done a lot of work here to get to this point, and they did take up BLG to get here. They're up against Team Liquid, a North American organization, a region that's nominally not had that much success, but here they are having a pretty good showing against a team that is supposedly one of the best in the world.
Why have they, because they haven't been at their best, have they? They struggled, I know we're going to talk about it a little bit later on, they did struggle in their first match. Why do you think they've not been at their best?
So part of it is the way they play the game, and they are absolutely phenomenal with a lead. This team is a team that will take you to the middle of the OK Corral and challenge you to guns at noon. They will pull out the gun and they will shoot you 30 times before you can blink.
Well, how lovely.
Exactly, but that is the style of play they go for. They will hands check you and then choose to win those hands check. That hasn't been as clean as we have seen from them in the past, and part of that's been some drafting things. Part of them, I think, has been some of the early game prep hasn't been what we've used to from them. But even so, they are a very, very exciting team in terms of their ability to still see angles to come back into it. They are never a team to count out, even if they're nominally better from ahead than behind for obvious reasons.
Well, I mean, something that really stood out to me, I was watching through that game with you, Initialize, and I think in their initial matchup, it was that third map, right, where we're like, are they going to do it? Are they going to be able to stay? And it was 19 minutes when they got their first set of wins on Jhin against BLG, and well, it was all over from there.
They got a Jhin Bard win, and for those who don't get the context, not those two champions are champions that got picked in last rotation a couple years ago in a very important World Championship finals, and it didn't work out that well. They did win that one with a huge turnaround, but this time around, they are in the semis. They need to do it again here against Team Liquid, despite the early woes in Game 1.
When you first said Jhin Bard to me, I was like, no, I'm fine, thank you. You said the word Faker.
Yes.
Now, you don't have to be a fan of League. You don't even have to be a fan of esports to know the name Faker. He's somebody who transcends it. Possibly, arguably, the most famous esports player in the world. Arguably, the most successful.
Yes.
His titles, I mean, just to point out why he's so successful, he's won everything.
He has. He debuted in 2013. It's been over a decade, and within a year, he gets the title, the Unkillable Demon King.
What a title!
That's an anime title.
That's
a tattoo.
He is the final boss of League of Legends. I called it out a little bit earlier, but he is a 4-time world champion. The only player to get anywhere near that number. A 10-time LCK champion. And as of about a month ago as well, the first LoL Esports Hall of Fame inductee. There is no one with the level of continual success, of consistent elite level play like Faker. And he does it with a style across metas, across genres, that is just remarkable.
When he says shush, everyone has to shush.
All roads lead to me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that line.
Team Liquid from North America then, the team they're playing, are they on the same level? I mean, in all honesty, are they on the same level as T1?
They shouldn't be. Their honest answer is no. For context, the last time a Western team won an international trophy was 2019, 5 years ago.
Been that long?
That was G2 Esports, and that was the MSI in 2019. Before that, it was the Season 1 World Champions, which some people don't even count, and that was Fnatic. That is 2 trophies out of, what, the entire history of LoL Esports when it comes to the competitive circuit. It is ridiculous, and their angle to win, if I was going to give one, was probably more along the lines of you need to find ways to get APA comfortable, you need to find ways to maybe counteract T1's early game and let them get a little bit messy from behind, because they can play themselves into holes if they get a little bit arrogant, a little bit too over-aggressive. They've been known to do it.
This first game.
Yeah.
This first game we had, because as I said at the start, I was quietly sat here, I was preparing, I was just meditating on the show we're about to do. You were bouncing off the walls, Katie was bouncing off the walls, Jays was bouncing off the walls, because this first game didn't go the way of T1.
It did not. Team Liquid won, and they did so convincingly. They get lots of early kills. They shut down a Jace top lane, which is Isaiah's specialty, and they take a slow, easy, methodical win towards a Game 1 that should never have happened.
Why shouldn't it have happened?
Because T1 don't lose much, OJ. They do a lot of winning. It's the honest answer.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I guess this comes back to the point maybe we were talking about Genji before. When a team is not used to losing, when you get behind, is that an issue? Are you not able to deal with situations where you're in hard corners?
So that's the thing that T1 have been known for, being dangerous even from behind because they have got players who see angles that allow them back into games. In order to not do that, you have to play very disciplined yourself and not give that opening because T1 are incredibly quick to pounce and turn that small advantage into a game-winning one. That game 3 that they won against BLG was in fact a 5k deficit they were at when they found that initial sequence of turnarounds, and literally 4 minutes later, they have a 3,000 gold lead, they have Soul, they have Baron, they are ending the game.
I don't really. I want to ask you what's going to happen over the next map and a half. Is that something I can ask?
I would love to. I think I want to see what's going on in draft because I've seen some of what's happening. There's some very interesting champions. I need to see whether they've been executed before I answer that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a cop-out. I feel like we need a blind take.
I feel that as well. Go on.
I think it's going to 3 games. I think T1 win the second match.
Okay. Well, do
So
you know
same
what?
thing as BLG.
So you think T1 will take it?
I think
You think so?
They have to believe that.
So?
I have
That
to
was
believe
not
that.
confident.
I have to. The thing is, I've seen so many upsets already this tournament.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
feeling like my decisions are wrong quite a lot currently.
To be honest, I would defend Initialize right here because even in my games, there are lots of upsets. I feel like in EWC, there's so many of these exciting things are happening. And I guess that's what makes it really exciting to watch, especially to be here with you guys to watch it together.
It's great. We are going to take a live look in the not too distant future. So when the action hots up, we will jump into it. When we think the time is right, we'll take you in there. Before we do that, let us have some Pepsi cold takes.
Hey, my name is Joshi and I cast League of Legends. My Pepsi cold take is that this is the best chance for NA to have a finals appearance at an international event. What do you guys think?
About an hour ago, that would have been a very hot take. As of about 30 minutes ago, it's not looking so hot anymore, is it? It's looking pretty cold. TL are up one game.
Are you saying that's now an accurate take?
I think it might be an accurate take.
Wow. So the
All right,
point,
Josh.
The point of these takes are we're trying to work out whether they're hot or cold. Are they a Pepsi cold take? Are they a hot take? Your thoughts, Katie?
Ooh, I mean, I have to agree because, look, Team Liquid going up against T1, I would say, but now suddenly they have a map up, they have a chance to complete a sweep. Oh, I don't know how spicy, how hot it is anymore.
I mean, that's the point of these takes, aren't they? Because, you know, it usually, and this is coming from somebody who doesn't know a ton about League, when you have a take like that, I mean, that's let's just, you know, let's really give it to the North Americans. But on the current point, right now, it's accurate.
It's very accurate, and that should be slightly low. In some ways, that's the hotness, the fact that this hot take isn't hot.
All right. Is it hot or is it cold?
It's cold right now.
It's cold right now, but it might change. Let's take a look at our next Pepsi cold take.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Dandro. I'm one of the casters for Call of Duty Warzone, and my Pepsi cold take is that Team Falcons is not the best team from the Middle East. What do you guys think?
I, too, like to be different, just for the sake of being different.
For the clout.
Let's be clear. Group stage has made that statement irrelevant. So far, through the first 3 maps of finals, that statement is about 6 feet under the ground. Come on now.
I mean, is it hot or is it just wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hot because it's wrong.
Okay.
You're quite mean, Katie Bedford.
Yeah.
They broke 3 records, and you're going to say they're not the best? Okay.
I mean,
He has a point.
I mean, I think you can look at it and go, maybe. So what we say? Let's. Is it hot or is it cold?
It's the hottest one we've seen yet.
Oh, right. Okay. Are we gonna have the Are we gonna have the final take, or should we have a look in? What should we do? I think we'll have. Oh, we're going to have a look in. We're going for the look in.
Fantastic.
Are we doing
Let's
the look in
go.
right now?
I believe
This
so.
is what we love about it. This is what we
All
love
right.
about it. We're here, we're live, we've got games going on. Look in.
All right, let's get a lose in. I'm very excited to do this. Let's get right to the action and see what's happening in Game 2 between T1 and Team Liquid. So important note here, T1, 3-1 up in kills, and they've done something a little bit unusual here, namely the fact that they have gotten the Zeri in the top lane, something they did earlier in the tournament, but is normally just for bot laners. And the fact they're doing it again into the Cassante is pretty huge. They have got an early lead, which I've already said is something you never want to give to T1 because they are so dangerous when they win that initial shootout. See, there's something in the picture-in-picture. Looks like Guma on Caitlyn going up against the Ezreal from Yon. And of course, Guma, notoriously a Caitlyn player before we started doing pro play, was getting ridiculous numbers in solo queue on that champion. And oh boy, I think that's going to be a dive. Topside as bot lane, it's a 2v1. It gets fun.
So I'm curious, Initialize, while we're looking at this, if you're unfamiliar with League, maybe you're not much of a MOBA person, what are you looking out for?
We are currently looking right now at T1 punishing an attempted play on Team Liquid bot lane, and that is a big, big deal. Faker getting a double kill on the Tristana, the kills beginning to snowball and balloon even more. When I said T1 are really good with an early lead, this is what I'm talking about.
Jay staying mid there. Faker able to make the play happen with the TP bottom side. Zeus going to take this top side turret and deny some additional farm. T1 winning everywhere on this play. And Guma down on the bottom side. He's not quite able to get the kill with his ult, but still enough damage there. And this was just such a good read from T1, knowing that Leona is still mid. They can TP in, match the Corki here. There's a really cool moment as well here for Faker, where you see he realizes, he calculates, do I Buster Shot APA? No, I think I kill both of them. Goes for Yun instead with the flash, then kills APA, picks up so much money. 3 kills now on this Tristana, who also has 5 grubs. This is the magic number to wreck turrets in this mid game. Faker is going to be a menace in this second game.
He already is, absolutely. And I feel like T1 have taken game number 1 personally here as Yun going to get pushed away. Zeus comes in, Yun's like, I thought their AD carry was a Caitlyn. He's not. Oh, well, he is. But it's also a Zeri coming from the top side of the map, and CoreJJ once again finds himself underneath the turret with kind of nowhere to go. Winter's Bite is going to miss.
More kills, more plates.
Waiting for the minions, and I think this Leona is just going to go down. Solar Flare is a lot of extra value, and Zeus, he will die. 600 gold goes over to a Leona, but they'll lose their outer turret on this bottom side.
It's almost arguable that this is a big win for Zeus as well. No one else is going to be able to get that shutdown gold going to Leona. Still relatively valuable gold. Of course, they get something back for it, but that's another turret, another plate. And T1 in full control right now. You can see Impact is pushing top side, is Shadow, but Yun's in trouble.
Dear. Yun is just going to get prisoned and destroyed. Able to give a good old thumbs up before that one, is now TL looking to try and counteract the play. Let's see whether Impact can find anything. The all-out does go down onto Ona, as the ultimate from Carrier is pretty good there as well to keep them at bay. Impact is getting lower and lower as Gumayushi is firing shot after shot into the back of this Cassante. APA moving over though. Let's see whether this Corgi is going to be enough to be the difference maker. And the answer is probably not. Yeah, T1 just walk it off.
And T1, they know too. I mean, this is a bit of a, it's a tough call to make for Impact, because if he stays topside, he gets an additional plate. He's able to maybe get some gold out of it, but he commits his TP. He won't get anything for it. Doesn't get the plates topside there, as now plates expire. And it's concussive blows and permafrost. And you're Cassante. Unfortunately, it's really tough to make that work with the TP coming through, even with those low health bars there for T1. With the pushback, though, looks like they'll be able to secure their second Drake of the game. We'll see what soul it is, because it's going to take
So, as we kind of saw there, anyone who's not seen League of Legends before and has not seen T1 when they are angry, this is T1 when they are angry. What they have done is they've got in the sports car, they found the max gear, and they put the foot down, and they've gone about 200 miles an hour into the enemy base, and it has been pretty destructive stuff so far. They are running 3 AD carries, which is very, very unusual. The Zeri top lane, as I kind of mentioned earlier, not something you tend to see, but they've used that to accelerate structured destruction. You could see a lot of the dives happening moment after moment after moment, and Team Liquid are constantly scrambling to respond to T1's plays. They've tried to teleport in to bring members from other sides of the map with that summoner spell, which allows you to teleport behind, as it kind of says. And T1 have just responded every time and won all of those fights. Now the gold lead is absolutely monstrous at this point. We've just passed early game, and they are up 5, 6, 7,000 gold on some very, very scary members who should not have that much gold this early.
I guess the question I just want to ask quickly then, is it a done deal? A T1 ahead, is that done?
It should be over.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there any way, though, knowing the T1 and what we keep saying?
What happens for them to throw?
So what happens to throw is you've got 3 AD carries, and they are quite squishy champions. What gold gives you when you are these champions is more damage. It does not really give you that much more survivability, because you're buying more guns, not shields.
So it's like a glass cannon, that sort of thing.
A little bit.
That's my favorite phrase. I love a glass cannon.
So if you're going to fracture that glass cannon, if they overstep, and we've seen T1, they are a team that does like to take every knife fight they can, especially from a lead. If they mess that up and you do get some gold onto Yon on the other side, if you do manage to stall out a little bit, maybe, just maybe, they can hold on. I just think that's going to be a very hard thing to do against a team the caliber.
If you do want to see if they manage to hold on, you can keep watching the league semi-finals. We will get you that stream address. You'll just find it. Go to all the usual places. On the way, running you through the EWC so far, including an update about a challenge and a game that has just started. That is Dota 2, all on the way.
keep playing? Yes, please. So we've all been in that situation, you know? You feel like you've got such a great run going that even though the game's kind of over, you want to play with those cool items that you've built.
I want to play, T1 want to play endless on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this Baron, definitely, there's enough damage here for T1 to take this one out. Keria is just kind of holding the door metaphorically here in this choke point. They have also this Caitlyn trap. Really tough for TL to close the gap. They're not going to actually complete the Baron, but we'll just put Guma in mid and continue to push. Yun's used his E, and now we're set up for a potential vision clear and start it up again.
Yep.
Look at the Caitlyn traps now.
All of the traps just going to be lining the choke as teleport actually going to be invested here from Zeus. So T1, they want to lock down this Baron now. Looks like TL should be able to get themselves in here though, so at least it could be an opportunity. Flash available for Umpty to get into the pit. Let's see whether the General can be the hero. He flashes through, but he's unable to lock it down, and now T1 are going to get their team fight. Already the brand has been taken out. CoreJJ so low, but there's the all out from Impact, and Yon over to the side. Zeus, the last man standing really here as far as the damage is concerned. That was obscene from TL.
Impact really playing that very well there, and you're all stacked up on the Baron. Guma is just so fragile in these moments, and yes, you get the Baron here, but TL with a much better setup coming into the fight. They have a Leona pushing through, got over the trap wall there and was able to close the gap, and then T1 are kind of trapped there. They win the 50-50. I mean, it's practically a 50-50 in this case. Umpty's not quite able to steal it, but they can't win the ensuing fight. These types of fights, I mean, this is one baby step, it feels like, compared to the gold lead here. But these types of fights, if you can win a few of these, maybe TL could get back into this game. As you see, CoreJJ slips through the traps here. Yun on a nice angle here. And when Umpty comes through, the smite does come over. But look at this engage from CoreJJ. APA free firing over the wall. And there is just no way out here. Then Impact says, all right, Guma, I'm taking you with me, but also using you to close the gap. Zeus will just barely escape with his life, but it's a huge swing of gold here for TL. Still 9,000 gold behind.
Yep, so much shutdown money going over to Yun though, so that's definitely fantastic for this Ezreal. As CoreJJ going in once again. Gumayushi, nice net to get himself out of the way of the Solar Flare. There's now Impact trying to be valuable, looking for these Qs as Keria standing stalwart in that front line. T1 just going to get these waves in order though. The one last Baron circling around Zeus here will be able to conga line all of these minions with full power towards the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Just going to run circles around TL here, not take the straight up 5v5 fight. They don't want to deal with Impact as a frontliner.
This is somewhat dangerous though. You can see Impact is rotating over, and there is a Zenith blade to connect this one. Pillar of Flame not really landing, and that is a true shot barrage straight into a door. And Faker wanting to take down this inhibitor. Oh my goodness, okay Zeus, I'm not sure about that.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Everyone's getting very excited pretty much everywhere right now. Welcome back to the EWC show here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And if you want to know what crazy hijinks we got into during that break, we all sat very silently to see if Team Liquid could do this.
Yeah. It's looking a little bit spicy there. I'd suggest for those who are interested in the League of Legends, I'd catch in the end of that game if you can, because it is still looking T1 favored, but getting a little bit spicy.
It was spicy. Twitch.tv/EWC_gold. And there's been, before we get into, what's been happening in Warzone, what's happening just right this second? Because it looks like the Falcons aren't doing as well as we thought they were going to.
There has been a bit of a lead change, but with the second place team going into this event, Fnatic, 2 parts of the legendary trio of TBE and Almond and Noobs, with their third Skullface making up that roster. So if any team had the best chance of taking down Falcons, it's certainly them. Winning back-to-back games, well, it's propelled them into the lead.
But there's a reason, though, we're talking about the Falcons of being this all-dominating team, massive favourites to take that trophy. We thought they were going to, and the reason is it's the points after the group stages.
Let's be clear here. Falcons, I said that they were able to break records and set records. They had a bit of a shaky solo stage, but when it came to the group stage, they ended it with 255.2 points. That is a LAN score record for Warzone. They had over 100 points from Team 2. Not only that, but it was the LAN score record for Rebirth Island. And what's more, group stage was 2 days, 4 matches for each team each day. They won every single match that they had on day 2. That has never been done on LAN in the history of Warzone. And when it comes to BRs, with the inherent randomness baked in, that is an incredible feat.
Look at that picture.
It's mental.
That picture was amazing. Because it was basically them holding the keys. We came to Riyadh, we crushed some keys.
So at the end of group stage, 7 of the 21 teams in Warzone were eliminated, and since the Falcons won group stage, they got to crush all 7 keys, some with very historic players in them.
And what are we watching here then? This is action from yesterday.
Yes, this is looking like some of the ending plays from Team Falcons. You can see winning plays that got them those victories in group stage for the second day. And I mean, it's just been dominant. It's been dominant today, but stumbling.
Yeah, and I think it's worth pointing out as well, because this was hard work for them because of their solo stage not being as fantastic as we were hoping, right? It was, they got drawn in a group with Fnatic, with all these other amazing teams. So every time they were dropping with the best teams in the game alongside them every map. They didn't get to skip them by playing a separate group or whatever, 1 or 2 maps. So that meant they had to do it the hard way, right?
That is an excellent point, and I love that you bring it up. They were put into 3 groups, and of those groups, Group B was the group of death. Falcons, you have some of the absolute best in Fnatic there, which means every single drop into that zone had those teams, and they did it in dominant fashion. But now it looks like maybe Fnatic out for a bit of revenge, not happy with how group stage went.
That's what we want. Let's all do the Hisoka. Let's all do the
Oh,
Hisoka.
if Warzone has one thing, they have the personality.
Yes, they do.
They have the spice. As was said previously, they are quite zesty.
Did you think other esports need to learn sometimes from Call of Duty? Because they are the team that'll stand up. They will bait the other players. There tends to be a whole lot of almost wrestling-style banter between them. Do you think other esports need to learn from it sometimes?
Well, definitely. I think MLBB, in fact, just recently, I think Liquid Echo also learned something from the Team Falcons, because just recently, as they ended the game, if I'm not mistaken, it's against Homeboys, if I'm not mistaken, on Team 3, I can't remember, but they ended in such a way where they froze themselves right in front of the base, knowing they will win.
Oh, no.
In League of Legends terms, I used to play League a little bit, it's like, imagine you 5-man joining us right in front of the base.
Oh no.
Just to celebrate the victory.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't imagine that, but I'm sure you'll tell me why I should imagine that in just
Well, later on, it's fine.
Let's take a look at some of the other notable clubs advancing. KT, Na'Vi, FNC.
Exactly. Na'Vi is one of the APAC regions. You can see Fnatic there that we've already talked about. I think Twisted Minds has some exceptionally good players on it. Aiden Knight, who is known kind of as the big brain for Resurgence maps, and Z-Smith, who led with kills, was the MVP during solos. Fnatic, you can see there on your screen, all smiles right now. Noob's in the very middle. What I love about this, it's very rare to get a smile out of him. He could drop 50 in a map, he could be the best player in the world, and he'll do it looking stone cold. So you get a smile as a rare treat.
Just a quick update.
Yeah,
It's
T1 have
happened.
done it. They have made that Game 2 win happen. So we are going to Game 3 in a decider.
Let's go!
T1 got angry, that's all I'm saying.
All right, the Game 3, you can check on that stream if you want to watch what happens then. We'll have live updates if anything big happens. Just to go back to the, I mean, when it comes to the other teams, I mean, they were 100 points behind. It doesn't make them bad teams when it comes to Warzone.
It doesn't make them bad teams, no. The caliber of play is exceptionally high. You can have one bad drop and suddenly your score looks abysmal when the quality of play is not. Unless perhaps you take a look at the team you just saw, Al Ola. They took 19th out of 21st. They were eliminated at the end of the group stage. And the reason that this is so important is because I mentioned history. I mentioned historic players, Tommy, Jukis, and Lennon, but specifically Tommy on that team. He has been arguably the best, the GOAT of Warzone since the very beginning. Not only that, he has been the highest earning Warzone player of all time for 3+ years. To have such an abysmal performance here, dropping 1.2 points in these maps, it's simply catastrophic, not only for their team being eliminated, but his legacy as the best when you have a team like Team Falcons winning World Series of Warzone and looking to win this too.
And I think it's always quite hard to usurp a GOAT, right?
Yeah.
I think we maybe saw that a little bit in CSGO, where for a long time people talk about Get Right and Forest on that incredible NIP roster way back in the day. And then you go towards Latter-day Simple, who's become pretty much the undisputed GOAT there. Having someone do that is a pretty big deal in something like Warzone.
In fact, MLBB right now, we're seeing a little bit of a change of GOATs. In fact, you know, EWC for MSC 2024, we're looking to hype up Kyrie, but unfortunately Kyrie just got home earlier.
That was a very kind way of putting that.
Unfortunately, we're seeing the exact same thing in Warzone. And to be clear in my critique here, there's been a bit of a fall off over the last year and a half, perhaps. Yes, and he still won events, still very good, but it seems like the old guard stepping away. I say that. 2/3 of his legendary trio in TBE, Almond and Noobs, just won back-to-back maps in the final, are currently in first place here at EWC. So I think at the end of this, if we see Falcons in first, second place, I think there's going to be a historic best trio of all time shift. And potentially in earnings, OJ, a shift in the leaderboard, Tommy falling out of first place.
Ooh, okay. I love this. I love this. I love the drama. Dota 2 also happening in the festival area. The play-ins concluding tomorrow.
Yeah, and as it stands, I think we've got some of the teams already qualified. You'll note their Blacklist in particular are an interesting one because they're something of a super team, and anybody who follows any esport knows that super team constructions tend to go quite poorly.
But I think that's across every sport, whether it's an esport or sport. They go, we're going to get all the great players, we're going to put them in the team, and then suddenly it's rats in a sack. No one likes each other. Everyone wants
that
the biggest
happens all the time across a ton of esports.
Yep, solar system, you can only have one sun. You cannot have many stars in the one solar system, right?
Yeah.
All the way. My rats in a sack.
And then
suns in a solar system is the best way to put it.
MLBB has seen many teams trying to form, like, you know, superstar players, putting them together, be it for, you know, their SEA Games, etc. Indonesia, one of the main culprits as well. It just never
that one down. That's really good.
So you can't, unless somebody's now possibly going to message in saying, do you know about the Twin Sun Galaxy?
There's a reason I'm not commenting about this. I'll let y'all talk about that.
Worth noting before we do move on to Dota 2 right now that I believe that tiebreaker match in Group A is still ongoing right now as well. G2 pairing up with IG, another titan of esports, and it's getting a little dicey there. They were down map 1 against LGD. I think game 2 is still ongoing, but of course that is an elimination match. So whoever loses that is going home. Whoever wins it, they still get to play in a little bit more. They've not guaranteed main stage yet, but they still stay alive, and that's a big deal.
Dota 2 is going to be big here at the EWC massively. Now, we're going to talk about MLBB group stages next. But before, Jays, do you know about this?
Sorry, what?
No? Okay, we would like Jays to cast. I'm just being told this. I didn't know about this to this second.
This wasn't planned at all.
We'd like to cast. We'd like you to cast a league team fight using MLBB terms. Initialize to cast an MLBB team fight using league terms.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I was not aware of any of this. Okay. Have you ever casted league?
I've never, but I used to play a little bit of league. When I played League, that was just right after Akali rework.
A long time ago.
A long time ago.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, who's going to go first then?
I think it's probably going to be you first.
Yeah?
I'm looking at the prompter, it's telling me you first.
Okay, Jace, since you're going first, I think we're ready to go. We got the team fight ready to go? I believe the team fight is ready to go. Okay then, so 3, 2, 1, let's get the team fight going. Jays, the stage is all yours.
Thank you.
Please do cast this, but only using MLBB terms.
It's going to be a little bit hard, but right now we're looking at G2 going up against Fly. But anyways, it's going to be, one small line. This is something that we usually draw using quite a bit MLBB, but it seems like the Dragon, being stolen already by Team Fly, and it's going to be G2 facing a lot of trouble right here. A lot of blue health bars, so many circles, so many lines, but it's going to be Ashy picking up that double kill as well for the side of G2. Sorry, it's just so hard. After
it's so good. Keep going.
Come on, it's not. The fight's not finished. The fight's not finished.
The helicopter thing just shredded G2.
The helicopter thing.
Keep going. And look at the big boy. There's the big boy right there.
There are big boys.
Yeah, it's the big boy, the big one. The broken blade, right? Yeah, the big boy is looking for num-nums, but it's gonna be Tristana picking up the num-num zig. Yes, he should be in hell, but it's gonna be the quadruple. Oh, no, it's gonna be the Tristana, the small little girl picking up the helicopter. Turns out the anti-air missiles hit really well.
Helicopter thing. The big boy's looking for num-nums.
Yeah, because
Production, wherever you are, why have you done
this?
Yes,
why have you done
this?
this?
So much trouble.
Okay, so Katie, I feel you should possibly rate this. How many num-nums out
Are
of
we
10 was
rating
that?
it for quality or entertainment?
Well, let's go with entertainment.
I would like to think
Entertainment was a solid 11 out of 10.
Absolutely 11. Are you ready?
No.
MLBB with...
All right.
Okay, here we go. Team fight. 3, 2, 1, let's have it. The tension.
Welcome back onto what should be the Rift. I've got to remember to use League of Legends. With the Bushmate going on forward, stepping on it. Big, large circle going on to do some damage. I think I'm going to call that one a flash. I don't actually know what is going on. I'm seeing a lot of interestingly colored circles. And it's Team Spirit up against Liquid Echo, who are hugely in the lead, going towards what looks to be Baron, but with a very unusual skin on this particular Rift. Doesn't look like Snowdown, but maybe it'll have to do get that slay on the Baron, who disappears and begins to help them out. Liquid Echo in a significant lead. That tier 3 turret destroyed, and now the base in danger. Look at Team Spirit hanging off to that side, looking if they can find an angle.
He's locked in.
This is annoyingly good.
He's leaned forward, he's locked in, he's ready to go.
I'm enjoying the peanut gallery here as they're trying to interfere with what is supposed to be. So I'm going to blank on forward, get some more damage, and have to back away. A tense moment here for Team Spirit, need to hold on, more circles going down. X marking the spot of the entrance, pulling back away. Bit of a look over the wall, the dragon comes flying on forwards. Where on earth did that come from? Who gets the ability to summon a dragon like that? That's absolutely ridiculous. Someone call the referee. That feels like a ringer coming on in the base in danger. Another kill coming on through. And they get to move for more damage. They're X in the back of the mark. More zones coming forward. Big knock-up onto 3. But did they have the follow-up damage? Maybe something, but not enough. The damage just too much. Team Liquid Echo will bring down Team Spirit, whose spirits are crushed.
I mean, other than the fact you went lots of coloured circles at one point. I mean,
to be fair, there were lots of colored circles.
There's a dragon flying around. That's usually what's happening. Sometimes, everybody throw their skills into that one small little ball, and it's just a CC or a skill seller ball.
Who gets to summon a dragon? What is that?
It's very good. That's his
Does the dragon have a name?
Yuzhong, Black Dragon form.
Hey, it looks pretty cool.
for looking at that, obviously, because I think we've talked about MLBB. Super fast, it's super quick. The game's not super long. Was it when that team fight was happening? Was that quicker than you would normally cast for a league team fight?
Yes, because the big thing is after a fight happens in league, there is generally speaking a bit of a pause in the action. People need to respawn. The map is bigger. People have to run away. With MLBB, people just go, well, I guess we go again.
Well, I started to think I was watching horse racing at one point.
I was stressed for them. OJ, I think we can both agree. We're very glad that production didn't do that to us.
So now you're about to cast League using only Warzone terminology.
May I please?
Well, I tell you what, should we try doing it later on before the end of the day?
It'd be horrendous, but I'm down.
Okay, before the end of the day, we'll give it a go. Now then, let's talk about the MLB group stages and playoffs. As we mentioned before, we're operating on an earlier timetable.
It is.
So today is finished for the day.
Yep, we're finished for the day, but do check in tomorrow on Sunday because we'll be resolving Group D. We already know 6 out of 8 teams that will be going on to the knockout stage as well. And in fact, just for, for those people who are not really familiar with the MSC 2024 kind of format, Group A, top 2 teams of each group will be going into the knockout stage where they'll be fighting off in the best of 5 in a single elimination. So there's no chances, no backseas. Once you're out, you're out. Currently, the people that are in the knockout stage already, just to name a few, NIP Flash from MPL Singapore, Fireflux Esports from the Turkey side. You also got Liquid Echo, the
M4 World Champion, which is from MPL Philippines. You also got Homeboys, which is one of the many hopes from MPL Malaysia, which is kind of rising up as the Dark Horse region, taking over Indonesia. I can't believe I actually said that. But of course, apart from that, Group B, we also have Selangor Red Giants, another Malaysian team, and See You Soon. Now, there's a little bit of a drama happening between these two teams.
Yeah, so should we go through the drama now?
Sure. So
just explain to us what the drama is. Just start it off. Where did it start?
So it started during day one of group stages, right? So there's a little bit of misdraft. I cannot go into in-depth a little bit. If you want to check out the official explanation, please go check it out. MLBB Esports on Instagram. They have a wonderful post that will tell you exactly what happened. TLDR, the misdraft, penalty issue, blah, blah, blah. Penalty, apart from the fact that they are, of course, there's a fine. There's also the fact that they give the points over to SRG.
Can we say why there was the penalty?
Okay, so it's a bit of a human error, but See You Soon insisted it's a bug. But after making sure, MSC committee, they've done a wonderful job, by the way, just go through every single thing, logs, they checklist and everything. They decided to conclude that it is a human error because See You Soon did also pick the particular hero they wanted to pick, which they claim they cannot pick due to a bug. So because of that, apart from whatever I said earlier just now, the points forfeited, that's still A-okay. The biggest issue is their coach and the analysts were banned for 4 matches.
Huge. And that's massive. For people who don't know, that's massive.
That's massive because usually it's the coaches and the analysts that draft for the team. But in fact, despite of all that drama, See You Soon still managed to beat Fnatic Onyx in their group stage.
So you're saying, in Warzone terms, we don't really have coaches or anything like that, so it's not as pivotal for us. It is incredibly important for you said drafts, but apparently not so much if they just beat the next team anyway.
Who needs a coach?
They don't need anyone.
Okay, this is just out of the mind, by the way, because maybe we all like to say coach diff, right? But turns out, yeah, there is a bit of a coach difference for See You Soon. And don't forget, See You Soon is also kind of considered from a minor region, which is from Cambodia.
That's gonna feel bad for the other coach then.
Yeah.
You're going up a team with no analyst, no coach, and you still lose?
Just one last question before we move on. So they do well without the coach there. Do they just not bring him on stage for the next game when he's allowed to come back in? It's like, listen, guys, we've had a great time. I'll see you soon.
He's out of a job. What's that?
Well, I'm asking the question. The problem is sometimes it becomes superstition, doesn't it? You win in a certain way. You're wearing a certain hat. You're wearing. Something happens, and you think, do you know what? We've won because of that.
And I think, to be fair, players often have an idea about how they want to play. They have their own thoughts on the game. They're not stupid when it comes to drafting themselves. Well, they are very, very intelligent about the game. And coaches are often there to facilitate as well. But obviously, it still makes a huge difference. The fact they did it without it is a remarkable thing to have done.
Yeah, exactly, right? Maybe it's just sometimes, the coaches just don't want to give the players they want. And finally, now you let See You Soon lose in their group stages, and they literally let loose. Don't forget as well, another team that's advancing over the playoff is the Turkey A team, Dark Horses in M4. They also perform quite solid M5, Fireflux Esports, and man, I'm really excited to see really what they have for us in store in the knockout stage.
Well, you said Fireflux Esports from Turkey. Let's check in with Sunshine about their pre-tournament expectations in the ALJ interview.
İsmim Emre, oyun ismim Sunshine, Fireflux ekibinde oynuyorum. Açıkçası Türkiye'yi temsil etmek bizim için her zaman çok büyük bir gurur. Çünkü ülkemizin ismiyle buralara geliyoruz. Ve yıllardır da bunu biz yaptığımız için apayrı bir seviyede mutluyuz. Geçen sene MSG'ye eksik olarak katılmıştık. Yani eksikten kastım 2 oyuncumuz, biri rol değişmişti, diğeri gelememişti, Ahmet, Rosa. O yüzden pek istediğimizi karşılayamamıştık. Yani 8. olmuştuk, bu bizim için iyi bir şeydi ama burada tam kadro ve koçlarımız da tam kadro olduğu için çok iyi şeyler yapmak istiyoruz bu sene. M5'te grubumuzdan 1. çıkarak çok güzel bir şekilde ilerlemiştik. 8. olmuştuk geçen sene de, yani M4'te de öyle bir başarı yapmıştık ama M5'te bazı istediğimiz şeyler olmamıştı. Bunlardan biri koçumuz gelememişti. Bu bizi çok etkiledi. Ama yine uzaktan bağlantı kurarak yine güzel bir başarı yaptık. Ama bu bayrağı tam kadroyla en az ilk 4'e taşımayı istiyoruz. Artık başarımız daha fazla olması lazım.
Alright. So, I like the fact that we don't really have hot take. Here's my hot take. I would say Fireflux Esports right now is currently the best non-Southeast Asian team in the world because usually MLBB has been dominated by teams from Southeast Asia. To name a few, Philippines, definitely one of the strongest region in MLBB right now. Not only just the fact they're strong in their own region, they have been exporting their players all across the world. In fact, See You Soon, the Cambodia team, has 2 Filipino players.
Is this why is this? Is this why traditionally of Indonesia, the Philippines? Why has it been so strong?
Okay, so I think it's just started from a long time ago where it's always the Filipinos versus the Indonesians in these kind of international stages, right? Indonesians are really strong in their micro skills. They're super good at their reflexes. Super insane human reactions coming out from these players. But the Filipinos, however, they think the game differently. They're more creative. They play the macro game, and in fact, I would argue the fact that, you know, the meta kind of favors the Filipinos for quite some time until now.
All right. So it's shifting.
It's shifting. However, the funny part is, even though it's shifting towards putting a bit of advantage towards the Indonesians got knocked down.
Or are they shifting towards the airport? Is that what's going on?
Wow. Okay. I didn't realise that was another hot take coming in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm allowed to do this. I'm not part of the LBC.
Be careful. You don't want them to hunt for you.
Why they lost? What do you want me to say?
Yeah, true.
Conclusions of day 8 tomorrow.
Correct. It is absolutely disastrous for Indonesians. My heart goes out to Fnatic Onyx, which is basically my favorite team as well. But now, I guess I have to cheer for my own region, NIP Flash. But apart from that, tomorrow is where we get to see the last day for the group stages. Happy to report to you more. I hope I can see the future and tell you right now, because there are exciting teams in there. Falcons AP brand, the XM5 World Champion, who kind of got wiped out by Liquid Echo in their own MPL Philippines. Apart from that, Cloud9, the N8 North American team, is not really doing very well during the day number 1. So right in here, in order for them to really stay in the knockouts, go into the knockout stage, they need a miracle. And their miracle involves beating a M5 world champion.
Oof. Which is big.
Which is big.
Which is very, very big. So do remember that it's an early schedule. Expectations?
My expectations is going to be Falcon AP brand, definitely going to be in the first seed. Second seed, it's going to be a free-for-all between Falcons Esports or Cloud9. And hopefully Cloud9 barely makes it into the knockout stage, because we want to see Mobile Scene on that stage again.
Who wins the entire thing for you?
Ooh.
For me, I would say, currently looking at what I'm seeing right now, I would say Liquid Echo. There's a slightly different Liquid Echo as compared to the last time we seen them in M4. This time around, the drive is a lot more. The fans are also here cheering, which is kind of surprising to me as well. Benny Cutie, the Typhoon, the Filipino Typhoon is just so aggressive as a gold laner or an ADC in the league terms, right? And Carl TZ looking to be perhaps a three-peat M series, or basically, well, a world champion as well. And don't forget, they wipe out Falcons AP Bren clean in MPL PH.
Liquid Echo seem to be having a great time now.
Well, I think just Liquid is having a great time.
Whoa! Is that when we look at League?
We're into draft for game 3, so give me 5 minutes and I can tell you.
And that's the point of this, just to keep hammering it home. It's a brand new show, the HQ show. Do you know, I keep saying HQ. You said what's
No,
the
I
H?
like it. It's way fancier than HQ. I prefer it.
HQ
is one of us.
The EWC HQ show. Yes, you said the word guff earlier
I didn't know that was a person. Yes, I did.
Which was the most British of words we've ever heard. On the way, Call of Duty Warzone finals are. Do you know what? Let's have just a quick. Where are we right now with the finals? Just this second.
I do believe we had a fairly decent break, so I think we are in game 5 of 8 right now, and this is going to be a moment where Falcons really need to get back onto their feet, retake that lead over Fnatic. But Fnatic, a chance for them to do 3 in a row.
We love this. So we will co-stream the COD Warzone finals together with Huskers from Gaming Gladiators, all on the way.
Fnatic's POV here because they got Guild right below them, but they also have number 3 in Twisted Minds. So this could get really nasty. Skullface just with the pistol dropping in, will not be able to catch Wars by surprise. Noobs was trying to get isolated for another pick, but not going to work out. So again, 3 of our top squads battling for position bottom side prison.
Heretics out immediately. First team gone. Heretics have not been playing the same game they played during group stages. Something is going horribly awry. We'll see if they can come back in the final 3. There's the first team out here as we're deeper into the second circle. Things have definitely changed. Last map, I think we saw 7 teams alive as the resurgence timer closed. So definitely different pacing, likely because of this zone pull. A lot more teams up here. They can hide out in zone. They can hide out inside of buildings as needed, play their lives a bit better than some of the open spaces that Stronghold affords.
And I think the thing here is going to be the timing of when do you want to rotate in and how deep do you want to rotate to, because going through prison is not an easy task, especially with squads like Emit that are fully formed and ready to go. And you can see that's kind of the issue now for Zig's team. They're trying to make their way kind of around the outside through the bottom side of the circle, but this is just being contested by so many different squads. I mean, you've got legitimately 5 different full teams that are looking to play for this spot on the buy station.
This Zig's team making a nice rotation here. They are one of the top slayers in this map, but they're way down in 11th place right now. They need a banger and a win to even be in the conversation. We head back to Fnatic on top of prison, where they love to live. They've been living here since scrims, into solos, into group stages. This is their home, and no one truthfully has been able to contest them there yet, not to any sort of effective measures.
And I love this from Falcons, just to kind of take a quick look. They get the top tower so they can scout out who's on the rooftops and how deep under the rooftops they are, so the rest of the teammates can just hop on up, possibly find a way to fight, but not gonna happen. Biffle, Shifty, both taken down, and who do you know it? It's the local and Hamoud and Zix to take them out of the picture, so now it's just down to Biffle, last one, or probably Hisoka, last one left, and he just has to hold this corner away for his teammates to jump on in, while all of a sudden you look at the kill feed, SGP in trouble, Patsuka coming to life.
We got to find Guild. Guild is deep underneath prison right now at already double-digit eliminations. They're a top team right now, and they're getting wiped by Limax off screen as Hisoka slowly but surely gets his team back into the mix. Wars, here they are. Down right now, the team is on top though. Again, 10 eliminations already. They've been farming the bottom prison, and it's been against Rodrigo. They had a nice early encounter against, I believe it was Fnatic, where they had a couple early kills, but all of a sudden they're getting pushed by multiple teams. King AJ goes huge, picks up 2 in the process, and doesn't lose either life while grabbing the eliminations. Very well played in the team fight and securing more elims. Guild is coming alive.
And this isn't going to get any cleaner, by the way. You still have so many teams that are trying to make their way into prison to control the high ground before this next circle gets established. And you can see it's actually going to be on the fast side on the bottom left-hand side. So teams like Twisted Minds going to have to make a decision. Do we rotate up to prison or out towards Harbor? This is going to get nasty inside the cell block.
Yeah, if you're wondering who's gone, by the way.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
All right, well, night has absolutely fallen here in Riyadh. It is the EWC HQ show. Do you know what's been wonderful? I quite enjoy looking outside and seeing people mill around.
It's gorgeous.
Knowing as well that we're sat in air conditioning.
I know, it does make
That
things a lot
that makes a difference.
It does make things a lot easier.
Which is quite wonderful. Lots of stuff is happening, lots of shouting's been going on, lots of excitement. So let us have an EWC catch-up powered by STC. League. Semi-finals underway.
That was the weirdest intro to League of Legends I've ever had, and I love it because we are into map 3. T1 and TL currently 1-1. First game was a Team Liquid pretty convincing victory, but it seemingly...
And you wrote off T1 at that moment. You were like, it's done, T1 over.
I just had some fear, and obviously it was fun, but T1 came back and they got very angry. This is still back in towards that game 1. You can see APA on his signature Ziggs wins the game. That is a massive deal, and they do it. They get the Elder Dragon, which of course is a huge late game buff. It takes a long time to even get it to spawn in the first place, but once you get it, games are normally lights out. Team Liquid get a hold of it. T1 stalled it out a little bit, but they weren't able to hum back in that game 1. Game 2, though, oh my days, they got themselves a mighty lead. That's nearly 10,000 gold if you look at the top of the screen. That is nearly an insurmountable lead, especially considering the champions in play. Though I will give credit to Team Liquid for at least getting a few kills back and making it interesting.
If you want to watch it live, you can do twitch.tv/EWC_gold. MLBB, done for the day.
Yep, it's done for the day, and I think it's also good to basically, you know, just spread the awareness about Mobile Legends Bang Bang, because Mobile Legends Bang Bang people that are playing are really serious. I could bore you with the details on the amount of extent they will go for the game, but apart from
that... If we run out of content later on, can we come back to that?
I will. We'll go back to the standings once again. Just a quick note, I feel like I've kind of gone through already. I've also teased what's going to happen for Group D, but I want to land focus into the 2 Malaysian teams that will be qualifying into the knockout stage. Mind you, MPL Malaysia has only 1 seed into MSC 2024. Homeboys, by the way, need to go to the Scenic
Best
route.
name ever. Best name ever, Homeboys.
Yeah, exactly. Scenic route, go through the wildcards and they qualify in, and they, not only just the fact that they did quite hold themselves quite well, but they also qualify into knockout stage. If you're a Malaysian fan, you are definitely going to be happy.
And just to let you know what I was doing during the break, I downloaded MLBB. I'm going to be playing. I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to play tonight. I'll see you in the scrims.
Okay.
He says getting monstered immediately.
Yeah, well, he's going to be on the stage here next year.
If anyone needed an alternate, I was ready to go. I've got 1 night of play. I've got it on my phone. I'm good to go. Katie, we're very much at the point here now of Call of Duty Warzone. The finals are happening right now.
The finals are happening right now. We're almost at the end of map 5. I'm looking at it just out of my left. You can see it. It's going to be Fnatic. They have been so strong. They had pretty good placings the first 2 maps, but it's maps 3 and 4 that they came alive. They are now in first place.
Is this the one that we were just talking about where you talk about something like a heal off, right?
Yes, so what happened, that was actually in map 2, and a heal off is really crazy because essentially you were at such a far point into the game that there's no safe place to be. The teams are out of utility. It's essentially whoever has the most health as it ticks down. Last one standing wins. That was Falcons, and then Fnatic, the next 2 maps, resurged and took over.
So how I'm seeing this is sometimes that this kind of situation happened as well in my game, where we talk about base trades. Do you have it in League?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, yeah.
We've had some wild ones recently.
Yeah.
I think the other thing as well is you were kind of talking about the fact you had that heal off, but just afterwards, because Fnatic dropped such a good map and Falcons had a bit of a Met one as well, they've been put into a really interesting position where they're forced to play catch-up, and in turn they're playing too aggressive to catch the points up, and that's making it easier for Fnatic to hold on to their leads. It's getting really interesting there in the standings.
Yeah, what I was looking at when I saw those standings was Fnatic jumps ahead, and they have about a 20-25 point lead over Team Falcons, and I was curious because I said that meant Team Falcons must have had a dud map, and that is a huge deal here, because that either means they were being overly aggressive and they were squad wiped for it, or it means that they tried to adjust their gameplay style and be too careful, wait for the end game, get that multiplier for placement at the cost of kills, both of which simply aren't their playstyle.
Yep, it's not the rankings we were expecting.
Yeah, it is not the rankings we're expecting. Earlier just now, when we flashed this exact graphic, it was Team Falcons with 100 points lead. Right now, just reading out right off, it's like 20 points away, Fnatic leading. The amount of gap that Fnatic has to catch up for Team Falcons is just insane.
Yeah, and to be totally clear, this is something I've mentioned. I want to mention it again. I'm hyping Team Falcons. They are breaking records, but Fnatic is very much probably the one contender that can take them down. You have Almond and Noobs, historically the best trio of all time alongside Tommy, and you have Skullface, who is the best solo player in Warzone history.
And, you know, I had this moment when I was watching some of the games with Katie and she was walking me through Warzone and getting me up to date. Thanks for that, by the way, that we saw.
You
Falcons
guys had
versus
such a great
I
was going to say bromance, but I'm going to say anyway, you've had a great bromance.
I completely agree with that. Thanks, bro. But one of the things we saw was we got to those final circles when it was Fnatic versus Falcons, when Falcons dropped that crazy map. But it was always Fnatic in those last few moments. And if they are getting the leads there, it doesn't really surprise us, I think, that they are the team that are starting to stick the knife in the back of Falcons and make them sweat a bit.
And I mean, that's part because of Almond. Almond is a very frustrating player to play against because he will find a way to stay alive until the very end, and they've done it here.
If it has whetted your appetite and you want to watch what's going on right now, twitch.tv/EWC_white. And we will be having a co-stream. I keep looking at the door. Huskers is going to be joining us for co-stream at any moment. Let's have a look at this. This is a story, actually, that you mentioned to me when we first landed. It is a Call of Duty Warzone story. And when you told me, I was like, that's amazing.
It is. So it happened during the solo stage, and there is a team called Team Destroy, which actually I just saw off screen, I think won map 5 of the finals. So Destroy is the team captain. He fell ill. I'm not exactly sure what went on, but he was in the hospital here in Saudi Arabia, and his brother is with him. Stable J, his brother at the last second, subs into the map. And these solo drops helped determine seeding. You could have ended up in the group of death, Group B, or had an easier group and a better chance to make it to the final. Stable J goes on to not only sub in for his brother, but win map 2 of the solos. It was so incredible. You got to watch him get up, shout, yell, Destroy, tweeting how exuberant he was for his brother. It was really a cool moment.
And that is wonderful. It's one of those lovely stories, isn't it? Because both of them, they got through. And you said Destroy have just won map 5.
Yes, correct me if I'm... Oh, they're interviewing Destroy actually on screen right now. So glad to know he's feeling better and he was able to make it to the finals. But yeah, they were able to win map 5 here, which is super important because depending on their kills, it could propel them very high into the rankings.
Power rankings, Katie. Power rankings.
Ooh, power rankings is a really good one. Well, I've talked a lot about Team Falcons, Fnatic, Twisted Minds is a good shout to put in there. There's a couple different ones, like an AB Wiz team where you've had Oki going off. I think Oki has the best individual score line through this entire event of any Warzone player, which is very impressive. So you've got a lot of teams that can definitely do it. I'd be remiss to not mention Na'Vi as well. First time you've seen the likes of clubs like Na'Vi, Cloud9, and others even enter into Warzone, and Na'Vi so far showcasing what they can do.
Group stage points at the moment, it is still looking like Fnatic are ahead. We talked a lot about Falcons. We bigged them up. We talked about the fact they broke all these records. The problem is there's no point breaking records in group stages and then not doing it when it comes to the final.
I think that's a very good point. Yes, you might have collected 7 keys out of group stage, but if you're then handing yours over in the finals, it's all going to be for naught. And again, there's no guarantees when it comes to a battle royale. I think Team Falcons have the clutch factor, but so do so many other teams. Fnatic especially, I keep mentioning them, but Twisted Minds, a team to keep an eye on as well, because they won map 1 of the finals, and they have the likes of Aiden, who is one of the best Warzone players to ever do it.
Either of you played? Have you played Warzone?
I play. I die a lot.
I die all the time.
I don't respawn because of that, but I do play.
Do you two play? Have you played?
I couldn't fit it on my computer at the time because it's a
That is
worst
you uninstall League.
I hate to do this.
You install Warzone.
You take your anime library off.
I'm going to get myself a lot of enemies here. I always preferred Halo.
Okay.
We're going to need to swap out our analysts. Thank you, Initialize.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. If we look at the points, I mean, there's a reason we picked up. You talked about the records. There's a reason. I think we're going to take a look at the points right now because the points that they made in that group stage was just amazing. If we could take a look at the points, we've got the points. Here we go. And I think it's worth looking at. This is right now. This is the actual live points right now. This is where we're at right now. Whoa, Katie.
I have bad eyes, so someone needs to tell me what there. I know Fnatic's in the lead.
Fnatic. Team Falcons 125
yes, so that is after map 4. Map 5 has just finished with Team Destroy winning. And take a look, that's huge. 14th, last place is Team Destroy. They just won map 5, which means depending on the amount of kills they got, there is a ×2 multiplier for first place. So say you get 10 kills, you get 20 points. They could shoot up in those rankings.
You know, you talk about having bad eyes and not be able to read that. I woke up this morning and I was like, and I put my contact lens in. I was like, why? That's weird. I can't work out. Everything's gone blurry. Turns out I'd forgotten to take them out last night, and I'd put a second pair in.
I want you to know that we all understood this was a flex that you got up and worked out. We heard you, we know, and we're offended.
It really hurt. I was like, why is everything so close? This is really weird. I don't understand it. I don't understand what's going on here.
I think it's a normal thing for you.
Yeah. I haven't actually managed to make it into the Warzone stage at all over the past couple of days.
You should. It's
yes. What has it been like in there? Because if you've never seen a Battle Royale setup on a stage, there's so many people, everyone's on different levels. I would guess it must be quite pressurized in there right now.
Well, as Initialize described it, we had a unit of measurement during the opening show, which was about 3 IMAX screens wide. The arena itself is massive. It has multiple levels. And the great thing about that is that you're going to have 14 teams in there right now, and they will get up, they will point, they will scream, they will yell. They do not care.
I want that in League. More of that in League, please.
And they will grind the happiness of their fallen enemies into the dirt.
If ever there was a reason to have the fallen enemies in the base of your trophy, their keys put in, I think it's Warzone. Now, Katie had the opportunity to talk to Codcaster Goji yesterday in the ALJ interview.
I am live on the Boulevard. We have Warzone going on behind us at the STC Arena. Now, I'm here with Goj. I have been living in that HQ booth this whole time, but you have been in the arena. So tell me a little bit about yourself, what you're doing, and what it's been like.
Yeah, I've been casting all the games, and it's ridiculous. First and foremost, the arena is nuts. One of the biggest stages I've ever seen, especially for Warzone. I mean, you already talked about it. It is insane. The crowd is only there for the home team, right? They're only there for the Falcons. They're cheering the Falcons on, and frankly, they're doing it a lot, Katie. The Falcons just won back-to-back games.
Wow,
It's not close. They're winning group stages.
Not close?
No, they're winning group stages by like 50 points. It's a mess in there. The Falcons are making a mess of the other teams.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you picked the Falcons to win this whole thing.
Yes, I did. Very simply put, they are the new dynasty of Warzone. Yes. There's no one contesting them. They are having nearly free drops because no one wants to play against them, and any teams that try to chalk their drops to play against the Falcons get punished for it. And the problem is, you're just trying to get top 14 right now. You don't even need to win. So the Falcons are dominating and kind of doing it with a little bit of an ego of saying, like, no one's going to be able to touch us in finals.
So that's the real question then. If TBE historically have been that trio, is that dynasty dead? Long live the Falcons, long live Biffle, Shifty, and Hisoka?
It will have to be proven again tomorrow. That's where all the money is in finals. Can they do it again in finals when their top 14 teams are playing against each other every single game, right? These teams have been rotating. They've been farming some of the squads that maybe aren't doing so well, but this is the new dynasty that is poised and ready to take that position.
Now, we're learning a lot about Warzone. We're introducing Warzone to everyone who's coming to this event for other esports. And I know that you made something very special that can help people learn a lot about the game. So can you maybe tell us about what I'm talking about?
Yeah, WarzoneEarnings.com is a great website. And frankly, the best part about the website is it helps us as casters and the people at home to understand the scope of what the Warzone community is. This is the biggest Warzone tournament we've ever seen. $1 million on the line. We've never seen that before in a single event. And so you're going to see those earnings numbers get dramatically smashed out of the park. You see maybe Biffle, potentially from Team Falcons, take the #1 earner spot of all time.
Wow.
Away from Tommy, who was at the top at about $530,000 earned.
Wow.
So
all right.
it's crazy because Warzone has been a competitive game for a while, but we haven't seen it at this scale ever. And so you're going to see tournaments and things continue to pop up through World Series of Warzone. That's just going to drastically dominate and destroy the people at the top, and it's kind of a new age for Warzone competition.
I'm saying every time he talks about the Falcons, the wind gusts, so I'm not sure if that's the wings of victory happening right now, but safe to say you are a fan of the Falcons. But do you have any words maybe for co-casters and others on the talent team who didn't pick them?
So many words. Look, our talent team was trying to be controversial. They were trying to like help out. I don't know what they were trying to do with the other teams. It was just Dream Crazy and I that said, no, the Falcons will soar to the top. They will fly above all the other teams. And of course, we're the only ones that are right. So they can talk about their EU teams. They can talk about some of these brand new teams that are trying to make a name for themselves. That's great. Team Falcons on top.
All right, and then tell me, where can we find you at EWC if someone wants to watch Warzone?
STC Arena, that's where it is. We got here, we got one more half of the day today, one more tournament to go, and then we've got the finals tomorrow. It's going to be a big, big day. 8 games being played. I'll be casting those.
Amazing, Coach. Thank you so much. Now, I think he has to get back to work, and I have to get back to analyzing him. So we'll see you guys around next time. Make sure STC Arena, you're here for the Warzone Finals.
Goj did have to scramble because he is currently about to cast match 6 of the Warzone Finals. But speaking of a Warzone legend who we have with us, Huskers from Gaming Gladiators, thank you so much for joining myself and Initialize, our League of Legends expert here in the HQ broadcast.
Please tell me what's going on, because I have no idea yet.
Yeah, I'm happy to enlighten you on Warzone and tell you all that you need to know about the game.
So for anyone who might be unfamiliar with Warzone, Huskers has been around since the very beginning. He was the first player to ever get over 100,000 in prize earnings. He was Deserto's Warzone Player of the Year in 2020. And a little bit of exciting news, I did want to congratulate you recently on getting engaged.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it was magical. We did it in Lake Como, Italy, actually.
It was so nice. Isn't that where they did some of the Star Wars shoots as well? So
yeah.
Oh my days, very jealous. There you go.
There's a beautiful villa there called Villa del Babbianello, and we didn't get a chance to go inside and tour it, unfortunately, but we were on the lake right behind it, so it was a beautiful place.
So let's take a look. Map 6 is underway. Now, I'm going to field a couple questions to you as we go, but we're also just going to watch the game together. But we're here. We're at EWC. There's $1 million prize pool, all of these teams. A testament to how far Warzone has come. What is it like for you when you've been here since the beginning?
It's since the beginning of Warzone. Yeah, it's been amazing. The very beginning of Warzone, it came out during COVID, so there's just a huge amount of tournaments that were being thrown, and it was a magical time. There were $50,000, $100,000 prize pool.
It was crazy. That's true.
Yeah, and fortunately for me, I was one of the first to really adapt and get really good at the game really quick. So I was able to win a lot of those tournaments early on. But yeah, it's been great just seeing how Warzone has evolved and seeing that it's still doing well, 4 years later, and yeah, these LAN tournaments like the Esports World Cup having $1 million prize pool is truly amazing, and I really hope that this keeps, the Warzone scene keeps developing, and we get even more of these tournaments.
I guess my question then, of course, comes from a position of slight ignorance on this one. Obviously, Call of Duty Warzone is a Call of Duty title, but it's nothing like the regular mainline title. It's very much its own thing. Right. It's an ongoing live service game. It's been around for multiple years. It's a battle royale. So what's the shift been like in terms of moving towards more of that battle royale style of gameplay, the fact it's still a Call of Duty title? How much crossover do you see, and what's the transition over to something like that been?
Yeah, so from multiplayer, from the Call of Duty side specifically, it is the same style of movement. So someone that is very good at multiplayer Call of Duty, has really good movement, it'll translate pretty well to Warzone just in terms of their natural gun skill and how well they are killing enemy players. But Warzone does have a lot more strategy involved with it. The whole battle royale aspect. It's a completely different game from just multiplayer Call of Duty. And there have been a lot of players that were professional players in multiplayer Call of Duty that were able to transition to Warzone. But we haven't really seen anyone go from Warzone to multiplayer Call of Duty. I think a lot of people will agree it's
That's
harder.
about to get a spicy territory right now. I've seen there have been Twitter fights over the years about Warzone multiplayer.
Yeah, it's but the reality of it is it is much harder to be a professional Call of Duty multiplayer player in the CDL than being a Warzone pro. It's
that's the take.
People
there you
might,
go.
yeah, might argue
on
that,
Twitter now.
I think it's a fair take. To be, I do tend to agree with you. Now, as we're watching this, we can see Shifty on our screen. 4 eliminations already. I don't know. I couldn't see because we were on air, but what happened? They had a map where they had some big stumble, and then Fnatic won. I believe it was map 3. Were you able to see that? Because it seemed like they only got 2 or 3 points.
Yeah, I think that was. I'm trying to think of map 3. I can't recall which one that was. I know was that when they died pretty early on?
That must have been it, because I was watching the standings. Fnatic jumped ahead of them. They only gained a couple points, and that's what I was saying. I was like, either they got squad wiped very early, or they were playing super passive, but we know that's not their playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of goes with the aggro playstyle. You know, it can be very rewarding because you can get a ton of kills, and you know, if you get that first or second place multiplier, it's a huge amount of points. But also, you know, if you play aggro and you end up getting wiped early on, then you know that's a really big hit to your score because it allows other teams to catch up.
You kind of read my mind there a bit, Katie, because I was about to ask, well, what's the kind of difference in playstyle between, say, Fnatic and Falcons? We got the Falcons one there, so I suppose Fnatic in contrast then, how would you characterize them? I suppose you get a bit more experience having to shoot them down every now and then.
Yeah, I think Shifty's team, Team Falcons, is definitely considered the most aggressive team, but I think they're able to capitalize on that because they've like instilled fear on so many teams, and so we've seen a lot of times where you know, the Falcons will get it down on one player on an enemy team, and then the other two players that are still remaining on the team will just kind of run away.
They run away.
Yeah, and they'll get scared.
We don't want, and sorry teammate, we gotta go.
Yeah, and there's even been times where a player on Team Falcons got down, and so like the other team was in a 3 versus 2, and they're just like, they're scared to like push them because they're just so fearful of them. And you know, the only way to beat the Falcons is to really be confident against when you're fighting them, and to, you know, not be scared.
And I think confidence, if there's anything that Warzone players or Call of Duty players tend to have, is some ego, some confidence.
I can get that.
So I think a testament to what you're saying, if someone turns around and runs the other way, even if they have a player advantage in a situation, that's really impressive. But tell me a little bit about your team's strategy going into this. We were mentioning strategy a bit earlier. There's RNG inherently in Battle Royale. So how much can you strategize?
For Rebirth Resurgence specifically, there's not a whole lot of strategy. Like the beginning and the middle of the game, it's really about you'll see a lot of these teams, the teams of 3, they'll have 2 players that kind of run together. They'll roam around the map, and they'll have their third player act as an anchor who kind of stays back, and that allows those 2 players to you know, get the kills early on. But if they die, you know, they're on the respawn timer, and as long as that third anchor stays
designated
alive,
driver, everyone else gets to go have fun.
Exactly.
So I guess what you're saying then is it's like a lot of this map is hands diff rather than macro diff in that sense as well. You just got to be better at shooting people.
Yeah, for sure. And then once it reaches like the end of 3rd zone, I think, where Resurgence gets disabled and you can't respawn after you die, that's when it really becomes, that's when there's a lot of strategy involved, and you really have to focus on the rotations and, you know, moving into the next safe zone and making sure you're in a good position to win the game.
Okay, so I'm aware this is probably a relatively heated topic, and I'm coming at this from a place of MOBA ignorance, because obviously we just play largely with mouse and keyboard, with the exception, of course, your mobile titles on your mobile phone, but we don't have controller MOBAs, really. Maybe, I suppose, Pokemon Unite kind of uses that, but it's not quite the same.
Of course.
So, from your perspective, as someone who's played, I suspect, a fair amount of FPS games at this point, what's better, controller, keyboard? What's the difference between the two of them in your mind? Because obviously that's always a contested conversation.
That's a
controller
hefty
versus MK.
question.
This is a very loaded question.
I'm putting you into the line of fire. Good luck. Give me a good answer.
Oh man, where do I start? Yeah, there's always going to be people that are, you know, roasting me on Twitter or X.
You're welcome, by the way.
For my opinion, but the reality of it is, and you can disagree all you want, but this is honestly kind of fact. For most FPS games like Call of Duty and Apex, those are the 2 big ones. Controller overall in general is definitely better. Like, there's definitely an advantage, and that's due to how strong the aim assist is in these 2 games. And as a mouse and keyboard player myself, I've been playing mouse and keyboard for the last 10 years. You know, I've been a professional in many different series, or many different titles like Apex, H1Z1, and now Warzone. It's hard playing Warzone knowing that, you know, these people that are on controller have such an advantage, but I definitely get it. You know, the game Call of Duty really became popular as like a console game on controller, so I definitely understand why it is the way it is. But yeah, I think the reason why is the majority of gunfights in Call of Duty and Warzone are very close range, and that's where aim assist really excels. Whereas really the only advantage that mouse and keyboard players have is in like longer range gunfights, and that doesn't really happen too often in Warzone. You know, the majority of fights are up close, and that's just the way it is. And, you know, if you're a mouse and keyboard player like myself, then you really got to lock in and try to figure out ways that you can put yourself in a position to have an advantage against, you know, most of the other people who happen to be on controller.
Okay, so you're saying that big brain, if you're mouse and key, is a way to help reduce that gap. But at the same time, you're one of the best. When I introduced you earlier, first player in Warzone to reach 100,000 earned, a player of the year in Warzone. So there's clearly a gap with aim assist and maybe that close range majority of fights. But I think you've proved it, the likes of Breadman as well, other very notable mouse and key players, you certainly can get it done.
Yeah, you definitely can be at the top on mouse and key. I think what helps, like Breadman, for instance, be still at the top of the game, even though he's on mouse and key, he's just a very, very smart player. He's very strategic. He knows how to play to his strengths. And I think that's, with how Warzone is today, I think that's the way that it has to be. You can't, there's never really going to be a mouse and keyboard player in Warzone that, like, is always winning these close range gunfights. It's kind of impossible.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, it's just how it is.
Excuses. So. You just got to be better. Come on, that's how it's. It's like there's a genuine moment of like, how dare you? That's fantastic.
Okay, so let's take a look back into the game. So I believe we are into Circle 4. My bad eyes. I need to follow the train and get some LASIK at some point. There's no respawns anymore. They've been disabled. Almond, this is huge. Fnatic, Almond is the only one alive. They have won maps 3 and 4. I believe they are still in 4th place. What? I assume Huskers needs to play for placement at this point. Maybe a buy station if it's safe. What do you do if you're him?
Yeah, so I mean, you can see he's barely on the edge of the new safe zone, so he doesn't have to rotate too far. But yeah, being one man up against all these teams that have 2 or 3 people.
Oh, shifty!
Oh my! Is that 11 kills?
That's 11 kills, yeah. And I saw 4 for Biffle as well, so they're doing just fine.
And it's actually crazy. There's still 11 out of 14 teams alive right now after Resurgence has closed, which is a pretty big amount of teams.
That's a lot. So what's the average like for this time? It's about 7, right? That's crazy. Okay.
Usually maybe 7 or 8 teams that are still up when Resurgence closes. So this is going to be super hectic. This next zone right here that's about to start closing, there's going to be teams that are getting wiped like every 2 seconds.
Well, in AB Wiz, this is a team, maybe a dark horse pick that's done really well. Oki especially has excelled, and to see them at this point I don't think is surprising. But what did I say earlier? And I might be proven wrong here, but I said Almond, if there's any player who finds a way, hell or high water, to get to the end, even if he's on his own, it's him. So I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it happen.
Yeah, he's one of the very smart players as well. He's on controller, but he's also he's very tactical in his movement, and
oh my God,
he really knows how to play his
If
life.
he gets eliminated right now, I'm going to have to eat my words. So I hope that doesn't happen. But
I remember you telling me, Katie, that the cable car was generally a bad idea.
It's a bad idea.
Just want 3 people lying down and praying to get across there.
Well, speaking of, I actually think Falcons might be in a bit of trouble. I think 2 were downed. I don't know if they had self-revives. One player still standing up. Almond able to get a kill.
Win. Yeah.
That's huge.
He did just go down to gas, but he should be able to self-revive, and there's another self-revive that he can pick up right in front of him. So
self-revives. Oh, no, and that's it.
Yeah, and he gets caught.
Wiped out. So a self-revive in something like Resurgence, how crucial is that to your game plan?
Oh, it's extremely important to have one, especially endgame like this. There, so many times you'll find yourself in the gas because there are just so many people that are already in the zone, so you might have to play slow and slowly rotate in, and having that self-revive just allows you to stay in that gas for longer and wait for maybe other teams to fight and for you to find a window of opportunity to sneak into the safe zone.
What happens to your game sense, if you will? Because to us, and maybe initialized to you as well, this can seem so chaotic, like you can't even parse really what's happening.
Yeah, it's there's definitely there can be a lot going on end game here. I mean, you see smoke grenades going off everywhere, but in my experience, the teams that really end up doing well in the end games here are the ones that still have all 3 team members alive, and really you got to really stick together, like really be within just a few meters of each other so you can get those trades if a team does push you.
I guess that my question becomes like, how do you train to get those reactions in? Because obviously you don't really get to set up a game plan at this scenario. It's just like there's a certain amount of instinct. I've seen someone, I need to shoot them, kind of.
Yeah, I guess various teams have different play styles. I know my team, we typically tend to, like, as soon as the new safe zone is announced and shown on the map, we like to rotate early, just so we can try to be in a better position instead of having to rotate with the gas moving in. But other teams like to play the edge of zone because sometimes that can actually be beneficial to where if you're playing just the edge of the safe zone, then if you think about it, there's no way that anyone can shoot you in the back because the gas is to your back. So it really depends what kind of play style teams prefer. You know, some teams prefer to be more aggro and rotate early. Other teams just like to play a little safer.
And here we are toward the very end of this map. Biffle up top with 6 alongside his teammate in Shifty, and not a lot of teams left, only about 7 players. This would be a huge regain for them after 2 fumbles in the previous maps, but it's chaos down below. All these teams in the middle of the storm, left and right the kills, and this is where you can third party so pivotal.
Biffle. Yeah,
with the victory, the victory, the dub.
Victory!
The victory!
Look at the W, so it worked! Yeah. I've got you.
Wow, and what a comeback. Okay, so I know you've been in the position Falcons are in right now. You maybe have a really hot start, and then you make mistakes, things don't go your way. What does it mean to get that moment where you come back into it, you get another win?
It feels incredible too. There have been many times in Warzone games where, you know, my team has been one player last alive near the beginning of the game, but you know, some people say it's never chalked. So there's always a chance.
I like that. What's chalked? Okay, if someone doesn't know, what does chalked mean?
Just mean like it's never, you know, there's still a chance. It's never chalked. Like
it's never over.
Yeah, it's never over. Yeah, Warzone, there's definitely always opportunities to regain and, you know, bring your teammates back. And there have been so many games where, yeah, it's looked very bleak. You know, I've been last live on my team with no money, but I somehow just scavenge around the map and find the money to one teammate.
Find a way.
And
Warzone, guys.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, looking at my tablet.
Ooh.
What do you think the score is right now between Falcons and Fnatic after this map?
I know Fnatic. I don't know if they got into the 1.7 multiplier, but we know Falcons won, and they had a minimum of, I think, 17 kills.
Yeah, they had a big game.
I'm gonna say Fnatic is still in the lead by a slim margin.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I know Fnatic going into game 5 earlier, they were up by like 25 points almost. But
all right, Fnatic 177, Falcons 185.7.
Wow, so they took the lead.
Wow.
They did. They're up.
I love this.
There
is what I love, though. We talk about how good Falcons are, but I want that back and forth. I want.
Oh, for sure.
Sometimes, you know, in Warzone, someone takes such a lead, you're like, okay, well, it's over when it's over. That is not the case. We still have more maps to go, and it's worth the watch.
Huskers, I'm going to take you through some League of Legends because you're here. And we've just had the semi-finals conclude between TL and T1. And TL had a fantastic early game, getting themselves some significant leads against T1. And you can see some of the early plays here. Got a little bit dicey, and Team Liquid looked like they were trying to repeat what happened in that game 1, where they did get those early leads and begin to take the game away from T1, who can overplay their hand from behind. And then some things started happening around that Baron buff, which, generally speaking to people who don't know, can lead to some bad moments for teams who are ahead.
Now, Huskers, I'm not sure. This might be a layup question, but League of Legends is known for one player in particular who is currently in this game.
You may know him.
Baker,
I know him.
So coming from FPS titles, he's so huge in the esports scene. It's really impossible to not have heard of him, of the legend.
Oh, yes. I'm very familiar with the name Faker. I haven't played League of Legends myself. I do have a lot of MOBA experience, though. I actually played Dota 2.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wow. Okay, you heard it here from Huskers. All Dota, no lead.
I've got an update for you then, because, of course, G2, who've collaborated with IG for this tournament, have just been playing off against LGD, and it's going to game 3, and they're currently playing for the 5th time today, by the way.
Oh, wow.
And the team that loses is getting eliminated from the tournament, so it's all going on there. As we saw there as well, T1 did come out on top over Team Liquid with a fantastic comeback. They stole the Baron, they invert the gold lead, and then T1 with Baron in the lead and a slight edge. Suddenly that chink in the armor is miles wide and you're losing the game. They do that quite a lot, guys. It's very annoying. But there you go. But let's check in with that final team fight. Apparently T1 and Team Liquid live from the arena. We can see what was going on live on our screens.
And this Huskers would be huge if
Unfortunately, the rest of the map is looking bleak here, and then you have to walk into where you don't have vision, and then bam, CC into CC into CC, like we talked about in draft. Does T1 take a gold lead here, a significant one, but it's still 1,000 gold apiece, or the difference here.
Yeah.
It's the map control that's scarier than the money.
Certainly is. You can see TL had such a big advantage. Carrier taking a fair bit of poke from the extendo beam, as Faker's going to be able to clear out the Rift Scuttler. Baron now back on the table, and TL, they still have so many tools, right? Tristana and the Zeri is so much DPS in these fights. They need to get themselves together as the Weaver's Wall comes on down. There's a huge pushback from Zeus, who's in amongst 4 people right now. Gumayushi, the only one there to back him up, and they want to take him down, but they're not going to be able to do so. Season Assist comes in on top of Core JJ, and then it's Owner that's out once again. APA torn apart at T1. That was absolutely gorgeous. The flash forward from Faker to finish the job, and it's just Impact that's left alive. I think T1 are kind of done with this game.
I think they're done with it. They want to push down this inhibitor and end the game. So close to escaping was APA there, almost over the wall. Owner with the heroic plays there in those final moments. Impact, last man standing, picks up a Zonius here. Let's see what he can do.
Well, he does go golden, but that's not going to apply to his turrets, unfortunately, so they will be taken down. Core JJ is going to respawn. It's not going to be his day, though, today, as T1 will move to the finals here at EWC, and they will keep their key alive. Unfortunately for TL, they're going to have to watch theirs bend.
T1 coming back in this final game.
They cannot keep getting away with it. How do they do it every time? They're down so much, and okay, I am aware that I characterize this team as a team that is great at going for that guns at noon style of play, taking the early fights and snowballing from there. But even when they're behind, they just sometimes have the magic.
Hear me out, hear me out. Region gap?
Ooh. I'm going to leave that one alone. We'll come back to that one later, because after the break, COD Warzone Map 7, together with Huskers, will be coming straight for you all. Don't go anywhere.
I guess it's a bit much.
Well, ain't this
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Set in stone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire are scared. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just another bounty.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Why, hello there. Fancy seeing all of you watching this stream, and we have immediately got ourselves the points update after map 6. I think some of those should be a little bit spicy for you guys to be looking at.
Oh my goodness, we are joined here on the desk by Huskers, and let's take a look at this. I'm not saying my predictions were pretty good, but I said my top 3 teams were Falcons, Fnatic, and Twisted Mind, and they are 1, 2, and 3 with Falcons. A map 6 win, Huskers propelling them into first place.
Yeah, it's been great seeing the back and forth this whole series so far, and I think Falcons were definitely the favorites to win, but I'm really glad to see that Fnatic is just close behind, just by only 7 points.
Well, like we saw in the group stage, right, that it wasn't close by this point. The point lead was so huge.
Oh, yeah.
It was a done deal. So the fact we have actually got a fight going into map 7 does make this all the more exciting, right?
Oh, absolutely. It makes it way more suspenseful. And, you know, it's like Katie was saying earlier, this allows us to see that there's still a chance for other teams to win it, you know, going into maps 7 and 8 rather than you kind of knowing that a team's going to win it after half the tournament.
I think keeping things mixy, keeping things interesting.
Zesty
is
the term in
zesty.
this particular broadcast. There will be no context provided, Huskers.
No context. It just always be zesty, and that's what I want people's first introduction to Warzone to be, is to get a great event that comes down to the wire, not to have a blowout, so that you can see the highest levels of play.
Yeah, there really is so much involved with Warzone, and it's amazing seeing how the players have adapted over the years. You know, the game is not the same as it was when it first came out 4 years ago. It's constantly changing, and you know, the players that are at the top now are the players that, you know, have been able to adapt and, you know, be able to get good at the new maps that have come out over the years, and, you know, the new movement and just everything that's involved with that.
Well, look at this, back and forth. We slide left, we slide right, and it is going to be Skullface getting away with his life. But you said, Huskers, that the game's changed over time, and we know, a different developer for Call of Duty every year, but how significantly has it changed since the beginning?
I mean, just last year when Infinity Ward were the main developers for Modern Warfare 2 and the Warzone map Al Mazrah, they actually made a gameplay decision to get rid of slide canceling altogether, which was a huge movement.
Controversial, seems
yeah, very controversial. It was
one of those developer decisions I see.
Yeah, so it was a crazy year of Warzone that was very controversial. A lot of players didn't really like it, but we with this new Warzone map that we're currently playing, or the new iteration, they did bring slide canceling back, so we get to see the fun with that and the outplayability that brings.
And I suppose as someone who's been through quite a lot of COD titles, quite a lot of different styles of COD titles as well, have you got a particular favorite movement system? Because I think it's changed quite heavily over the years, because back when I was playing Call of Duty 4 or whatever, it's changed a lot since the early days of OG Modern Warfare, right?
Right, yeah. I think my favorite was when Modern Warfare 2019 came out, which the very beginning of Warzone, when Verdansk was the first map.
Oh, Verdansk.
Yeah, I think...
I'm hearing some nostalgia going on over in the other sofa.
It is nostalgia, but I think a lot of people would agree with me that Warzone did have the best movement during that time. And, they've been trying to bring it slowly. They've been trying to slowly bring it back to that, but I still don't think they've gotten quite to that mark yet.
I will still say it was the best map.
Yeah, a lot of people loved Verdansk, and, I think they've already announced that they're bringing it back for a certain amount of time. So I'm really excited to get my hands on that. And I know hopefully that'll bring a lot of people that may have stopped playing Warzone for a bit, bring them back to the game and, refresh it.
Is there any major difference in movement when it comes to a player like yourself who's mouse and key versus controller? Because I know I have a modded controller, right? I've got the back buttons with my controller, but mouse and key, you're not going to have that necessarily.
Yeah, I think at the very top level, the movement is, it's pretty identical. I think for maybe lower levels, in general, controller movement seems to be a little easier. But no, it's pretty much the same so far. Over the years, there have been various movement mechanics that have kind of been exclusive to mouse and keyboard or to controller. But as of right now, I think it's about the same.
That's always interesting to hear. And again, that debate, I think, about where tech is going with games, well, obviously, and especially now we're seeing mobile esports get a bigger stage, a better showing. Touchpad as an interface is just completely different to all of that again, right? And then never mind anything like VR. If we start getting, I know there's some VR games here. I think it's EVA. We're here. It's like FPS paintball, but in VR.
Can we see a Warzone tournament in VR?
That would
all
be
of
great.
You guys?
That would be
61 people.
I would love to participate in that.
All right, maybe we can make that happen. VR Warzone
There's
tournament.
a big enough area in there. We could reconvert it, pull out the seats.
Initialize, we'll bring you back in from League to cast that along.
I tried MLBB earlier, and that was an experience. Thank you again for that production. I had a great time with no idea that was coming up. An experience for all involved. I guess at this point, guys, what are you feeling like about match 7? Anyone stood out to you so far? I know we're relatively early on in, so it's not like we've got loads and loads to work with yet.
Yeah, it looks like there's only been one team that's been wiped so far, so still 13 out of the 14 teams alive. It's still pretty early in the game. Like I said, the job that most teams have at this point in the game is to kind of send those 2 players on the team out to just get those kills early on, because you really need it. This game is very kill intensive. That's where the majority of the points come from, so you'll see a lot of those teams really need to get those points early.
So I know that every team tends to have their preference on where they like to drop in, and Hisoka actually, let's take a moment. Hisoka in a bit of a pickle, both of his teammates in Biffle and Shifty not on the map. A respawn does come in, but for anyone unaware, if one player is left alive in a team, if respawns are open and they get killed, it is game over for you, and that would have been a disastrous moment to wipe. But what I was going to ask, Huskers, is every team has a preference on where they land. How do you figure that out? How do you make that decision?
I think teams, they'll just, I think in a lot of practice games and practice tournaments leading up to huge events like this, they'll kind of try to assert dominance over certain landing spots.
I like that, assert dominance.
Do they just T-pose? Is that what they do on the parachute? Just come on down, no guns firing, the ultimate?
No, that would be great though, but No, I mean, teams will just kind of pick a landing spot, and if there happens to be another team that also lands there and contests them, they'll just try to win that initial, 3v3 fight and, try to get them out of the game. And they'll try to just keep doing that over and over in multiple games and hope that the other team eventually concedes and, tries to move to a different landing spot.
Okay, now, initially just said something I want to follow up on.
The T-posing?
The T-posing, yeah. The T-posing, another word that starts similarly. Is there a preferred method to show your disrespect to another team? If you beat them, if you do well, online or in
This is a safe space. You can be mean here. They won't know.
All right, I'll name the top two that first come to mind would be the teabag, of course.
Of course.
Which
Classic.
I'm sure everyone's very familiar with that. And then also another big one is shooting bodies. So like right after they die, you just light up their body for a good 5 seconds.
I think we actually saw that in some of the solos. Yeah, the body doesn't even have to be there anymore. You're going to shoot the ground where it was.
It's very important you mark where you got that important kill. And I suppose a question then as well. We've obviously been checking in every now and then, but it's been a lot of games all at once, probably what the broadcast is about here in the HQ. But is there any particular players, any particular maps you've gone, yeah, this player's done a really great job so far?
Yeah, I think one in particular would be Noobs on Fnatic. He's one of their core players who's kind of serves as like a slayer role, the one that gets tries to get mini kills. I do know that in one of the games, I don't remember if it was map 3 or 4, he dropped 17 kills himself, which is an insane number of kills for a resurgence.
That might be the highest individual kill count. I'm not sure, but that is very high. I wonder if anyone's beat him in the finals for individual kills in a map.
I don't think anyone has. I think he currently holds the record. And another thing too, if you guys haven't heard, there's a $50,000 bonus to the player that gets the most kills in the finals of this Warzone tournament.
I'm so glad you said that, because I talked about that bounty in the opening show, but I wasn't sure if it was kills through the entirety of solos, group, and finals, but it is just finals.
I believe it's just finals, and it'll be interesting whichever player does win it, if they decide to keep it for themselves or split it amongst their teammates, because I know that was asked a few times in various interviews.
Now, at the risk of not having paid proper attention, am I correct in saying you play quite a lot with Noobs as well?
Yes, I have. We are currently
it's all good.
this is my time to gas me and him up. Yeah, we're currently a duo, so any duos tournaments that happen, we usually play together. And we actually did win the duos World Series of Warzone tournament that was a couple years ago. It's been the only duos one. They've done trios for the other ones, but yeah, that was a huge accomplishment for us. And we've won many tournaments together. He's always my boy, so I'm always rooting for him to do well.
And I was talking about Noobs earlier. He cracks me up because he's so humble, and it's so rare to get a reaction from him when he's doing something. He could drop so many kills in a game. He could be the best player, and he'll just nothing at all. You'll zoom in on him, and he's like, GG, go next.
He's very nonchalant for sure. I'm like that as well. So it's funny whenever we're playing tournaments, and even if we win a tournament, there's not a whole lot of hype. We're just like, yeah, good stuff, man.
This is interesting, by the way. I just noticed both Fnatic and Falcons are down one player, map 7, with spawns off. And it does look like, I think Fnatic have a pretty solid amount of kills. I think Noobs at 4, maybe Alvin roughly at around 4 or 5. So things could get a little bit mixy here. But I want to go back to you talking about teammates. How do you go about finding your team, adjusting until you get a trio or a duo that clicks in?
It's pretty hard to explain the whole process, because I think the Warzone scene is so developed now that, for a new person coming in, it'd be very hard to get on one of the top teams. They'd have to probably prove themselves in smaller tournaments first to kind of get their name out there. But everyone's very familiar with each other already, whereas if some team makes a roster change, drops a player, the other two players kind of already have an idea of who they're wanting to pick up.
Quick score update as well over here. 195.7 for Falcon, 189 for Fnatic.
Are they both out?
They're both still in here as far as I can tell.
Oh, wow, look at... and it's... Okay, this is huge. Twisted Minds, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
I believe they're in third, right?
Yes, the team, they won map 1. They are one of those top teams. They are a full trio, and the Huskers, as you said, incredibly important. When you get to this point where there's no respawns, usually the full squads tend to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's going to be tough for Fnatic, Almond, and Noobs. You'll see that they don't have any money to res their teammate right now. So the only way that they could possibly bring back their teammate back. Oh, they actually just got wiped. So looks like they're going to take an early exit.
Quick heads up here as well. Noobs and Shifty both at 48 kills in the finals so far. One player higher, though, at 50, as it sounds. I got the live update here, so I can cheat. Well, who do you think's got higher, and by what number?
Oh my God, That's a really good question.
You could probably guess, Katie.
Well, I would say Biffle.
Good start.
Or Almond, but I'm just saying Biffle.
Correct. How many kills?
Oh, I thought you said 50.
Did I say 50?
You did say 50.
I spoiled it. Oh no, I wrote it.
Confused for a second.
Shh.
It's okay. You're MOBAs. You're not used to this. It's totally okay. Yes. So my totally uninformed answer is Biffle at 51.
Whoops. Wow. Ruined my whole moment.
A game show host, you are not, sir.
Nope. That one was ruined just slightly.
So do you have the current individual kills leaderboard right now?
I'm looking at it right now. I won't show you.
What are the top 3?
So we've got Biffle at 51. We have got his Shifty at 48 and Noobs at 48 as well.
Wow. So there's still a chance that he could take it. There's only 1 game left after this.
But I mean, again, it's Warzone, it's Rebirth. Anything can happen in one map. Those multipliers, you can have a huge map. I've seen Aiden come back from the brink being 5th, 6th place and have a monster final map, and next thing you know, they take 2nd, even 1st.
Yeah, and especially with the format for this tournament, the Esports World Cup, the 1st and 2nd place for each game has a huge multiplier advantage over the other ones. I believe 1st is a 2x, 2nd is a 1.7, and then it drops down to 1.4x for...
Ooh, there goes. I think Falcons are out.
Oh, they just went.
Yeah.
That's
Do you know that was 3rd place? That's a pretty good multiplier, but this should be Twisted Minds to lose right now.
Okay, so Twisted
Minds,
Minds,
but Night is down.
So Twisted Minds are 3rd place right now. They're at 157 points. So they are, 40 points-ish behind Fnatic, who are 196.
This would be a huge win to keep them in it, because it would be really dicey if they were any more than that going into the final map.
Yeah, it really depends how many kills they have. If they have a ton of kills, that multiplier could really boost them up.
But I say that, I mean, Twisted Minds looked so strong, but now they don't have Circle Z-Smiths all on his own, and he's out. And then just like that, I thought it was going to be Twisted Minds, and in fact, not the case. A new winner takes the stage for Map 7.
Well, there's another win coming on through there, and that puts us in a very interesting position coming through into our final map there as well, right?
That is actually good news for Falcons and Fnatic that Twisted Minds didn't win and get that time super multiplier.
Yeah, because they weren't too far behind in 3rd.
And again, this is something we feel like we've seen quite a lot across Warzone from, again, my very limited experience of this week, and Katie giving me the crash course on how I look at this game. But it feels like quite often a team will run away with it in the early maps, and then it's just like, well, the last few maps are kind of just a celebration lap, right? Whereas it feels like we're coming into this last map, and yes, there are some favorites here, but there's enough teams with close enough points that they could still win with a solid enough last map.
Yeah, that's 100% true, and I think you might know Huskers better than us. It's truly not over until that very final kill, that victory comes up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Fnatic had a 60-point game earlier in the tournament when they had 30 kills and they got the win. So you never know what happens. Someone could go crazy and they could just shoot up if they have an absolutely nuclear game with a ton of kills in the win.
Okay, so if Twisted Minds were to take it away from Fnatic and Falcons, who've kind of been vying at the top of this one for a little while, where would you go, Huskers, on Twisted Minds? Say, this is who needs to take the lead. This is how they're going to do it.
I think what would need to happen is Falcons and Fnatic would probably have to get wiped pretty early on, and then Twisted Minds would just have to be able to get those kills early on and be able to take home the W with 25, 30 kills.
Huskers, thank you so much for joining us. You are a historic Warzone player, and it's so special to have you joining us here to give us some of the top-level expertise on everything happening in the Warzone finals right now. But it's not just Huskers' expertise that's important. Without the Call of Duty observers behind the scenes, we wouldn't have any idea what's going on. We actually sat down and talked with them about what you need to do and what it takes to be an observer. I'm here with Parks from the Battle Royale crew. Parks, can you tell me who you are, what you do, and what the role is you play in this whole big event?
Yeah, so my name is Parks. I'm on the Battle Royale in-game team or observer team. There's actually 9 of us plus 2 directors, and we're responsible for capturing the action, basically following the narrative of the game, the narrative of the overall series of games for the competition. And yeah, just trying to put on the best show, make it make sense, and show you as much action as possible.
Now, I know you're doing Warzone right now, but that's not the only BR, right? You're covering them for all of EWC?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of us that are crossing over a bunch of the Battle Royale games. So for me specifically, I'm doing Warzone, Free Fire, and then coming back for Apex Legends.
Okay, so we're mixing some mobile in there. Now tell me, when you're observing for these games, how do you determine at any given time what you want to be looking at?
Yeah, so that sort of depends, like at which stage in the action, or sorry, which stage in the competition we're at. So sort of near the beginning, the group stages, we just want to show as much killing, as much action. That's what the fans want to see. And then maybe towards the later stages, we're going to start to try to build the narrative. It's sort of tough because there's so many teams. Everyone has a favorite team. Everyone has something they want to see. But we really want to highlight the standout teams and start just building those hero stories.
So you start building the stories, like you said, but does that change from the early game to, say, the very late game? Maybe it's a final circle in Warzone. There's only 4 or 5 teams left. How does the observing grow and evolve over the course of a map?
Yeah, so for the beginning of the match, it'll be a lot of quick fire callouts. Again, just showing as much action as possible. Towards the later stages, we're really just trying to discuss, who's in a power position. A lot of times for those final circles, this crosses over many games as well. You'll have that one sort of high ground spot, and we're trying to say, okay, this is our safety shot. We know this team's going to win, and it feels really good as a viewer to watch from that perspective. Maybe like mid-late game to the very end of the game, if we can catch the winning moment and we sort of follow the story of how they got there, then that's basically what we're trying to do.
Well, that's so important for the viewer to be able to follow along with that story, as you said. Now, I am here for Warzone, so selfishly, I do have to ask, Parks, is there a Warzone team you're hoping comes out on top for EWC, especially with the finals happening?
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Twisted Minds.
I like that pick. That's a good pick.
Yeah, Z-Smith was just really locked in yesterday, and I've actually been a big fan of Aiden since the Fortnite days. So it's just a natural pick for me.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, best of luck to Twisted Minds and the rest of the Warzone and Battle Royale teams. And Parks, thank you so much for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Shout out to the Battle Royale teams. Guys, that was amazing. I loved all of that.
We missed you, though.
Thank you.
Well, do you know where I was?
Where were you?
I actually went into the stadium to have a little
Oh,
watch.
did you really?
It was in there, yeah, it was great.
So you're watching it live?
I was watching it live, but I was also listening to what you were saying. I wasn't listening to them in there. I was listening to you guys. Is what I was
Wise
doing.
answer.
It was, but it was wonderful. We love these co-casts we're going to keep doing. We may even have another one before we get to the end of this show, which we're here for another at least an hour and 40 minutes. It's super close in this Warzone final.
I really couldn't get closer, although, as you often see, there's a gap. Thank you. Chase, you are so helpful. Thank you so much. It really is. It's Falcons in first place at about 203, 204 points, and Fnatic about 5 or 6 points behind them. However, there's a bit of a gap. Twisted Minds in third, but by a large margin. So really,
it's two-horse race.
Fnatic, it's going to be Falcons.
Two-horse race. Right, let us have an EWC catch-up powered by STC. Been on the sofa, actually.
I missed you being next to me. It was very empty without you there. I was like, where am I sitting? There's quite a lot of extra sofas.
At one point, I was so excited, I was just going to come and dive in. Right then, here we are. Well, let's have a look at then. League of Legends, we know what happened before. If people missed it, what happened with T1. They are beatable, but not today.
No, they are not. And it does seem that they've still got a lot of that magic to them. Once upon a time, they were known for being able to come back from any deficit. It felt like 10K gold leads were nothing to them. They'd find ways back. But this tournament, even when things have been a little bit rough, they've always had the creativity and the composure, frankly, to find ways back in. In that last game versus Team Liquid, they steal the Baron, they get back into the game. They still have some very deadly players, and they never let themselves fall so far behind that they weren't in a place where they could come back in. Of course, afterwards, though, we've still got the second semi-finals, namely G2 Esports versus Top Esports, not Gen G, because they got knocked out.
I was watching that particular match between T1 and Team Liquid, right? Game 3, it was Team Liquid that's dominating in the early game, and it was so close until that one particular play that allowed T1 to come back, and it's kind of crazy. You kind of mentioned it. You kind of gave us the warning, right? It's basically do not feed the monkeys, right? You feed the monkeys, they let loose, and basically T1 just comes at Team Liquid, just fangs blaring, whatever. It's scary.
This sounds terrible. I don't want to be anywhere near what you're talking about.
It is a dragon all along.
Yeah, I'm just going to make notes. Don't feed the monkey. Making sure I've got some notes for that.
There's going to be some very unusual quotes for tonight.
G2 Top Esports has kicked off now, I believe it started.
We've just had the teams walking out, if I'm paying attention to my screens right now, so we're just about to get into the games. The keys are on the stage.
Oh, when they start setting the keys.
Not quite there yet.
I love it when they start setting the keys. It is wonderful, isn't it? What do you see happening over this 3-game series?
I think realistically it's Top Esports who should be taking it. They've looked the most consistent. They've looked the most composed. I've covered a lot of their games this year as well. My days in summer, they have been absolutely lethal. There is very few flaws to this team. G2 Esports on the other side, very creative, very composed, and from what we've been hearing behind the scenes, have been doing dangerous things in scrims, but we all know scrim bucks don't buy anything in real life, so I want to see them do it on stage, especially because I know they were a bit disappointed with their performance in quarterfinals.
Well, you talk about G2. Do you think there's any maybe point in the arm or a weak spot against Top that they could?
So the thing is, TN, their jungler, absolutely demolished Canyon and Genji, and that is not something you ever say, because Canyon is arguably the best jungler to ever touch the game. Certainly right up there. And TN has been a player that under pressure scenarios has often suffered. If that happens today, if G2 can make TN a bit of a problem, like give him some issues, then maybe that's the angle in, because he has crumbled when the pressure's been on him before. He's done it quite a lot since 2019. I wonder whether G2 have something planned to make him uncomfortable enough to crack.
Ooh, okay, I like it. See? Our league expert giving me the entire breakdown.
Almost like I've done my homework.
You look like the sort of person who always did his homework.
Yeah, I really
Were you
was.
that
It's
person?
so true. Yeah, I was such a nerd at school.
Well, no, because he was studious and he's brilliant. And he's
Oh, yeah, you look like someone who didn't.
what is homework? I mean, like, literally.
So I had, back then when I was back in school, right? Everybody's Chinese homework, because I had to study Mandarin, right? So everybody's Mandarin file is this thick. Mine is this thin.
Okay.
And that's why, please don't call me by my Chinese name. I get PTSD from that.
All right. Were you good at homework?
I was, just not math.
No. You guys are so studious. You're absolutely studious. Let's keep this check-in going. Warzone, final 7 out of 8 maps. We're almost there. That's now over. 7 out of 8. Is that over?
Yes, thankfully, Husker is taking us through maps 6 and 7, where we did see a new team come out on top. But again, it's neck and neck between first place and second place. Realistically, Fnatic, Falcons, one of them is going to take home first place, and this final drop is so pivotal. Keep your eye on those two teams. I'm not saying someone else couldn't do it, OJ, but at this point, the score difference between first, second, and third, they would have to get full wiped, both of them, really early on, and then another team would. It does. Here's the thing: it could happen. It's just fairly unlikely.
Like, I'm looking at those kill scores at the minute. Biffle 51, Newt 49, Shifty 48.
And guess what team they're on?
Right, Falcons and Fnatic.
And that bounty, someone's going to get that $50,000 bounty at the end of this. Do you think they will share it within the team, or do you think they'll take it themselves?
I'm going to make an educated guess that both of those teams would probably share it.
All right. I think we could take a live look at the points right now. I think we can get them up. Here we go. That's where we are right now. That is so tight at the top. As you said, 1 and 2 clearly out in front. Falcons 203.9, Fnatic 196.2. With one map left, Katie?
I mean, the only way Falcons would ever feel comfortable is if they had a 20-point deficit here, and the fact that it's single digits, neck and neck, and Fnatic has been playing so phenomenally. It's a great opportunity for them to steal the glory away from a Team Falcons that everyone anticipated would win.
If you want to watch that final map, you can do. We'll, of course, keep across it and tell you what happens, maybe even dip in for a live checkup. That is twitch.tv/, hang on, twitch.tv, someone's got it.
Yep. Twitch.tv/EWC_white.
And that's why you're good at these things. That's why you were good at your homework.
I thought it was panic in your eyes and let you save me.
It's one of those things where you go to remember it. It's like, what is my name?
I believe it's OJ.
No, I have spelled my own surname wrong before. My full surname's Borj Danastasi. Like, I don't use
quite a long name.
It's absolutely long, and I don't use my full surname. And somebody once asked me to spell it, and I got stuck halfway through. Anyway, listen about me and my failings. Let's talk Dota, because we do have the preliminaries of Dota happening right now. The play-ins.
Yeah, so it's kind of in an interesting position right now because obviously we have seen people like Blacklist doing really well, perhaps a little against expectation. Heroic as well, I know the talent team were really impressed with their level up across the year, in particular at this tournament. On the other side though, Azure 0-8. Didn't win a game, hugely disappointing, not what we were expecting. And again, I do want to shout out to anybody who's a Dota 2 fan. Go check in right now on the IGXG2 versus LGD. It's game 5 right now of the day between those two teams. It's ongoing right now. Loser is eliminated. Winner still in with a chance of making main stage.
Can I just point out what's going on here? Just currently at this moment, we've got league semi-finals.
Yeah.
We're right at the point of the end of the Warzone finals.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a great MLBB day today as well, and
right.
Dota 2 is happening at the same time, all in the same place.
It's awesome.
I mean, you can overhype these things, but the idea we've got so many games in the same place that we're trying to keep you up to date with as much as we can. That's why we have these updates.
That's why you forget your last name.
Do you know what it is? I've actually written it down. Twitch.tv/EWC_white.
Hey!
If you want to see that final match.
You made notes.
I had made notes. It was just on my old card that I took outside, and I think I've left in the Warzone studio. Anyway, let's take a little bit of talk about the clubs because we've got this club championship going on. Now we've got clubs here that are new. We've got clubs here that only have a couple of games. We have clubs here. If we talk about T1, who've only got, that's just what they do league. But if we look at Fnatic, they are the only club to participate in all 3 main stage games this week. You're a fan of Fnatic, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I've been talking about them all day because they've got some of the best players in the world for the Warzone team. And while this is their first foray into Warzone, I know that initialized perhaps there's a bit more history on the league side.
Yeah, they of course are way back in Season 1, the OG world champions of League of Legends. But of course, they fell out of the World Cup in round 1 here in 2024 in the inaugural competition for this one, and it wasn't a particularly pretty sight. They're going to be very disappointed in that. And of course, we've been hearing Jay's grieve a little bit too about Fnatic Onyx, right?
So a little bit behind the scenes, right? Just in case if you guys are not too familiar, we don't really share behind the scenes. But during the rehearsals, when everybody were going through the lines, making sure we got everything done. My eyes are only just right there in front of my screen, just making sure Fnatic Onyx make through group stages because it was really, really hard. In fact, it's just so hard because see you soon, this one random dark horse from the Cambodia scene basically knocked Fnatic Onyx down, but the one that delivered the killing blow is the MPL Malaysian team, Selangor Red Giants. They deleted them in game number 1, as you can see in the B-rolls right here. That's Sans, by the way. He's the kind of guy, it's like Dr. Disrespect of MLBB. He will spam emotes and recalls right in front of your face. And he doesn't look very hot when game 1 ended. Because don't forget, game 1, they need at least a clean 2-0 in order to be able to force a tiebreaker, and that's only enough chance.
And the problem is over on the league side, right? They were expecting at least semi-finals. That would have been 275 points.
Right. Yeah.
They only got 60. That's a significant difference in the points. And of course, that is a huge deal when, particularly with the League of Legends, where the club scoring is working, you end up sharing those points at the 3rd, 4th place. That's really difficult to give up on.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this meme right now. KT just celebrating on the grace of two game titles already for the side of Fnatic.
Don't worry. Warzone will save you, Fnatic. It might not be League, it might not be MLBB.
Weren't you a Falcons fanboy?
But come home.
Pretty sure, yeah. You're thinking Falcons, record breakers.
No, be clear. I do have some folks on that team that are excellent, as we now do have the very beginning of the final map, map 8. But look, I also just want to flex that FPS is doing well for Fnatic, but the MOBAs, not so much.
If you want to watch that match, I've got it down now, twitch.tv. /EWC_.
He was looking into my eyes as he said
I was just hoping it stayed in my brain. I just don't remember.
I'm proud of you. I'm really proud.
Thank you. What was expected of the Fnatic squad? Was it expected to do as well as it has done?
100%. Yes. So as I've said before, Noobs and Tommy are part of the not Tommy, he was eliminated earlier, but Noobs and Almond alongside Tommy were part of historically the best trio of all time called TBE. They replaced Tommy. They are here with Skullface, who is the best solo Warzone player. So absolutely, it was expected that they would do this well. They did really well at World Series of Warzone in 2023. They're doing well in the qualifiers for World Series of Warzone 2024. So I'm not surprised at all. I would have been shocked, OJ, if they weren't 2nd or 3rd place.
Well, we're right at the point in. I was just trying to keep an eye on it to see what was going on right now. We'll have a check-in with that in the not-too-distant future. Let's talk about game terms. Now, obviously, you each come from 3 separate games. Who wants to go first and give us a game term?
I think it might be me with League of Legends terms. Of course, we've got...
do you want to tell us the term? We'll try and guess it.
Yeah, so I'm going to go for the term
Okay.
Dragon Soul, Drake Soul.
Dragon Soul, Drake Soul. Okay. First off, what's the difference between a Dragon Soul and a Drake?
They're the same thing. It's just
Okay.
Don't give him hints.
Okay. Dragon Soul is... One of you go first so I don't make an idiot of
No,
myself.
no.
Right, okay. Dragon Soul is when you slay the dragon, it's what you get from it. It's some sort of buff.
Okay, that's it. You know, I'm not going to say anything. I'll stay there. Go on, you two next.
I play League. So
Oh, that's actually both play League. That's very true. I played ARAM.
We do know.
What am I doing?
You two went and watched it last night.
It's so true. That's actually not miles off.
Okay.
So in fact, we may as well get onto it here. So actually, we're getting a little fight on our screen as this is happening as well. Basically, what a Dragon Soul is when a team kills 4 dragons, they get a permanent team buff that it really gives you a huge, potentially game-winning advantage.
I
What
was
happens
surprisingly
is
close.
the first, you really were, the first 2 dragons are random dragons. Could be any element, a mountain dragon, an infernal dragon, hell, even a Hextech dragon. Yes, Hextech is an element in League of Legends. Thank
cool.
Arcane for that. But after that point, the whole geography of the map changes. And the 3rd dragon that spawns, and every dragon after that will match the rift in front of you. So if it's an ocean rift, you're getting ocean dragons. If it's a mountain rift, you're getting mountain dragons, and so on and so forth. And the first team to get to 4 dragons kills gets that all-important team-wide buff, which stays with you for the rest of the game. And it's often really key, as we're kind of getting some of this B-roll behind you, because it forces teams to come and fight. You cannot afford to give up some of particularly the really powerful souls up to your opposing teams. And like this one on screen right now, FlyQuest didn't even need to get the soul, but they did just win the fight afterwards because G2 couldn't afford to not fight. They have to come and contest this, or the game is nearly over, purely off the power of that dragon.
But we've seen with souls, and I think in some of the previous matches, that if you go in at the wrong time initialize, I mean, it's important, but if you get the soul and then you get wiped after, it doesn't really matter.
All right. It's very tricky, but it does mean that, particularly, guys, the TLDR on this is, if you see one team starting to stack dragons, pay attention to those big fights around Dragon 3, Dragon 4, because there will be violence.
Right. I've, of course, now downloaded MLBB. It's on my phone, so
You want to be a dragon as well?
Well, I tell you, what is the term we're going with from you?
Okay, so for my particular term is that Lord. If you notice, that's one of the major objectives that will spawn later towards the game, because the developers realize that, hey, seems like if the teams are too good, we need additional pushing power. So whoever slain this Lord will be able to not only just take the Lord on their team. So basically, it's like make it turn into a 6v5, so you can use him as a battering ram into the enemy's base. Apart from that, you also get to spawn super minions against the enemies.
I think I'm going to be more intelligent by the end of the show than I started it, and I might remember stuff. Katie, what is your game-specific term?
It's a fun term in Warzone.
Go on.
I like it a lot.
Okay.
It's called cracked.
Okay.
And
I think I could get this.
So,
you guys.
Oh, can I make you guys guess?
This guy's guess. Yeah, I think I know what it is.
Okay. OJ, go first.
No, I think I know what it is. I honestly do think I know what it is.
Fine. Initialize. Cracked.
I think you told me. I think it's breaking armor plates.
I feel like you're too good. I feel like that's an objective.
Yeah. I think it's when you smashed all the armor plates.
You are correct, but I'm going to throw a curveball at you. Crack technically has 2 meanings.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, no.
No, you are correct. You are correct, because cracked for armor is what I put in. And to explain, in Warzone, you have plates. That's your armor. If someone destroys all of your plates, then you get a cracked armor symbol above their head. That's when you know to push that player, because you're going to win that fight. However, cracked is also a term in Warzone, in Call of Duty, to mean a player who's really good. They're winning their fights. They're flying around. They're cracked. So, bit of a cheese on my end. But you were correct.
You had way too much fun with that. Thanks.
I did.
I personally feel like for once, all of us are right, even though we're coming with different answers.
You all passed. You all
Yay!
successfully.
Yeah, it's
did
why I
well.
never hear the word crack, because I'm no good at any of these games. Katie, I've used the word pointy end of the Warzone finals a lot, but we're absolutely right. Then we're going to take a live look in.
Oh, let's take a look. I can't wait to see it, because you said it right. Map 8 is ongoing right now, and I'm taking a look. I can see Fnatic still alive, and I believe so are Falcons, and those are going to be your teams to watch currently.
this. Falcons are so far out of the picture that now all of a sudden Fnatic kind of have this little bit of a power surge to where they know they can third party some of the weaker squads that are over towards ships and docks. So now all of a sudden Fnatic putting themselves a couple of good kills together. It's just down to making sure we don't play too risky because your solo anchor is way out in Narnia at the moment.
This is the top 3 teams hunting the map for kills. They fought each other for a bit, and now they're sweeping the edge because you're right. Way less kills to go around, which means every single point is massive, as it looks like the Falcons are making a late game surge straight up the middle with everybody up to HQ. They want this high ground position. They want it now, as on our screen, Fnatic falling to AB Wiz. They lose 2. Now Almond all by himself. He is the last alive for his team, and he is not on high ground.
And he was the last player left as the anchor, which Falcons were trying to hunt. So moment of panic right there from the side of Fnatic. They do get towards the buy station. They can reset. In the picture is Heretics, though. There's still a 3-man squad over towards Control Center as AB Wiz and co start to stabilize and win out this battle versus Na'Vi. But the Falcons are here. They're looking to contest. They know they've got Fnatic nearby. They want to finish them.
Yeah, that AB Wiz squad could make a play for 4th here if Guild can't get a move on. They do have a sizable amount of eliminations. Everybody's slaying! Fnatic goes down at the hands of Shifty. A full team wipe. Fnatic is out of the picture. The only team that can touch the Falcons is Twisted Minds, but they need an absolute banger. Frankly, Shift, they need one of the biggest games today. 40 plus and counting as the Falcons stay alive. The crowd goes wild because they know what this means. If they can secure the kills, they can secure the win. No one can touch the Falcons.
And on top of that, if you really want to play the macro, Saudi Arabia is going nuts because they can have a 1-2 finish here. There's still a chance where even if Twisted Minds can't quite catch up to the Falcons, they may be able to surpass Fnatic. So it would be a 1-2 Saudi org finish. How incredible that would be to start off everything at EWC.
The Fnatic team took a risk. They spread out. They sent 2 out. They actually pulled what is the Falcons cannon strategy. It's kind of the Rebirth strategy.
Yeah.
It hasn't been paying off for anybody, and apparently it doesn't pay off in the final map either. They had to go for gold, and unfortunately, they will likely fall silver or bronze, but still a lot of math to be done and Shifty in a bit of trouble. This team is now got a tournament to lose at their hands. They just need a mediocre performance.
Yeah, and again, just to reestablish, like you mentioned, it's kind of an island where the top 3 are just very safe. Guild is still alive. They're currently in 4th, and they've put together a good map, but they would have to put together an incredible map with a win if they were to want to touch where Twisted Minds were, which, again, they're also keeping that gap pretty tight with the ability for them to pick up 8 kills, at least at this point. So, again, it's just down to what does Twisted Minds put together? Can they eliminate this Falcons team and give themselves a chance to possibly surpass Fnatic?
A lot of money exchanging hands. Resurgence closed, and we're moving into the next zone. Guild need a big one, holding off the advances of AB Wiz and other teams nearby. The Fnatic's an opportunity, and they lost it. An opportunity to take gold, and they just barely missed. And now they are just biding their time, waiting to see what this team right here, this team that could take 2nd, this team that theoretically could take 1st, but they need a monster map. And they don't have a lot of kills to boot, not as much as they would like. 8 kills total right now, and this is the problem. There's only a total of 21 other people on the map.
They would essentially have to wipe Falcons right now if they wanted to have a chance at possibly surpassing them, and they would have to still rip apart pretty much the rest of the lobby. So it is starting to feel pretty darn confident for Falcons. Not a guarantee yet, but with Fnatic out of the picture, there is an opportunity for maybe some action to possibly still happen around the center of this top 3.
Yeah, this zone pull is an extremely favorable pull for both Guild and Falcons. Yet again, being gifted this circle means everybody else has to come to them. Heretics are going to make a late game push over there to HQ on the other side. Twisted Minds don't know what to do with themselves. They look a bit lost. They look a bit frenetic. I don't know what they're trying to do right now. They need to get a move on. Again, they're so safe that they just need to fly at teams right now. They're not at risk of giving up their position unless Guild drop like a 70, and while Syndicate's coming out of nowhere, finally waking up in 9th place going into this, wiping everybody on the map. Twisted Minds finally answering back as the only team that wasn't struck by that PA.
Yeah, that was legitimately just Intex saying, we'll see what happens, but that was fishing with dynamite right there. Takes down a number of members, but none of the kills were confirmed. Everyone gets back up, so hot action right inside the central building and headquarters, but doesn't turn into too much, but you can see Twisted Minds fully healthy, looking to make their move.
An absolute cluster here at HQ. This is where we ended all the Falcons. have taken the roost. They've taken Fnatic's position, and we will end there to add insult to injury. But Aiden will not stop. Aiden will not fall. Knight with the backup gets the trade and keeps Aiden alive. A huge play by Twisted Minds to stay in this game. There was a moment there they might have fallen and given away the win, but there is still a chance for Twisted Minds.
The Falcons are making the macro play for the tournament right now. They do not want to drop. They know that if they just put themselves into a top 3, top 5 position, they likely win the $1 million lion's share. So it's just about playing safe from here on out for the Falcons.
8 kills for the Falcons, looking for the multiplier. Slowly but surely waiting for the teams to come to them. You're right, it's a macro play. There's no reason to push the equation. There's no reason to give your life away. You've got to make sure that you secure this win. Slow play, and unfortunately on the other side, Zsmit can't get the better of Guild. Guild making a huge surge. It's not going to be enough to really move them up the leaderboard too dramatically, but they could thwart Twisted Minds from making a play for second.
Yeah,
Fnatic would love that.
Aiden's in a lot of trouble right now. He doesn't have any ground to work with, doesn't have a tremendous amount of cash, so he's just got to try to play his life out, and, well, he will put himself in an opportunity to kind of re-kit up just a touch, but again, now the focus is all about what the Falcons could do. PDS going to get placed. Hisoka just still trying to watch from above as the rest of the group gets together as number 12 is out of the mix. That's Heretics down and dusted. Final 6 teams.
PDS is all over the place, just trying to stay alive. Everybody wants the multi. Aiden able to buy back his teammates. Twisted Mind still in this. They do have 13, but the Falcons have 11. By the way, Fnatic fallen with 10, which means the Falcons, their only competition right now is Twisted Minds. They have dramatically taken down Fnatic.
Wow.
There is no one that can touch them, and they are playing the macro. PDS is on buy station. This is how they started this event, and this is how they're going to end it. Twisted Mind falls. The Falcons, last team alive in the top 3. The Falcons going to take it all in style. Let's see what they're able to do. Hisoka by himself. How about a couple C4s, AB Wiz? How about a gun to the face, AB Wiz? Can't quite fall, but unfortunately, Hisoka with 3 is going to make a play. Back to the buy station we go. Has enough cash if he can find a PDS, which he does have. Can get a buyback here. Could still make a play to win it all. There are 2 players remaining. It is Oki versus Hisoka.
And Hisoka may just see this one live out in the gas. There's the rest of the team. It's going to be down to just one. AB Wiz is down to Oki. All 3 Falcons flying in for the final moment.
The final moment all together like we started. Shifty, Biffle, Hisoka, they win the final map. They win the whole tournament. There is no debate. There is no dissension. The Falcons are now the greatest Warzone trio the world has ever seen. Your Falcons are the first Esports World Cup champions. $200,000 to their name. The celebration from the crowd.
Team Falcons EWC, your Warzone champions, the best trio of all time. Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty. They dethroned TBE, and I believe based on overall placements here, Tommy will have been dethroned from overall earnings for the first time in, I think, 3+ years.
From what I heard from your fellow Warzone casters, it was going to take a first place finish to do it.
And they
just got first place.
I cannot understate how incredible Team Falcons are individually as the best players. You don't often see that in a game. Look at them. Hisoka, I love Hisoka.
Do you know what?
What I mean by this, just to give you a brief explainer, is that you guys have talked about, right, some of the best teams. If you put together a God squad, it doesn't always work out. That is the exception to the rule. They are the best 3 players, and they did it in style.
But they mesh, don't they? Their play styles work so together. I can't understate how much we almost had to bring you back to the Sophie. I'm so excited.
It was phenomenal work.
There was an F word that was said, and it wasn't.
I just wish that production actually caught all of that.
I know they have.
I was screaming, I was yelling. I personally really love the stories of these players because they had social media going after them, saying they weren't legitimate players for years and years and years. And now they've done World Series of Warzone. They are here at EWC, taking that top spot. That argument is dead. They are the best players in the world. I love that for them. It's so well deserved. And yes, I look a bit flustered in my hair because I was up, I was screaming, I was shouting.
I love that moment when all of a sudden you thought, Team Falcons, they only just got one member left, and all of a sudden, they just got everybody in the
Oh.
buyback. That was amazing
That was a
to
flex,
watch.
by the way. The second one was a flex. The first one you're pointing out was a game-changing play from Hisoka.
I mean, not to put too fine a point, we had a little bit of discussion on the coaching minute, but what are the disrespectful things you can do in Warzone? I might add that to the list. Like, yeah, we've won this. I'll go revive my mates so we can make this even more unfair.
It was beautiful. It was a lovely moment. If you want to see the reaction and some of those highlights, you can go right now, twitch.tv/EWC_. Right, you will see this going on. You will hear the casters taking you through it. We are going to get the trophy moment as well. There he goes. He's dancing. He's dancing. And it was nice, I tell you what as well, Katie. It was nice that it was Team Falcons. It was a home crowd. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Look
It's
at that.
Trophy time.
And I think, taking a look at it, the top overall kill leader, I think, was Shifty on Team Falcons with Biffle tied. Actually, I think, no, the top 2 overall kill leaders were Biffle and Shifty from Team Falcons. That's incredible.
I think this is the first trophy that's being lifted here, isn't it? This is the first one that's going
Very well deserved. The team has worked so hard. They were the favorites, and Fnatic, it was a tough moment for them because we saw them get wiped. And I knew at that point, before it was even over,
As somebody who
that
does
they were
stage
done.
host from time to time, these are the great moments. When you're on the stage, everyone's going wild. You tend to have, confetti falling from the ceiling, and then there's that trophy moment. And it was wonderful to see them take their key to that gold centerpiece, stick it into that trophy, and that's what they're taking home.
And it's a home crowd too, right? That's the local team. Falcons, that they get to see their team do this.
There we go. Look at that. The trophy's been lifted.
Oh, that warms my heart. Congratulations, Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty. Incredibly well deserved. They have put everything into this craft, into this game,
wiping it.
polishing it up to make sure it reflects on all the confetti. And that is Falcons 1,000 points now for the club in that portion of this event. And just so well deserved. You can see that. They're listening to the crowd. They're telling the crowd to be quiet. Anyone who ever doubted them, OJ, time to sit back and shut up.
Let's just double check. You doubting them, Jace?
Yeah, man. I'm just.
You are doubting them.
Oh. I'm in a sense where I'm just looking at this team. I hope I don't meet them online.
Okay.
I will step back.
Me neither. Me neither.
I will be like, okay, I'll go to the next server.
Yeah, no, I hope I do meet them online just for the lols, as I get absolutely crashed in the first 45 seconds.
Just sit there and cry into your hand.
Cry onto my keyboard.
OJ, can I just call back to those Pepsi cold takes?
Yeah.
To the caster who said they weren't going to get it done. Sir, sit down too.
They are sat down. Thank you so much. We will have the Falcons winners interview after this break, and Jays is going to teach us some MLBB in the EWC Rewind. It's all on the way. Make sure you come back.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia? by Sony.
Falling for free here. I mean, 369 just exerting his presence behind the turret, and that means that G2 have to back away, especially because Caps is in the bottom lane. And yes, he'll get that turret for himself, but an inner mid turret at 20 minutes into the game is very quick for a game that's, you know, still relatively close. So it feels like Top Esports, they've identified, hey, we have this lead, let's use it to just get more money as soon as we possibly can.
And they're also going to be in perfect position. Cream doesn't even need to back. They are ready to go for this Hextech Dragon as well, getting themselves to Soul Point with one of the best souls in the game. Just the AoE slow, the only stacking slow in the game, actually, still going to come through. And Top Esports going to grab another one.
Yeah, I mean, G2 are here. They want to fight, but they're late to the party. They get in, and everybody's already left. And so they're going to leave themselves. So not much of a fight there on the Drake. It is just going to go the way of Top Esports once again. We see those fans out there in the crowd as well, showing their signs, even a G2 sign there. I saw that one as well, hoping that maybe G2 can come back in this game. But at the moment, Top Esports not letting go of their vice grip on this one.
And it's going to be very tough. This composition coming out from Top Esports does the Baron very, very quickly. You have the double marksman. One of them is Tristana. You also have the Zyra. So not only are you doing it quickly, you're also doing it very healthy because the plants are tanking all of the Baron shots. It's very difficult for G2 to try and find anything. We were looking at a composition that had a decent amount of crowd control, and it still does. But Top Esports are not really giving any entrances back into the game. And now Tian getting ready to start it up. Yike tries to check things out. The wind becomes lightning, but G2 are completely blind as to if they're actually hitting.
Yeah. I remember we were watching TL versus T1. We were begging Team Liquid to start the Baron. Top Esports are like, yeah, we'll start it here at 22 minutes if we have to. They're not actually going to, but they are setting up just the immense vision control you were mentioning, Joshi, on this objective. And as it starts, you know, G2, they have to push in, they have to try to get vision themselves, and that leads to Mickey X taking a big chunk of damage and some extra priority going over the way of Top Esports. Mickey X gonna hop forward as the wall goes up. The Solar Flare is gonna miss, but Yike is just so low at the same time that Top Esports still liking their position.
Yeah, Yike taking all that damage should be all the impetus that Top Esports needs to actually go for this Baron. Yike will have to back away, and even with the Hextech portals, look at how quickly this goes down. G2 walking directly into the trap, and they don't have another option.
Yeah, I mean, they have to try to fight for this one, but now we got 369 in the back line. He's going to set it up, and we have the Baron going the way of Top Esports. Is 369 just going to disappear somehow. Didn't see how that damage went into him. He was just way too deep. As now Top Esports, they want to get this objective and back away 10.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Biffle, I'm going to come to you first, buddy. Try to put into words how you're feeling right now.
I can't. To be honest, I can't put into words. Having a crowd like this is amazing. I love all of you guys. Thank you guys for supporting us. Oh my God. I don't even know what else to say.
All right. We got to say this. I mean, we've been talking a lot throughout the tournament, obviously with all the wins, but you get to select 3 teams and their keys to get crushed and added to your trophy. Have you made your selection yet, Zoka?
I know one guaranteed. It's Fnatic, choke artist.
Oh, it's Fnatic going in the trophy, baby! Shifty, finally, you know, you guys are here. You've got the center stage. You've won the Esports World Cup. What an incredible performance. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans, to family who have supported you throughout this entire journey?
You guys are everything. Literally, we feel the fucking crowd every kill. You guys kept us in it. After they had a banger game, it was you guys that kept us composed, and we did this shit for you guys.
Now, I would like to ask you guys to come on up to our camera and sign it for us. I got a little pen for you.
I'm gonna sign this camera here.
Come on in. All yours. Come on up.
Sign the lens.
Sign it up. All yours.
There he is, Biffle, signing the camera right now. They are so happy. I mean, obviously, they've just won a trophy. It's a ridiculous thing to say. But the smiles on their faces is a lovely thing.
They truly deserve it. I can't encapsulate their entire story for you because that would just simply take too long. But these are 3 gentlemen who have overcome the odds, the doubt, the slander, the highest highs and the lowest lows, and they have proven time again that they are the best to ever do it in Warzone, and to see them do it here, it really, really makes me happy. I couldn't think of more deserving folks.
It kind of feels like we skipped to the final chapter. We saw them at the heights of their powers, winning everything. We didn't get the struggles beforehand here. We've come right at the end to watch them become the best that's ever been, right? They have put up the most incredible numbers, done the most incredible things, and are now the most incredible just period, right? And that is an exceptional thing to do. And it's not, of course, just the Warzone we've been seeing. I've got a little bit of a note in about the Dota 2 as well, because it's been high drama absolutely everywhere because G2 IG just got knocked out after a 5-game
of Dota?
Oh. Yeah, they're gone.
Oh, wow.
They are eliminated. LGD just about survive, and apparently, guys, would be worth going back and watching those VODs because it was a metronome of a series. Every game back and forth, 8K gold swings multiple times.
Yep.
So it's just been one of those days where all of the action has been pretty spectacular, whatever game you've been viewing.
Do you know what? I was looking over your shoulder right then because where we are, the STC Arena where Warzone has just finished, is behind us. All of the fans have just piled outside. Everyone's chanting. You could possibly hear the cheering as well. That is a party atmosphere right now. It's an absolute party atmosphere.
And definitely these people that we're seeing out there are the major source of the power of the players. In fact, they were just still cheering them on, and it's amazing because don't forget, we just crowned our first ever champion of all the game titles that we see in EWC.
And it was a moment. When
it is a massive moment.
We saw it going in,
Yeah.
We're actually going to see the key going into the totem in the not too distant future. We're just waiting for that to happen. And I think that'll be an exciting thing to see because it's the first time we talked to you before about how the trophy system works, the keys and the breaking of it. And they mentioned one of the fragments of the keys they wanted to put in was Fnatic. That was the one that had to go in because Hisoka has history with them.
Hisoka does. They all do, really. And here's the thing. I'm going to say Fnatic is a respect pick from them because Fnatic have never given them a moment to relax. Even going into that final game, Fnatic easily could have come out on top. You have Almond, you have Noobs, you have Skullface. They are some of the best right alongside Team Falcons. So while it stings, I mean, you're giving a testament to just how good they were, even if they fell short.
Well, not to put too far a point, Katie was getting a little nervous when she saw there was a done map from Falcons. They were falling behind, and Falcons had a 25-point lead. And the next map, Falcons come back and swing it back in their favor. And the fact that there was not that kind of huge lead that we sometimes see in games like Warzone, where just after 3 maps, okay, one team's 100 points clear. It doesn't matter. No, up until the final map, there were a few teams that could have won it. Fnatic really, really, really were worthy rivals, I think it is fair to say.
Are you sure you're not a Warzone caster?
That's what I was just
You've made me into one, Katie. Thanks for the very hardcore training.
Well, you also did MLBB, so
it's
yeah.
true.
There we go.
This is what it's all for. This is how we're going to get into all your games, isn't it?
You are a polymath.
It's coming to our games.
Beautiful polymath. We're still waiting for them. They're next to the totem right now. We're waiting for them to put their key into the frame. I bet they don't get told off for hanging around it like I did.
Okay.
Guys, out of the way. What are you here for?
OJ, not to burst your bubble, mate, but you may not be like as important as the winners of the one of the games, the World Cup.
In my mind.
I think more importantly, the god right there that's telling you off is probably asking, did you win COD Warzone?
Yeah, well, the answer
no,
is absolutely
please
not.
step aside.
Katie, we know Fnatic's going to go into their trophy.
Yes.
Who else do you think is going to go in there? If you were going to choose a disrespectful pick, what would that be?
Alula.
Is that
And
possible?
the reason I would pick them is, well, I would assume because they won the group stage, Team Falcons did. They won the group stage and they won finals, which means they got 7 keys, including Alula. And the reason I say they might include that team is because that includes Tommy, who is part of the historic Almond and Noobs TBE trio, the best of all time before this trio, and Tommy, the highest earner of all time until now.
Here we go. It's going in.
Let's take a look.
Ahsoka's got it. This is the first one going into the totem. They will be immortalized as champions.
Wow.
Magic.
I
That
gotta
was the
admit,
moment.
how fast it is to basically quickly engrave the names on it right there. You gotta have to admit, efficiency is top notch.
Absolutely is. Can I also point out, we've worked out how good our soundproofing here is in the studio, as they've just started a music festival.
Well, I mean, that's part of the joy of being in the Boulevard Studio, right? Like, we got to wander around, we have the cold open with it all, but we are right in the middle of the action here. You can see out the back of the screen, and it gives a nice atmosphere, I'll give it that.
I think, Katie, Warzone is now done here.
Yes.
It's finished. Has it been a classic LAN for you? Has it been one of the great tournaments?
It's absolutely one of the great tournaments, a tournament for the history books for Warzone. My privilege really to be here. And I also have to give a shout out all the casters, the analysts, the hosts, the stage hosts, interviewers who brought you the stories, brought it to life, did an amazing, amazing job. But OJ, I am very excited because now I can keep following Initialize around, have him take me to more of the League of Legends games. He took me to my first ever League game yesterday with G2 and FlyQuest, and now I can get spoiled by some more.
It was so cute.
It was real
so
magic.
wonderfully cute.
Yeah.
I know, I did actually send, because there was a wonderful picture of you both looking like you were in a microwave, I must admit.
The lighting was quite red, it's true.
I know I sent the picture in. If we have it, I'm sure we'll see it in a second, because it was one of the cutest pictures I've ever seen as you two went off. Have you got more planned to go to see another match?
Depending on where we get done, I would like to try and catch them. If we get the chance, maybe the end of the top Esports versus G2, I think it would have to go to 3, so we'll have to see. Well, we've got game 1 finished just now. I won't spoil anything more than that, but if we can, I'd love to go and see it live. There's nothing quite like live.
I might.
Go join us.
I might be part of your throuple.
Let's make it happen. Get it, Jays. We're a team event.
Yep. Everyone's there. Jays, MLBB, it finished a lot earlier today, so we know this group has finished today. Let's have an EWC rewind. Teachers, what has been happening?
Yep, so for the side of EWC Rewind, right, especially I need to talk about the history between these two teams. First of all, on the Instagram page, they actually put SRG as Yuta from JJK, and then Fnatic Onyx as Gojo.
Okay.
It's basically a Yuta going up against Gojo kind of storyline, and I'm not going to spoil you guys if you watch or read the manga. The storyline kind of goes together at the same. Together. All right, so first of all, Selangor Red Giants, this is where we have to focus on one character from the side of Selangor Red Giants. All eyes on Sekis. Sekis. It's a bit of debate with what kind of
one of those names where people change back and forth.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Whenever I listen back to them NPL Malaysian casters, they always talk about everything. But anyways, Sekis is a character that basically does a lot of damage, especially true damage, right? So he, I would say, get Kyrie in this particular game.
Okay. I'm going to do this one because obviously as a MOBA character, I know exactly what true damage is. For someone who does not know what true damage is, why is it not say false damage? Well, what is true damage?
Okay, so true damage basically goes through everything. You can build armor to counteract enemies' damage, but true damage doesn't care. It just goes through it.
So it doesn't matter what you're wearing.
Your resistances are futile.
I thought you were going to
roll that line.
You set me up. That's fair.
I love that line. But another thing that we also have to take note about from the side of this, especially this particular match, is that Selangor Red Giants, also this character that you're seeing right now in the middle, Yums, it's a very, very squirrel that goes around, but he has the ability to bring everybody into the team fight very quickly. So Selangor Red Giants in this particular map is just them, they need to go on full full pedal to the metal, right? They need to go fast because they have the ability to just call in everybody. So Fnatic Onyx, they have to be a little bit, they have to play a little bit scary, right? So another thing as well on this particular game, why this is also very important for Fnatic Onyx is at this stage of the game, they're already down a few points, especially when See You Soon has already, clean sweep them. Fnatic Onyx needs a 2-0 for this particular game, a series, mind you, in order to force a tiebreaker. It's like, I need this 2-0 to give me a chance to qualify for the knockouts.
That's stressful. I mean, that level of nerves, that has to be sitting in the back of each player's mind. That
Definitely.
You don't have to just win, you have to sweep.
Yep, definitely. Apart from sweeping, another character that we have to also cover. Just take a look right here. If I'm not mistaken, the first turtle, which is like the dragon for MLB, for League of Legends.
Yeah.
But in the early game, it gives you this bonus gold and EXP. And don't forget, MLBB is a very fast-paced game. One false move in the early game is very hard to recover.
Well, how hard? Sorry, just how hard is it to recover? Because the thing is, though, if it's early game and you make a false move, does that ruin it? Is it done?
It's ruined. I've seen games that were determined. You can see the results in just the first minute.
That's heartbreaking.
The first minute? I mean,
That's heartbreaking.
Warzone, you die and you come back in a couple of seconds. In the first 60 seconds of a game?
Correct. So let me tell you how this negative workflow goes in, right, for the side.
That's stressful. I don't like this.
It is stressful.
I'm going to delete it off my phone now.
Okay, it is so stressful to the point that even in the most recent patch, even the developer themselves decided, hey, it's a little bit too stressful. In fact, let me tell you why it happens. So how it could happen is the enemy roamer or the enemy tank support comes into your jungle, takes takes the buff away from your own jungler. So what's going to happen is where your creep is taken away, you don't really get the EXP from that, you're stuck at level 1.
Oh no, because you needed that experience.
But now they have level 2?
Correct.
And that's you'll never catch back up. So you're stuck at level 1, everyone's a level ahead.
Correct. So what happens is that your jungler, when after the first round of clear, you should get level 4. That's when you unlock your ultimate. That's where all your pulse might come in. If you have that buff taken away, you go into your first turtle fight. Usually first clear, just in time for the first turtle fight. Massive objective. That gold lead, that EXP lead is important. And now you're going to enter this first turtle fight at a level disadvantage. Not only just a level disadvantage, you don't have your ultimate.
Wow. Okay.
And obviously, ultimate ability, you're missing a key ability, which is, the biggest part of your kit in the name, right? But on top of that, I had a brief go at casting this game earlier, knowing absolutely nothing. And it didn't stop. Every fight just kept going on and on and on. There wasn't any moment to breathe or catch up. So I completely get that if you start that kind of foot behind, that meter behind, you end up in a position where you're just doomed from the outset, and that gets very difficult to manage, I am sure.
It is, and once you have a jungle difference, your side lane's gonna get affected.
That one I know all about. Jungle difference to all the League of Legends.
Correct.
Right,
there you go.
For those of us who are neither, jungle difference?
So it is a meme within the League community that basically whenever you lose the game, you blame the jungler. It's their fault that they didn't win their lane.
Well, to be clear, as a support and a mid laner in League, not once has it ever been my fault in a game. It is always a jungle diff.
Yeah, I like this. Everything that happens now is going to be the jungler's fault. You know when I can remember the stream name?
Yeah, that's okay.
You are our jungler.
I'm an actual jungler, so I'm just sitting here getting blamed for everything. Solo queue experience, I guess.
You remember, so we go back to the topic why the first turtle is very important. Now, you're going to go into, after your first turtle is taken away because you don't really have the key ability, then basically your early game is going to get messed up. You're going to be a little bit delayed in terms of your hitting your respective power spikes and whatnot, and then you're going to go to the mid to late game where that's where, you're going to go into disadvantage, item disadvantage, EXP disadvantage.
So obviously that negative snowball is really hard to stop.
It's hard.
But obviously more so than League of Legends, which is obviously that much slower pace. You've got more opportunities to try and fight your way back. What are the tools you have to maybe stop that, maybe come back? Is there any way? I know you're saying it's very, very hard to, but if you were going to try and turn it around, what do you do?
Okay, first of all, you need a miracle.
Oh, okay, I see. Right, that's a big start.
Are you talking about a miracle in some sort of MLBB sense? It's a buff I can get a miracle?
No,
or are you talking about literal...
I'm talking about MLBB. One of the players decided to put their phone down for 10 seconds.
Okay.
Oh,
we'll
okay.
Just have a chill.
Okay. Yeah, they just have to chill. Okay.
Fling it into the crowd. That's it. Out of here.
Yeah. Jokes aside, there are several built-in tools. In fact, the most recent patch, in order to prevent that very thing from happening, where your jungler gets killed in level 1, your buff gets stolen, they actually buff your teammates in your own jungle and nerf your enemy as they try to invade.
MLBB is brutal.
It is brutal. It is. That's why it's very high. People, that's the argument I always see, right? Whenever people want to compare Mobile Legends Bang Bang across other MOBAs, it's a very brutal and unforgiving game. Just take a look.
It looks. I don't like this.
Yeah. Sekai's right here is on a absolute rampage right here. Apart from the triple kill, he secured the 2 turtles already, and now, in fact, just at timestamp 7 minutes, we are already nearing the mid-late game already.
I mean,
late game at 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, the pace of that game is so fast, and we've been getting that impression. I guess on top of that, you're saying, look, mechanics are everything here. Those initial, very fast-paced decision-making trees are so difficult to manage that my impression is this game is like, it's all about, well, are my hands better and are my decision-making on those very short timers better than yours?
Correct. So here comes the problem, right? So we always compare the Filipinos, right? They're really good at micro. They love to out-rotate. Indonesians, though, in fact, Fnatic Onyx is an Indonesian team. They're really strong with the mechanics. In fact, if you go and watch most of the highlights, it's mostly Fnatic Onyx. However, in M5, it's mostly Falcons AP Brand who won.
I'm just looking at this one though. Remind me, what happened to Fnatic Onyx again?
Oh, you just have to remind me
We're watching the game!
Yeah, okay, fine. So, during this particular match, Selangor Red Giants was able to secure game number 1, and that's basically, effectively, just putting the final nail in the coffin for the side of Fnatic Onyx to basically not being able to qualify for the knockout stage. And it's really sad. Remember when during the rehearsals halfway, when we have a break, I was watching this game and all of a sudden I started just...
One of the great things of MLBB having an early start time is that I've never seen anyone so transfixed. Through any esports, it was. I mean this the most.
Not seen it at all.
Yeah, I know, but in the most wonderful way possible. Because the action is so fast, you can't take your eyes off it.
It is. And if you notice, I think initialized, you also felt the brunt of our problems as casters, right? Whereas play-by-play casters, we love to scream, we love to shout, right? But can you imagine the color casters coming in?
They've got like 10 seconds to make a point maximum.
Correct. So it's all about efficiency when we talk about casters, right? Within that small little time frame, within 1 minute, I could have probably 2 team fights happening.
I'm kind of just to be clear, you couldn't see us, but initially
I
pointed at me because I've been quiet. I'm letting y'all take center stage because I'm coming down from my endorphin high.
That's very true. You did just have a moment of
I'm
quiet
taking a moment of debris.
You've had your own team fight for the last hour.
I have, yes.
Sorry, I was interrupting nap time. My bad.
So remember, as initialized, to talk about how are we gonna come back in the later parts of the game. Actually, Fnatic Onyx does have that tool. First of all eyes on Sans, which is the bird lady that I was talking about. Remember that guy in the middle? You see the bird lady, the phoenix-looking thing that's walking around the mid lane, that's circling around.
Yep.
That is basically an artillery mage.
Okay.
Within every 20 to 10 seconds, around 20 seconds, she can just plant in this massive no-go zone.
Okay.
Basically, if you go in, I'm gonna slap you with multiple amounts of damage, and that's basically the only way. This is what we call Fnatic Onyx having a high ground, whereas they are able to wave clear quickly to defend their base. But Selangor Red Giants does have the tool to basically just counteract that, because Stormy, which is the one on the left-hand side, all the way at the bottom.
Bottom of the bomb.
That's basically what we discussed about. Remember the Silas thing?
Yeah, so a champion that can steal other people's abilities and use them against them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mostly ultimates.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is, mostly whenever you cast a Mobile Legends Bang Bang game, you saw how the dragon comes out. It's messy. In this particular game, it's even messier because what Stormy could do is basically steal away Sans' ultimate, and there you go. That's the circuit that I was talking about. Creating some space that allows, Fnatic Onyx to gain some zone control around the Lord Pit.
Okay.
But, I mean, Selangor Red Giants, at this rate, they're so far ahead in terms... Okay, they're not so far ahead, but they're the domination...
See, it changes that fast.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Within 2 seconds.
I mean, we're getting towards, at this point here, so we're watching this. If somebody's never watched MLBB before, I mean, what are we looking out for?
What we're looking out for is how Fnatic Onyx, especially at this rate. By the way, Sans has stolen 2 main objectives, and he's not even a jungler. He's a mid laner. All right? And that's the power of the bird lady called Farsa, right? And now it's because Fnatic Onyx needs to abuse the fact that they've stolen this Lord, which is marching up top right now, which is going to be marching against your the enemy's weakest lane, and then maybe push in. But Selangor Red Giant does have the tools of Fnatic Onyx. Remember, they have the artillery strike thing. Stormy can steal it away.
It's so fast.
It is.
And it's so wild. How many hours of gameplay? So for somebody who's watching this right now thinking, "Do you know, I'm going to download it, I'm going to play it." How many hours of gameplay are we talking till you get to this level?
I think if you don't have a mobile experience, it's going to take you a long time to learn because you got to learn the basics of mobile, be it top lane, bot lane, freezing, shoving, synchronizing the lanes. Oh, by the way, speaking of lane management, the map is significantly smaller as compared to League of Legends.
So you're saying the only grass someone would touch is the grass in game?
If you don't have mobile experience, yes. But if you come from mobile experience,
then maybe you can touch grass. I mean, I suppose the other thing here is, at least from where I'm looking at it, I appreciate the fact that the timer is a bit short. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy my League of Legends. In fact, it is that slightly longer time frame as well. But there is something about that tighter window of just permanent action that's pretty entertaining as well, especially if someone is coming from something, say, like an FPS background or something, which is obviously a lot more high octane, a lot more intense windows of those action moments. I can kind of get why that appeals, and especially now we've kind of been seeing it, the fact that it is all about just like raw mastery. You are looking to be as efficient as possible and as mechanically proficient within that window of efficiency as possible. That is a very intense level of both of those skill sets required to come out on top, at least from what we've been seeing, because it has been a pretty ruthless knife fight. I've been using knife fight a lot today, but I think it applies.
I feel like for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, I did describe this before. It's not a ruthless knife fight. This is basically a mud battle, right? You're battling in mud. You're constantly sinking in the mud, and you're just slapping people with mud.
I think I've seen those kind of fights before.
I have seen those fights.
It's like
there a mud
fighting in a
champion?
swamp.
Can I play a mud champion?
Mud champion.
I kid you not, there is a mud.
We got a
mud
sand
fighting
champion.
championship.
Yeah, we got a sand champion. It's actually quite cool. Oh, by the way, that particular fight just now, I'm sorry you guys missed it. Kyrie literally walked into the bush, gets jumped on by Selangor Red Giants, and immediately deleted.
Now,
that's what happens in MLBB. You blink, you're gone. They're going to replay this.
Is the first name of a player that I learned from you, Jay.
Right.
The first time we met at dinner. To anyone who may not know, who's learning from you right now, Kyrie, a little bit about who he is.
Yeah, Kyrie is undoubtedly, I would say, the GOAT of MLBB.
Wow, okay.
We sometimes, I know it's really hard and sometimes a little bit, even as a Faker fan back in my days when I was following League of Legends, we kind of compare it to him.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I think a lot of mobile players do at this point. I think it's one of those ones which gets quite difficult to escape for obvious reasons.
It is.
But I guess my question then is, what does it mean to have the GOAT on a team that is supposed to be a stalwart, the leading pillar for this whole region, go out, struggle, be in this position, and what does that mean in general for the scene? Because that's a huge thing, right?
It is, and in fact, right now, if you go through the YouTube, I'm not too sure whether you guys have clippers. You guys don't have the term clippers? Okay, so in MLBB communities, there are very prominent clippers. Some of the prominent clippers.
Oh, they're getting clips from the channel, right?
Correct,
With
correct.
you.
So
yeah,
basically, they collect clips, highlights specifically, not only just about the game, but also about the lifestyle. Just a name drop a few clippers that's really famous out there. DJY, he's one of the fastest clippers I've ever seen. In fact, immediately after this game ended, it's already clipped. It's already up on YouTube within like 15 minutes. It's crazy.
I mean, that sort of fits with the style of MLB.
Yeah, it does, right?
Yeah,
everything's fast.
Yeah, we have to go things fast, right? And now it's just Selangor Red Giants just leading on a siege against Fnatic Onyx, and you can see the struggle of Fnatic Onyx. They don't have any form of wave kill left after Suns goes down, and even though with CW just picking up double kill, Selangor Red Giants won it. It's a massive statement that MPL Malaysia was able to deliver against the Indonesian team, and now yes, I say that. All Indonesian teams are already wiped out. The only one left is probably Udil, who is from Indonesia, but he's playing for he's playing for Homeboys.
Can I ask a question which may sound stupid? I'm going to ask it anyway. I'm into this.
Come in.
The screen's so small. We talked about mechanical skill earlier on, Jace. Does it help to have smaller fingers? I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous.
No, I don't think so. I feel like usually how people will hold their phones, it's basically like this. This is the basic one. It's basically like a joystick, right? You move your character with your left hand, you move your, you tap the skills on your right hand, right? But there are different styles of gripping that I've seen thus far. Some people, I personally like to do this. Some people do this, especially Diablo from MPL's Singapore and IP Flash. And some people actually play with their phones down and they start doing like this finger style.
I have a quick question for you. Actually, y'all just got a quick little snippet of my let me ask a question. So you have different ways of holding the phone in MLBB. That's similar in Warzone, right? You'll have people who hold claw for their controllers. It looks horrible.
Biffle's a claw, isn't he?
Yeah, claw players. But in mouse and key initialize, are there different ways people play with the keyboard?
Less so for League of Legends, but much for, particularly for FPS, you start seeing people twist their keyboards towards the side.
And the one where they're right up to the screen as well. It's like they're up to the screen and everything's turned around.
So there is a there's a player I love very dearly. So when I first got into League of Legends and started casting, I was really invested. I learned to cast by casting Japanese League of Legends games. I used to live in Japan, and me and my brother who cast together, we did that with a friend of ours, Matt Swan, shout him out at the back of the day. We did a little bit of that, and we were casting a guy called Utapon, who is a Japanese bot lane, who's been around for absolutely ages. But every time he sets up, he gets a tape measure and measures from his screen to his, so basically get the entire view of the screen and eyes. And so he sits incredibly close to him. So everything is as close to his practice back home as it is on stage. So he measures everything out and basically gets incredibly close to the screen to make sure his vision has no extraneous stuff in it.
If you are playing at the highest level, though, this across. I remember there was a golfer, and he changed his golf balls. Now I don't golf, but I think most of us, a golf ball's a golf ball. And he changed his golf ball, and the fact was that when he changed his golf balls, because there was some tiny, minute difference, it all went wrong. It went one way, it went the other. Because if you play at the highest level, those tiny changes, whatever it is, makes such a difference.
Exactly, and I think it's a lot more crucial. I'm going to put this on the table, right? It's a lot more crucial for MLBB. Your margin of error is so tiny. One missed move, sometimes at the first minute, you're just like, okay, you know what, let's go next. But especially in this group stage, especially for MSC, this format is actually more ruthless. Instead of going for, imagine, in a scenario where it's not a best of 2, it's a best of 3. I presume, or I believe, Fnatic Onyx could have stayed on in this knockout stage. However, I'm just hoping.
But they've not.
They've not.
They're on their way home. They're taking their claw home. Well, it's been an absolute day of highlights. It's been an evening of highlights as well. The Warzone finals have now concluded. As we know, we have a new champion there. The first trophy has been lifted. The first key has been put into the totem. So let's check in with the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Take a look at it. I do believe we can have a look at this right now. The current live club rankings. The Falcons, Katie, they got those points. We talked about it.
Do I get to say it?
You get to say it.
1,000 points for Team Falcons. But Fnatic, let's take in mind they've had a rough time in MLBB in League, but that second place that they were able to hold on to for Warzone, that huge performance that they had nets them a ton of points, sitting in second place at 660.
It still gets them some, right, which is a big deal. And one of the blessings, I suppose, of the League of Legends tournament, having a relatively limited number of teams, means they were still guaranteed points there.
Very true.
It could just have been a lot more. And of course, the MLBB stuff will be really frustrating because, again, they were hoping for potentially even a win then. In fact, that hasn't come through. Will still be somewhat disappointing. So the fact they're second and not first, or looking for first, is going to frustrate them. I do note T1 in there, though, after their victory earlier today, guaranteeing a minimum of 600 points because their league team is in the final.
But they've brought one team. They're going to be towards the top of this club ranking
very limited
for a few days.
So true.
And then the further it gets on.
So true.
Because the Falcons have got so many teams, and also they've got home field advantage as well. Call of Duty Warzone, let's take a look at the prize pool, the breakdown of who got what. We can have a look at the numbers right now. I do believe, there we go. That's the money there, Katie. That's the $1 million broken down.
$100,000 to Falcons, $150,000 to Fnatic. Look, you might have, I know at the end of the day, you can dry your tears with $50,000 a pop if you're Fnatic, but the point is that you lost, and it's gonna be a cold comfort. But still, you're not walking away empty-handed. Keep in mind, Falcons, they will have that MVP, so could potentially be either $50,000 to one individual player in that trio, or could be split. You can see them there on your screen. Biffle on the left, Hisoka in the middle, Shifty on the right. But I think even if you went home 14th, if you made it to the finals, OJ, I believe you did walk away with some cash.
Yeah. That, look at it, look, he's trying to get the fingerprints off. I mean, that's the sort of trophy that you need to handle with white gloves.
Yeah, it's like, I like the fact that you just got it, all right? It's already starting to wipe it. It shows how much, how much hard work they really put into it, and they want to make sure that it's all top pristine state. I really love Team Falcons, especially what they've done in this particular game.
Katie, do you know who got the bounty?
I don't know if we know who got the bounty.
Because there were some kills going down right at the end. We'll find out who got the bounty as well.
Well, actually, oh wait, no. Actually, I believe you showed me. If you bring it up again, thank you for prompting me. In my old age, I tend to forget things. Let's take a look. So, thank you, Jays. If we look at this, Shifty had 55 kills,
55.
which means not only, I believe, was he the top slayer of any of the teams, but he was the top slayer beating out Biffle by 2 kills at 53. So, Shifty should be the MVP based on how that bounty works, although I wouldn't be surprised if they split it 3 ways.
They are. They seem like friends. Having met them, having chatted to them, they do seem like the sort of people who hang out, which is what we keep saying. It makes them a great team, doesn't it? Shout out to the rave version of the Macarena going on in the background. Absolutely. I'm so much tempted to get out and give it the full Macarena.
The problem is Initialize and I have been just randomly dancing all day.
Go on. Do you remember the Macarena dance?
Of course I do.
Thank you. For a second there, I thought I was a fun man on his own. I'm not doing the Macarena. I'm absolutely not doing the Macarena. Please, it's day one. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Right, let's talk League of Legends because we've had exciting semi-finals.
We have indeed. We're on to the second semi-finals right now. G2 Esports, the remaining team from the West, and of course the last Western winner of an international trophy, going up against Top Esports, who are the team who defeated Gen G, the reigning MSI champions, and they did so in remarkable style. Game 1 did go all the way to Top Esports. The kills ended up relatively even, but the gold lead was still pretty excessively in Top Esports' favor. We're loading into map 2, couple champions that are worth keeping our eyes on in the mid lane in particular. Caps, superstar mid laner for G2 Esports on the LeBlanc, but he's going up against a bit of a rising star from the LPL, someone I'm a big fan of, and someone I think the rest of the LoL and esports community will shortly be getting to know a lot better as well. It's Cream. I'm a founding member of the Lactose Tolerance Club. He's on his iconic champion of the Yone. It's going to be some seriously hot back and forth action there. If one of those guys gets a lead, it could get very difficult.
How long have you been waiting to use that line?
I've been waiting a very long time. I'm still going to use it a lot from now, I'm just saying.
Twitch.tv/EWC_gold. If you want to watch what's happening in that match right now. I wrote it down, who's next. Right then, on the way, after the break, we are going to have game 2 of that matchup in League, and we shall also close out the day as we go out together and all do a rave Macarena.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
It does mean that the top side of the map will be left to its own devices for a little while, as the Caps clone does actually get proc relatively early on. But Tian has so much freedom to move around the map now, simply because Yike is going to be trying to find something on the top half of the map.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Caps dominating this mid lane matchup. He is going to get on in there, and we'll see just how aggressive he wants to get. He's going to start on the Raptors. and knows that he will not be affected here for just a moment. Tian is about to figure this out, as we just saw Yike find out about his own red buff. They will spot each other here in the jungle, and that is going to be Yike only taking the Raptor, so he will not be able to get the red buff, and Mako has already roamed up here to mid, alongside a Mickey X who's following him up, so a lot of follow roams here from both sides.
It just is an entire party from everyone on both sides trying to rectify some of the issues that we saw previously. Yike is fully on a ward, so should not be able to pick up this red buff at all, as Tian does smite that one away, but could potentially go for something a little bit more aggressive, as look to potentially hop the wall into the Krugs, does not in fact get spotted, as we just see these very small skirmishers across the board.
Yep, we got supportal combat here on the bottom river. That's barely going to go the way of Mako, and Cream, meanwhile, is going to get that knock up in mid and start to slowly but surely find a way back here in this matchup. Early on, that should go the way of LeBlanc, and Caps just doing a great job of exerting that pressure in the mid lane, as you would expect.
But still, Tian doing a really good job at managing where Yike can go, because Yike didn't have anything to farm, finds themselves on the top side of the map, trying to create some opportunities for Broken Blade, but not going to be able to find that gank whatsoever, and Tian showing himself will allow Broken Blade to crash this wave into the top side turret. But it is going to still be a good wave position up here for Broken Blade, as he does have at least somewhat of a freeze to deny some minions from his opponent.
Yeah. Does feel pretty good up there in the top side for Broken Blade. Now, we are going to see Caps TPing back into mid here. Cream was winning out in some of those trades in the mid lane and has caught up a decent amount in terms of CS. So Cream should feel pretty good about the way that one did go for the last 30 seconds. Tian, once again, very proactive, looking for another angle here, maybe down on the bottom side of the map, as Ansama is going to find the tree once again, does proc that cleanse, as that TP is just going to go into the mid lane.
A really good cleanse coming out from Hansama, very timely. Does mean that nothing further comes of that, but Tian is going to be a little bit ahead. One of the downsides of actually going for this early on invade is that none of your camps are cycled, as Cream going aggressive, and Tian is around.
Caps, yeah, he's going to lose that distortion as well, but Tian not going to dive LeBlanc. Definitely kind of a fool's errand if you did want to try to go.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back to the final furlong of this first ever HQ show here at the EWC in Riyadh. People are dancing outside. Yeah. The Macarena has happened. I love the fact you know the Macarena.
Thank you. I was practicing during the break.
Yes, you were. It was very, very good. At one point, I went to do the Macarena and realised I was doing Saturday Night by Wigfield.
No!
I got my dances confused. Would you like, I know we're about to get to League of Legends, would you like a Wigfield fact? Do you remember Wigfield Saturday Night?
Yeah, I think
yeah. She never did the dance.
Oh, really?
It was made up in Europe on the holiday camp. She never did it once.
Today we learned
everything.
Pop Factoid. I've told you about pop music. Let's talk about League of Legends.
So we've got two very important teams here with a lot of narrative weight going into this game. On one hand, got G2 Esports, who are the reigning champions of Europe. They are the best team to have ever played in the West. The only team in recent memory to have won anything internationally and to do so against Asian teams, of course. But that was in 2019. That's 5 years ago now.
For people who don't know League, the fact that they were the champions of Europe and they're big in Europe, that doesn't mean a ton when it comes to League.
No, generally speaking, it is the Korean teams, and here obviously the Chinese teams from the LPL that are the teams to watch a lot of the times when it comes to being the victors of the international tournaments. But G2 have made a number of deep runs since there. They had a really good showing at MSI as well, but they had a pretty fraught affair against Top Esports there as well. And when he was seeing both mid laners going up against each other there with a couple big ability trades, that was the ultimate from Cream, who you'll see in the red there, trying to trade out, and some very angry plays happening bot lane as well, because Top Esports are the team that knocked out Gen G, by the way. And if those who don't remember, Gen G, 24 series in a row, only to lose yesterday. And of course, they are also a huge, huge deal here that they're going up against G2 Esports, and one game up already. They win, they're going up against T1, and they could prove themselves to be the original, the OG Esports World Cup winners. But to hear more about it, let's listen in to the casters.
On the bottom side, here comes the cross map.
Yeah, Yike has not used his ult yet, and that is the dash out of 369, and here it is, the flash away, slicing Maelstrom immediately as Yike is under the turret. He's in a lot of trouble, and down he will go. 369 in the 1v2 will win it, but here is Caps in the top lane, and immediately he trades it back. So G2, well, it's a little shaky there at first, but they do at least trade a kill back.
Really good roam up from Caps, making sure that the kill does end up going over. I feel as though the ultimate coming through from Yike, knowing that the flash is still up, a little bit greedy. We'll take another look at it as soon as Yike shows himself. We see 369 running away. The flash comes through, the ultimate comes through, and too many tower shots end up getting taken down. But then 369, he's a bit big for his britches. Doesn't realize that there's a LeBlanc around the corner.
Oh boy, meanwhile, looks like Broken Blade has overstayed his welcome. Mako looking to punish this one as he's in the alcove, and he can run around in there, but 1Q will get the job done. Even Solar Flare as well, as somehow he gets a equalizer off, actually, to push the lane back. So not half bad there. Won't take any turret damage or plates to go to Top Esports, but he still goes down, and Top Esports will still enjoy the kill.
We're always going to look at where the cross map comes in from there, but it doesn't look as though G2 are ready anywhere on the map to make a play happen. Yike does not have the ultimate available just quite yet, but they could potentially still look for a dive on the bottom side as Mako leaves some pressure mid.
Yeah, Caps just have the Mimic Distortion. That's going to get this TP, though, out of the side of G2, as it is Broken Blade. Does not have the equalizer, and not quite enough damage to get on top of him. Mako will respond with a Respect Flash to come out, but now Broken Blade, awkward spot, but here comes Darrell. The engage on a 2. The Magnet Storm is huge, as everybody on the side of G2 is here, and they do collapse and get 2 kills in the mid lane.
A great counter again coming through from G2 to find multiple kills, gives them over right here to Broken Blade. A much needed money going over towards the top laner at the same time, and both AD carries just wailing away on the side lane turrets as we get another teleport to come through, as so much pressure being relieved across the board. But G2 finally pulling ahead in this game with a couple of kills going their way.
Absolutely. I mean, some free time with the turret on bot. Jackie Love has some free time himself, as Caps, he's been such a huge menace. It feels like he's pulling a lot of attention towards him, but he's LeBlanc. He's totally fine. He has not died at all, as he will just distort away from the enemy team, as it does look like Hansama should be able to get the first turret blood, even against the 2 members of Top Esports. We'll see what this race looks like, but looking good for Hansama right now.
Hansama is able to just step so far forward here because they have enough vision control on the bottom side of the map, and 369 has no idea where so many of the members of G2 are, that he has no opportunity to even try to contest the bottom lane structure. So it will be the first break going over to G2, but it's very quickly matched, but still a little bit of extra goal as Tiana has to run.
Yeah, he has to get away from this one, as a Q could come down from Mickey X, and Tien just has to go back in. He knows he's going down here without much recourse, although here comes Cream. He's going to line up 2, and now the re-engage from the side of Top Esports. A lot of low health bars, but they can't quite get a kill. Finally, Jackie Love will get one, but he has to flash away. Mickey X, the second to eventually fall, as they're diving Jackie Love in the top lane, and they will take him down. But Cream is such a huge menace on this Yone. And that is going to be the route here. Unbound Soul comes in, and Broken Blade will give the double kill over to Cream, Top Esports' mid laner.
Both of these mid laners are everywhere in so many of these fights, but Cream coming out a little bit ahead when all is said and done, probably because 369.
Oh man, I am so glad I set up Cream, because he just pulled off a cream of the crop play. This is why you should join the Lactose Tolerance Club, guys. That looked really bad for Top Esports there. We're seeing a big runaway towards their towers. G2's going for this big engage, and then Cream on that mid lane champion, that Yone, literally goes soul unbound, hits a big R button, and you know that meme from all the anime, oh my way, Mo Shinra, you're already dead. He pulls off that move and catches nearly every member of G2 and turns everything around, gets a huge amount of kills, gets Top Esports the gold lead, and does it with a kind of mechanical flair that I really think is going to make this guy a superstar.
Yone is a very hard champion to execute. I almost said hero right there. It's just the fact that how, you know, this Cream just really execute that. I think he just did 1v3. And he's going again. It's just so aggressive, right? And it just reminds me, it makes me feel like I want to be a fan, even though I'm lactose intolerant. I just found out a few weeks ago. Thank you, Mom. You're best mom in the world for not telling me that.
Yes,
We're getting so
I'm guessing she didn't know.
No, so the story is, apparently she knows.
Shit, what?
Hang on.
So she told me that it's normal for people to go to the toilet immediately after drinking fresh milk. Yeah.
I don't know.
But we're looking at this again, and I just watched Cream, as you're talking about that, murder someone else, and I think they might need to go to the toilet after, because they just disappeared. It's a horror story now, because everywhere you go, you're going to get jump scared by this monster in the dark that is now, what, 3-0-1? Hugely ahead. They're giving us a little bit of a replay here, because this obviously got a little bit exciting. If you can see there, Jackie Love as well as on a champion called Kaiser, that he is very, very famous for. In fact, I believe he's playing his own skin that he won from winning the World Championship in 2018. That's how good at that particular champion he is. And yep, Top Esports have started that snowball. They've got the early dragons. They've gotten some of those early grubs on the top side of the map as well. They've got players with huge leads. This is dire straits for G2. It's looking like T1s versus Top Esports.
You have Top Esports, you have T1 making it in on the other side of this bracket, assuming that they close it out here in a 2-0 over G2. It almost seems sort of expected initialize. Why is that? And why would it have been much more of a surprise to maybe see a Western team making the final?
Because there have only been 2 Western international trophies, and there's been a lot of international trophies at this point. And G2, they have been hunting for the heights they reached in 2019. It's looking difficult here today, and I say that as someone who's a big G2 esports fan. I'm also a fan of Top Esports, so I've been covering them a lot this year. And for those who were doubting them, this is what they've been showing regionally. We'll go back to the casters, and they'll take it away from there.
G2, and that means that so much of their damage is going to have to come out from this Rumble.
Yeah, he's going to have to lift some heavy weight, and yes, there is a slight lead in the jungle as well, but it still feels like Tana's done more so far in this game, right? I mean, yeah, it got that ult in top lane where they traded 1-for-1, and then it wasn't a great situation. It feels like he hasn't gotten a lot of value out of that extremely valuable vial, so it's been a bit of a struggle for him. Whereas on the side of Top Esports, they have the gold in the right pockets, right? It's in the Yone, it's in the Kaisa, who are both, you know, about to hit 2 items, at least in the case of the Yone. Kaisa's already got it. Mako thinking about getting there onto Broken Blade, but not going to overextend, as Top Esports going to enjoy about a 1,500 gold lead here in the mid game.
At the same time, we also got to look at the fact that we are blessed once again, Valdez, with the Hextech Soul in this game, as we get to see Jackie Love over 1,000 gold on anyone else in the game. In fact, his lane opponent, Hans Sama, the closest player in the entire game. But as the Rift Herald does crash, with about 2 minutes left on the Hextech Dragon, we're going to have to look at how Top Esports can continue to build up some of these small advantages. They got 4 dragons straight in that last game. They've gotten 2 more, 6 dragon streaks so far. Probably more than that, honestly, if we look at their previous series. But Top Esports have had so much control. And like we said at the beginning, they have a lot of dangerous ults that you have to be aware of. A lot of redundant crowd control coming from the side of Top Esports. And so, if Yike goes in, if Caps goes in, suddenly it's a very dangerous place to be, because once you go in, it's very difficult to get out.
You're not getting out. I mean, there's just so much lockdown from the Slicing Maelstrom, the Nature's Grasp, the Solar Flare. Even the Leona can be very good at peeling if Mako's in the right spot. Top Esports, they've found a lot of picks themselves. They don't even necessarily have to do that, but I think if you find a couple of members of G2 that are out of position, you can still look for opportunistic picks from their side, and they've been pretty good about doing that, but also not overextending and getting out of position, because really where their bread is buttered is in that disengage and kind of re-engaging from a good position for them. As Tian is he's in his own jungle, but he is spotted. It doesn't look like G2 are going to overextend for him, but they're certainly trying to set up some vision here around the next dragon that's about to spawn.
It's going to be hard for G2 to maintain any position here with just the amount of poke that will be coming through. JackeyLove does have the 2 items. Suddenly that W becomes, oh, it's not quite evolved just quite yet, but he is getting very close. But still, Top Esports, they have the Maokai to push things around. They also have plenty of opportunities for Cream and 369 to potentially teleport to very dangerous flanks. They will be teleporting Yone into the mid lane. But with the Dragon still spawning in about 10 seconds, Top Esports will be able to take control of the mid lane first.
Yeah, the mid-prio definitely going to be very important.
Oh,
They're just going to flash onto the LeBlanc. Not sure about that one, but honestly, it's still working. As the Nature's Grasp, he puts himself in such an excellent position. As now the Slicing Maelstrom onto everybody. It finds all of the front line of G2. They all get decimated, and it's a triple kill for JackeyLove.
369 doing so much work in creating space, but JackeyLove, the big recipient of all of those kills coming through. A massive gold lead and a massive actually coming through for Top Esports. They're going to get this mid lane turret. They should be able to get the bot lane turret. They're going to be getting this Hextech Dragon as well. Every single one of these.
I am so glad I did a little explainer earlier about the importance of dragons and Dragon Soul, because G2 felt they had to fight because Top Esports would have gotten to 3 dragons and been threatening the Soul. And G2 just lost pretty heavily there. That is now a pretty difficult gold lead to overcome. They're now at Soul Point. Another dragon would get them that permanent buff. It's a Hextech Soul available to them too, which is the strongest soul in the game, I think, by a lot of casters and talent in general considered. And there's the replay. It's a bit of a mess for G2.
Does anyone ever come back from this point?
It's been done, but it's very hard. I
mean, you say it's been done. Is it like once every 10 games, once in a blue moon?
Something like that.
Oh, so it isn't as rare as...
But it's against Top Esports, who are very unlikely to give that opportunity. Right. In a general sense, yes, Top Esports on this kind of form, I just don't see it.
Top Esports is just really strong this time. I think, did it surprise you that they're really strong this time?
I personally think they are the current favourites to win the LPL, the Chinese League. They will be going into the World Championship for League of Legends later in the year as one of the favourites to win it all.
Wow.
But there were always some concerns. Tien, the jungler, who's been playing so well, who out-jungled Canyon yesterday, is having a great series again today, is a player who's been notorious for, when it matters, not turning up, for choking. And again, he'll be going into finals against T1, the reigning world champions themselves, for attempting to win that inaugural Esports World Cup here. But that's going to be a very difficult scenario for him, and maybe that'll come into play. But with those kind of historical notes aside, the level of play we've been seeing has been absolutely stellar. There's a number of world champions on that roster. There's a number of players who have at one point or another been considered the very best in their role. And you've got a player like Cream, who has finally on a team where he gets to be an elite mid laner. The LPL has so many teams, 17 teams. So the opportunity to get towards an international tournament is quite few and far between, because there's only 3 teams out of 17 that get to go most of the time. And he's finally on a top team, proving that he wants to be one of those top tier talents, and he's doing this against Caps. He's done it against Chovy. This is a team that has a lot to prove, there's a lot of talent, and I think people after MSI were kind of a little bit down on. They are not the same team anymore.
No.
This summer, they have stepped it up, they've taken the lessons, and they have reforged themselves into a team that I think may well win this EWC trophy.
There you go, that's your tip?
Yep.
Since it's not T1 anymore.
I don't think it is.
Oh. Didn't you change? Didn't you say T1 at the start of the show?
I did.
Okay, all right. And I like
I'm telling you, it's Top
I like a man who's not nailed down to his position. If you want to watch the rest of that series, you can do twitch.tv/EWC_gold. It's time to slowly close out the day here with your Kidia plays of the day. Yes. That was my exciting moment.
Yeah. You were so happy there.
I was waiting for trumpets from above. You mean Kidia plays of the day?
I could try. I don't have a trumpet. I was more of a piano player. I don't have one of those available.
Oh, well,
wait, you're a piano player? I'm a percussionist.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, the band's coming together.
What do you like, Katie?
I was flute, piccolo, saxophone, oboe, and French horn.
You were totally marching band, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I played the steel drum strip, so I'll just be vibes. I'll just dance. I'll be vibes. Right, then let's check out the Kidia plays of the day. At number 3, have a look at this. Okay, we're just going to talk about it. Oh, no, here we are.
Take a look. Now, this is Hisoka from Falcons, the team that won the entire Warzone tournament just a little bit ago. Now, this happened at map number 1. Hisoka, you can see him. He's way out in the storm. Look at that mini-map. He is far away. He is hoping these two teams...
number 4, right?
Yeah, he is hoping that those two teams fight each other, because what he does is he runs into the gas and he buys back his teammate. The reason he did that was so that Shifty could float in the air until those teams killed each other. He could get second place and maximize the point multiplier. It was a huge 1,000 IQ play.
Here's the thing, though. But if people do get sniped, when they're parachuting back in, you can get sniped. So why sit so high?
So that was their only option. That's essentially you either run into a 2v2 as a solo with nowhere to hide and you just die and get third, or you hope that they are so focused on each other that no one notices you running to that buy station, buying Shifty back. No one notices him flying above.
Never look up.
And that's exactly what happened. Now, they never thought they were going to win that map. That was to guarantee placement points.
All right, let's move on to the second Kidia play of the day, and I do believe it's League.
It is. It looks like it's T1 coming back in Game 3 versus Team Liquid to secure a spot in the finals. They've been doing a lot of that comeback magic. I can't wait to see the play properly. As we can see, it looks like it was a bit of a scuffle in the mid lane already. You can see T1 on the red side getting a bit of a jump in there. Zeus escaping is a huge deal, and the owner getting that killing spree in the back line. You can see particularly the lightning damage coming on through with the static shift. So frustrating at this point of the game. Sivir hitting level 16 as well. The shutdown to stop the Zeri. Team Liquid was so close this game. They really, really were. But to have that happen, well, unfortunately, it's not that much of a surprise anymore. T1 sometimes just feel inevitable. It's why, even though I called out top esports on paper,
T1 don't go back the other way.
I think we call that a fair weather fan.
Yeah, okay.
Fair weather fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I think top esports win, but T1 are very scary and you can never count them out.
So what you're saying is it could be T1 or it could be top esports. I think I'm listening here that you're just going to go with the flow. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it's not going to be an MLBB for our third Kidia player of the day. We're going back to Warzone, Katie.
Well, I am a bit selfish because the Warzone finals did just come to a close. It is Team Falcons winning Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup, and this is going to be at that final map, map 8. Now, this moment, the reason this is a bit of bad manners, and it's sassy from them. You have Hisoka, runs in, buys his whole team back. They had already won, mind you. They had won based on points alone. They didn't even have to win the game. But the fact that he says, I'm not worried about that player. You can sit in the storm. I'm going to go back. I'm going to buy my teammates so they can all celebrate this map win with me together before holding the trophy.
I find it kind of wild that we've ended up with 2 Hisoka plays of the day here from Kidia that are, in fact, him just buying back his teammates in 2 very different scenarios. One is, oh my days, I need to buy my team back and pray they don't spot me doing this or I lose the map. And the other one is, I've got a bit of time. I could disrespect. Let's bring my buddies along for the play. That's 2 very different sides of the coin.
Hisoka has a lot of personality, and it shows, but he is their in-game leader, their IGL, so he is going to be the one who's making the calls for these plays. He's going to be the anchor of their team, the person who sits back while Biffle and Shifty go forward and slay, and that allows him to look at everything that's happening, every single map, and make those clutch calls. He is not always going to have the flashiest plays because he is the anchor. You can see Biffle there raising up that trophy, but he's going to be the one who identifies that moment, that thread in the map that they can pull to guarantee a victory.
The Tongan Terror. It had to be, didn't it? It had to be the play of the day simply because it was a moment. They lifted it. We talked about it, the excitement, the fact that it wasn't a done deal. The whole thing we were talking about was, is it a done deal? Are they so good? They've broken records. For a second, around second or third map, it didn't look like it was going to happen, or at least it was going to be tough.
Not at all. Yes, they get second place, map 1, they win map 2, but then it's Fnatic that wins maps 3 and 4, and that's what I mean. I hype up Falcons because they are the best in the world at Warzone, but that doesn't mean they don't have competition that are at their level. I just think Falcons, their ceiling, just a bit higher.
My side there, I did just get an update.
Oh no.
Oh no.
G2 are out, it's G02.
No.
Top Esports going forwards. Don't get me wrong, I love Top Esports, but my my European heart breaking a little bit here. Yeah, exactly that. And
let's get some Camembert and Brie. Weep together.
Initialize.
I mean, sure.
Well, you said European. It was the first European thing I could think of.
That's fair enough.
I feel like I prepared you for this. Now, it wasn't Fnatic, but I feel like we did prepare you for this in the opening show, handing over G2's key.
It was a little bit of that. I was prepared mentally, but even spiritually, I wasn't quite there. And Top Esports, as you can see, deservedly the winners. We saw the clips earlier on. Certain players getting those kind of leads. Jackie Love, Cream on the champions that they are so iconic for. Wasn't quite the Draven for Jackie Love, but a Kai'Sa will do just fine. Got them a very deserved 2-0, and they've been the cleanest team so far at the tournament. 2-0 Gen.G, 2-0 G2 will be going on to face T1 tomorrow in the League of Legends.
You know what I just realized, by the way? In League of Legends, they get to actually receive that key from the team they take down, so G2 in this instance.
True. I know
Selfish
where you're going.
of me, but I'm just saying, if a team wins in Warzone and eliminates 13 other teams, there should have been a line. With key.
It does.
Here's your key, sir. Here's your key, sir. Here's your key, sir.
Right?
We're barreling towards the end of the show. We've loved having you with us. We need to get to the daily MVP. Katie, do you want to announce it? Because obviously it is involving Warzone.
It is, in fact, Shifty from Team Falcons. He was the overall slayer for his team. Thank you. You were so helpful. 55 total kills, which is enormous. And Shifty, for good reason, one of the best, and player with a heart of gold and a lot of passion for Warzone. Very deserved.
And a lovely guy to go with it as well.
Yeah, and I'm looking at there, they got the full AR little highlight of the air with his face locked in there. You're the events nerd, that's absolutely your thing.
Yeah, actually, that's basically pure XR, right? Oh, extending reality, right? And not only just the fact that they added that in, I feel like you imagine yourself being engraved in your face, engraved into that kind of trophy.
That's really cool.
My face in there would look pretty good, I completely agree. Where do I get one of those?
Yeah, it's Carbonite. Yours is coming tomorrow. We're gonna have Carbonite. Right then, let's have a look at what has happened today. It's been a big old day here. We've had some exciting moments. This is what happened at MLBB. Jays?
Yep, so that's what I already mentioned. Group A, Group B, Group C are done. We already know who's going to go into the knockout stage, where they'll be duking it out in the best of 5, single elimination, no mercy, ruthless kind of a format. And now tomorrow, we'll be going into Group D. We'll be watching one of these teams that you saw earlier just now, Falcons AP brand, maybe adding another 1,000 points over to the Cup trophy. But of course, my heart goes out to Cloud9. NA, this team from NA, particularly this player, Mobazane, has a very interesting storyline, but it just feels like you really want to see this team really succeeding in the knockout stage. But you saw already where at the Land of Dawn, basically where the map is for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it's just so ruthless.
And if you want to watch that, you can watch that on the Esports World Cup YouTube channel if you want to follow everything there. When it comes to Warzone, we've wrapped up that competition. We've said it a lot, but it's worth saying again, it's been a great day.
It's been a great day. Look, genuinely, it's been such a treat to be here to watch it all happen live. And honestly, not to shout everyone out, to shout you out, but the fact that MLBB, League of Legends, to have y'all so engaged with my game really means a lot.
It was really exciting just being here watching this kind of magic happen. I think, I hope that transcends just the esports silo you find yourself in, that you can see the passion, the joy, and the kind of uniqueness of a moment like that. That is transcendental, hopefully, right?
To misuse the phrase, we've all been cracked.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I really love that moment when you talk about the heal off. You can feel the excitement that one single dot is just what it needs for Team Falcons to take that map. That was amazing, by the way.
It was incredible. I love that you pointed that out.
I love that one.
It warms my heart. So you know what? There we go. Warzone, all wrapped up. Put a nice bow on it.
And we now have our finalists for League tomorrow, don't we?
We do. It'll be a journey in the West on an aeroplane from Team Liquid and G2 because it's just the eastern regions that are remaining. A bit of a dance party there because
music is great.
It is going to be a bit of a festival tomorrow. It's been a festival here, but it will be T1 the reigning world champions, the greatest team to have ever graced League of Legends, with Faker, the GOAT, up against Top Esports.
Ooh. I look forward to tomorrow, changing second by second,
it's so cool.
just to see which two. Who am I with? Who do I like
It's
today?
Top
Is it
Esports.
this?
T1
Is it
are really
T1?
good, but
Is
it's
it?
Top Esports.
What side is he? That is
Can't
it.
get
We are
you on
done for
tape,
today.
guys.
It has been wonderful doing this show. The first ever one we've done. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. I think we've absolutely loved it. There is a party. I can literally see it
Right
over
out
Jason's shoulder. I can hear the DJ. I miss nightclubs. Absolutely. Going straight from here over to there.
We're losing him.
We are going to be back with you tomorrow from 7 p.m. local Riyadh time. Thank you so much for joining us. That is it. We are done.